regarding the seat sharing and the alliance dynamics. It is a meeting that's going to be held also with Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah. And Tamil actor Vijay to unveil his party flag, as well as this is going to be his unveiling and unfurling the flag of his political party TVK. He launched his political party earlier this year in February. He will be contesting the assembly polls, which will be coming up in Tamil Nadu in 2026. This is not an era of war, is what the Prime Minister has said, addressing the Indian community in Poland before his much-anticipated visit to Ukraine, where he's pledged to campaign for a peaceful resolution as far as the conflict between Ukraine and Russia is concerned. And Prime Minister Modi went on to say India's policy is to maintain close ties with countries, India's with everyone, and thinks about everyone's benefit. And Neeraj Chopra is back in action after the Olympic silver. Neeraj to participate at Lausanne's Diamond League. He got the top spot in 2023. He will be resuming action at that meeting to reclaim the DL trophy at the season-ending finale, which will take place next month. Let's get to your top story, and it's day in and day out that we talk about the safety of women, the crimes against our sisters, our daughters, the women of this country. And hence NDTV has decided to launch this campaign, which is to save our daughters, where we demand you to raise your voice against any sort of brutality, any sort of crime. You need to make yourself heard in terms of the challenges that are being faced by women at large in the country. Join us to bring action and change on the ground. You can join our campaign, Save Our Daughters. And let's just get you the latest as far as the Kolkata horror case is concerned. The West Bengal Health Department has announced the transfer of 3 top officials of the state-run RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, including its new principal as well as its vice principal. The West Bengal Health Department removed the newly appointed principal. We are talking about Suhirita Pal. The protesting doctors also asserted that they would be continuing with their agitation unless their demands were fulfilled. And it is probably due to that and that all-rounded pressure that the state government has now decided to accept some sort of demands of the protesting doctors and shift the officials concerned. Meanwhile, the Indian origin doctors have written in an open letter to the Chief Minister of the state, Mamata Banerjee, asking her to ensure the safety of medical professionals after the systemic failure that led to the Arjikar incident. The doctors also asked the Chief Minister to provide swift justice to the family and ensure such an incident is not repeated. And to get more on this, we have joining us Tanishka. Some action finally has been taken, and there are 3 officials, top 3 officials, including the newly appointed principal who's been transferred.
Yes, rightly, Divya, the newly appointed principal of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, Suhirita Pal, has been removed from her post, and this development comes after a delegation of students from the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. This is the body representative of the resident doctors went to meet officials at the Swasthya Bhavan, which is the Health Minister's office in Kolkata. And these medical students led this march from their college premises right up till the Health Minister's office and demanded the removal of the principal. During the march rally, the students and the resident doctors were also seen sloganeering and chanting that where is this principal? She is missing in action. 2 other officials have also been removed as part of the demands of the students, which includes the medical superintendent of the medical college and hospital, and her name is Bulbul Mukhopadhyay, and the head of the department of chest medicine. The other person who's also been removed is Arunava Datta from their posts. And these were the demands of the protesting students. And during the ongoing protests at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, these demands were raised by the junior doctors as well as the students. The appointment of Sandeep Ghosh, who's the former principal of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, has also been cancelled to the National Medical College. Remember that he was reinstated right after his resignation. But this instatement of him to a new position at the National Medical College has now been cancelled, and this comes after a special investigation team was set up to investigate the allegations of financial irregularities against him. A case has also been registered against the former principal Sandeep Ghosh at the Tola police station and sections of the Indian Penal Code and Prevention of Corruption Act. What we also know is that the former principal has been grilled by the CBI for 6 straight days. Even yesterday, his interrogation went on for 14 hours. And what we are awaiting today is, of course, the Supreme Court's hearing after the CBI submits its status report with the progression in the investigation of the case until now.
Right, Tanushka, just stay with us for our next story as well, and that is in regard to former Indian cricket captain Sourav Ganguly, who joined his wife as well as their daughter in a candlelight protest. So they took to the streets in order to demand justice in the rape and murder of the trainee doctor at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. Very strong sentiments coming out saying that we want justice, whatever it takes to get it. This has to stop. Every day we hear about some rape case and we feel bad that this is happening even in 2024, is what was said by the daughter, Sana Ganguly. Now we have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, take us through, this comes at a time when Sourav Ganguly has now finally chosen to show his stance as it comes to this matter, because earlier on he was allegedly, he was slammed by many for allegedly calling the rape and murder case a stray incident.
Right, however, Sourav Ganguly, leading a protest with his wife, Donna Ganguly, and his daughter, gives a strong statement from his side on the take on this case. They've definitely shown their solidarity and they've come out in support, and there are statements that have been made by his daughter as well, young girl who's also come out and shown solidarity against this heinous crime. And she said that, as you rightly pointed out, that it's even in today's world, in day, time and age, a crime like this is completely unacceptable. And this also resonates with what the Supreme Court also said in its hearing on Tuesday, which is that we cannot wait for another rape case for real change to take place.
The incident has sparked widespread protests from medical professionals and citizens alike. And of course, Sourav Ganguly there also saying that we want justice and we are all in this together. So, many voices being raised against this particular crime, and we are seeing crime being reported from various other states as well. So it is the CBI that is expected to submit a status report on the crime as well as the mob vandalism which occurred at that hospital in Kolkata. Of course, also the court is going to resume its hearing. The court, do remember, formed a 14-member national task force to ensure the safety of medical professionals while hearing that case related to the RG Kar Medical Hospital incident. The bench, headed by the Chief Justice of India, referred to the rape and the murder as horrific and horrendous, and also pointed out to the lack of safety when it comes to women at workplaces, and denying them is equality. So in order to get more on this, we have my colleague joining us in regard to more information coming in, and this is Sunil joining us. Sunil, the court is going to be resuming its hearing, and also from what we are hearing is that the CBI will also be submitting its report in a sealed cover to the Chief Justice of India.
That's right. I think there are two important points, as you rightly reflected. One, of course, is the CBI's status report and the manner in which the investigation is going, how it's going forward, and the other steps that have to be taken in that direction. But I think uppermost from the Chief Justice of mind, and after he has taken suo motu cognizance of the entire incident and the developments that have taken place, forming a national task force, the issue before them is, are the doctors going to resume duty? I think people, that is the poor, as well as others who have medical surgeries, operations, various other appointments that have been scheduled in government hospitals, that is now going to be further, because of the various strikes that have taken place, further delayed. I think that is something that the Chief Justice of India would like to address. He was hoping that, the doctors would resume after hearing this entire matter on Tuesday, but we haven't got that kind of affirmation across the country. And it's in that context what the Chief Justice of India and his bench will do to reassure the doctors once again, and then, of course, resume duty back, apart from, of course, the investigation into that horrific incident.
Right, so that case that's going to be resumed in the Supreme Court. All eyes are on that case that will resume its hearing at about 10:30 this morning. Sunil, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now, the Bombay High Court has taken a suo motu cognizance of the violent protests over the sexual assault of two kindergarten students in Badlapur area in Maharashtra's Thane district. It's a lawyer Ujjwal Nigam who is going to be, taking up that case. Who he has worked with high-profile murder and terrorism cases, including the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack, and has been appointed as a special public prosecutor in the case of the sexual assault on the two nursery students who were at school. They were taken to the restroom by a man who allegedly raped them in the toilet of the school. Now, this is in regard to the man who has now been arrested, but it has sparked off a massive protest that took place on Tuesday and Wednesday, with many people heading to the streets in Thane to protest against sexual assault of the two students. The accused has, as far as his house is concerned, has been vandalized in Badlapur, and the police did reach the spot. It is the opposition that has called for a Maharashtra Bandh, which is going to take place on the 24th of this month to protest against the alleged sexual assault on the two kindergarten girls at that school in Badlapur. So it is Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena and NCP headed by Sharad Pawar, who took the decision after a meeting. Meanwhile, Maharashtra's chief minister has claimed that the massive rail roko protest was politically motivated and aimed at maligning the state government. My colleague Anush has the details.
One of the first things that the court will take up in the morning. We saw that the activity around this particular case increased since the last couple of days, especially after the protests took place a couple of days ago in Badlapur. But as everyone should note, this incident happened, at least a week or two ago. It happened on the 12th and 13th of this month. But because of the delay in the activity by not just the school authorities side, but also especially by the police side, there was a lot of anguish and sadness and also frustration amongst the people, which forced them to get on the roads. Besides that, the political intervention and the political statements regarding this entire issue only started to come out when the people there stopped the railway for close to 8 hours. So we're seeing the High Court here taking the cognizance of the matter, and we'll be looking at the case with the division bench of Revti Dere and Justice Prithviraj Chauhan will hear the matter. They're expected to hear the matter at 10:30 a.m. today. Now, this is an important development and a pretty similar pattern to what happened in Kolkata as well. We saw that the court taking the cognizance of the matter. Of course, it was promised by the state government. Two major things were promised. Firstly, the fast tracking of the court when the people were demanding for instant justice, and secondly, an SIT committee was set up under the observation of senior police official in Mumbai, that is R.P. Singh. Now, yesterday we saw that several political leaders made their way to Badlapur, be it the Guardian Minister Shambhuraje Desai, or of course the primary primary school education Deepak Kesarkar, and assurances were given by all of them. Girish Mahajan, one of the senior ministers in the Mahayuti cabinet, was present there when the protests were going on for more than an hour, interacting with the people. But now, this step taken by High Court would definitely be welcomed by people.
Right, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now, actor Parvati has spoken in an exclusive interview to NDTV, talking about the reflection as far as the industry is concerned, needing action as far as that report is concerned. The release of the Justice Hema committee report, which investigated the challenges faced by women in the Malayalam film industry, has caused quite a major stir. And it's actor Parvati who has also spoken up against the atrocities that are faced by the women in the industry. The report strongly highlights the severe discrimination and exploitation that female actors encounter within the industry, from the prevalence of the casting couch and the lack of basic amenities on the film sets to wage disparities. Listen in.
This sense of achievement is extremely bittersweet for us, mainly because the first deposition happened sometime in 2018 and the report was submitted sometime in 2019. And it took so many years for it to come out, the redacted version of it. And in these many years, we've had to really beg and grovel and fight along with allies who are from the public and from media who had to join this fight and say, wait, why are you keeping it from us? Why is it not coming out? And there was also a certain sensationalizing of it. Whereas Hema Commission report is a study of the malpractices in the film industry, which will help us. Why was it formed and why was the report generated? Is so that we can work towards forming better workplace culture, workplace practices that is government defined, so that nobody would go against the law. Now, that I think sometimes is lost on people when they think about Hema Commission. They're more focused on the sensationalizing aspects of it. So it is currently still a struggle for us to throw the focus back onto the picture and say, no, let's put our mind and hearts to what the matter is at hand. But at the same time, the fact that it's come out, why I say it's bittersweet is most of us who did go and depose in front of the committee, we had to speak up on so many things that even in other interviews we may have said, and things that are under confidentiality. These are not happy things to read. These are not happy things that have been corroborated. And now it being in an official document definitely brings more seriousness to it. And we feel quite vindicated, frankly. But I would say that this is just the beginning. And I would also like to underline, especially because I'm speaking on this platform, is that this is not an expose on Malayalam film industry alone. This is the first time this has been done in any film industry where a government appointed committee has done a study on it and a report has come out. My what I believe is that when this happens in Malayalam industry, I am not okay with it going like, oh, Malayalam industry is so rotten inside. No, we are good inside, which is why we are fixing it. The places where you don't hear anything about, that's where we should be worried about.
Right, Parvati, the actor from the Malayalam film industry, highlighting the issues that are being faced by female actors. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This week on India Ascends. Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Andhra Pradesh. And at least 70 people have died and 41 others have been injured after an explosion that took place in Andhra Pradesh's Anakapalle. The explosion took place at that special economic zone. The explosion occurred at a pharma firm's plant in the special economic zone, and the injured have been shifted to the NTR Hospital for treatment. The incident happened not because of a reactor blast, is what the district collector had to say. The officials suspect it is an electricity-related fire. Around 380 employees worked in 2 shifts at that very plant. The death toll in the fire accident has now risen to 17.
Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister, is expected to be visiting the blast site today, and he has in fact said that whoever the injured are, there are about 41 people who were reported injured yesterday, other than the 17 people who had died in the accident. And he said if any of them requires, air ambulances would be arranged for them to be transported either to Visakhapatnam or to Hyderabad for more sophisticated treatment. The second thing that he has said is that there will be an inquiry to find out and fix responsibility about what happened, because this is, of course, the special economic zone, and it's a pharma SEZ that we're talking about in Anakapalle district of Andhra Pradesh, and therefore there is a big concern. This is a unit that started about 5 years ago, and it manufactures API, active pharma ingredients, pharmaceutical ingredients, as well as intermediary products. And how the accident actually happened, whether it is because of electricity-related reasons or a nuclear, one of the reactors there, not the nuclear, reactors there, whether it burst. And one of the reports that we're getting is that when it burst, the impact of it actually, the floor gave way, and therefore people who were in the floor below, they in fact also got buried in the debris, and that's where the rescue operations were going on for a long time, even after the fire had been put off in the unit itself. So these are all questions about the safety. The Department of Factories is also involved. In fact, the NDRF as well as the SDRF were involved in the rescue process. And today they are hoping that the entire area can be cleared and the investigation can proceed.
Right, thank you, Uma, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now to the northeast, and it's Tripura, which is battling with massive floods. The flood situation in Tripura has further worsened, with the death toll now rising to 10, and over 34,000 people have been taken into shelter in 330 relief camps that have been set up in 8 districts. The Met Department has issued an orange category warning for more showers that will continue heavier in nature than usual. Do remember there was a red alert warning in place for yesterday. Now, the Northeast Frontier Railways has cancelled 10 local trains in Tripura. The state government has now asked the centre for immediate help, and more teams of the NDRF have been sent to Tripura as the state witnesses 1,200% above a normal rainfall, causing the worst floods in decades. So we have my colleague Ratnadeep joining us. Ratnadeep, no respite in sight, with an orange category warning that is in place for today after that red alert warning which was in place yesterday. So showers are going to continue, and that could hamper the rescue operations.
That's right. In fact, overnight there have been heavy rainfall in parts of Tripura, including state capital Agartala. In fact, now the focus is on the state capital Agartala, as the low-lying areas in Agartala are completely inundated. Overnight, what we are picking up is that round-the-clock rescue operations have taken place by NDRF, Assam Rifles, the state forces. The state government has once again asked centre to rush in more NDRF personnel. So what we are picking up, that NDRF personnel have been already dispatched from Arunachal Pradesh, from southern Assam. We are hearing that they might be airlifted from even from Guwahati. So therefore the centre now reaching out to Tripura government. Remember, the national highway that links Tripura to Assam, which is the lifeline of the state, is blocked in several places due to waterlogging, and there have been massive landslides on the railway tracks that had resulted in cancellation of 10 trains. In fact, in a way, the rail link is also disrupted. The airport also saw a lot of inundation, and somehow the air operations are still continuing. So that is the only way at this moment how the state is connected with the rest of the country. The state is facing a major calamity across the state, particularly in southern Tripura. The situation is very grim. Also, remember all the major rivers in the state, including Howrah, Gomti, they are much above their danger level, almost closing into the highest flood levels, and that's why, in decades, this is perhaps the worst ever flood that the state has witnessed, with over 1,200% above normal rainfalls in the past 2 to 3 days, and that's the reason why there is so much of inundation which has taken place. The focus at this moment remains in terms of getting people out of their residences to safer places. But if you look at the topography of the state, then in the low-lying areas, you hardly have areas which are left to be not inundated, and therefore it is a challenge for the government also to find places where to keep people. Already close to 35,000 people have been rescued, and what we are picking up from government sources is that particularly in state capital Agartala, overnight there have been fresh inundation in several areas. People have to be evacuated overnight. In fact, the situation remains very grim. Here is a report that reflects the situation at ground zero in Tripura, how people are battling this worst ever floods in decades.
An ambulance forcing its way through the raging floodwaters in Tripura. The tiny northeastern state is facing its worst flash floods in decades, caused by unprecedented rain over 1,200% above normal over the past 2 days, resulting in death and destruction and widespread flooding in all 8 districts. NDRF, Assam Rifles and state forces are rescuing thousands. Over 200 teams are on the field, but more help is needed.
I have already talked to him in the morning, and the status of the state I already informed him, and I told him that please send some NDRF team as early as possible. So I heard that from Arunachal Pradesh 4 NDRF teams are coming, and another already have reached from Silchar.
The government has asked schools and colleges to remain shut till Thursday. The national highway is waterlogged, and even rail link has been hit by landslides. The South Tripura and the Gomati district are the worst hit. Even in state capital Agartala and its suburbs, there is massive inundation. Hundreds are marooned.
बहुत गंभीर है अभी पानी के यहाँ पर बहुत सा आदमी बहुत तकलीफ में है। कुछ मिला सरकार की तरफ? नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, अभी तक कोई आया ही भी नहीं है, तो मिलेगा क्या?
दिक्कत है सबको, खाना वाना का भी दिक्कत है, ये सभी चीज का दिक्कत।
कहाँ रह रहे हैं
लोग कुछ लोग तो गाड़ी में अपना घर बनाए, जो लेबर लोग हैं वो अपना गाड़ी में घर बनाए, और बाकी कुछ लोग जो है वो मतलब ऐसे आसपास के स्कूलों में गए।
If the rain continues as forecast, Tripura will have to brace for tougher times. In Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Switching tracks to J&K now, and it is the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and the leader of the opposition Rahul Gandhi that received a rousing welcome upon their arrival in Jammu on Wednesday, with party activists and supporters lining up outside the airport. The enthusiastic supporters even stopped Rahul Gandhi's vehicle on the airport road, causing some sort of anxious moments for the security personnel. They are visiting for key meeting as far as this is in connection with the three-phase assembly elections which will be coming up in the valley. We are talking about the elections that will start on the 18th of September. The two leaders will be engaging in extensive discussion with party leaders and workers, and that's expected in Kashmir today. The meeting will start at about 10 o'clock in the morning. They're also expected to meet with National Conference leadership to discuss a possible pre-poll alliance. So very, crucial meeting coming about just before elections. Alliance as far as seat sharing is concerned, the dynamics of the alliance is concerned, all that is coming up as far as talks in Srinagar, that will happen at about 10 o'clock this morning. We have my colleague Nazir joining us. Nazir, when it comes to the PDP, they have gone ahead and described Rahul Gandhi as a very impactful voice who could perhaps be raising issues of Kashmir and work towards broader coalition in Jammu and Kashmir. And now what we're expecting today is that Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are expected to meet with Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah.
Well, that's expected, but that would all depend on the progress both sides, National Conference and the Congress, would make on the seat sharing arrangement or the formula and form an alliance. So far, 3 rounds of talks have not achieved any positive results. Both sides are sticking to their positions when it comes to seat sharing. Both want more seats. So till late last night, there were hectic negotiations between Congress and National Conference in Srinagar. And one of the Congress, negotiator leaders all even walked out during the meeting, and he even had a fight with within his own party that, look, you are conceding more seats to National Conference. National Conference is also not ready to concede some seats in the Kashmir Valley, particularly Anantnag and Pulwama district, which will go to the polls in the first phase of election. Time is running out for both the sides because the last date of filing of nomination papers for the first phase of elections is on 27th. So they have just few days left before they can complete the thing. So this meeting between Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah was expected yesterday evening. That was not materialized. It's also now expected any time today in the forenoon if talks progress, because last night both the sides did not agree. National Congress did not agree on seat sharing. So there are still last minute hits. Will they, actually manage this alliance and negotiate it or not? Nothing can be said because both sides are saying, look, it is not meeting our expectations. That is what sources are telling us in the both camps. So there's very hectic negotiations going on, and the meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Abdullah would all depend on the progress both sides would make on the seat sharing arrangement and alliance between the two parties ahead of first phase of election in Jammu and Kashmir. On the other side, we see senior BJP leader Ram Madhav, who has been appointed as the in charge of Jammu and Kashmir elections by the BJP. The return of Ram Madhav is also a major factor now in Jammu and Kashmir elections. He has also held certain meetings with the political leaders in Kashmir Valley yesterday.
Right. Thank you so much, Nasir, for joining us with all those details. Switching tracks now, in fact, it is actor Vijay who will be unveiling his party flag as well as his party song, and that is expected any minute now. The popular actor is one of the highest paid in the industry. He will be unveiling and unfurling the flag of his political party, TVK, in a prelude to a formal launch at a massive rally that's being planned in the last week of September. Do remember that he had launched his party back in February of this year as a party against corruption, which is set to contest in the 2026 Assembly elections. We have my colleague Sam Daniel joining us to get us. We have Sam Daniel joining us to get us more on this. Sam, what time is this expected from unfurling the party flag to also the party song is what we're expecting?
That's right. We expect that to happen around 9:15 this morning. In another half an hour, Divya. We are at the party headquarters, the TVK headquarters along the East Coast Road in Chennai, and Vijay is expected around 9:15. And it's a significant move because this gives shape to his earlier announcement that he would be contesting in the 2026 Assembly elections in Tamil Nadu. Vijay has been nurturing political ambitions for a long time, and in the run-up to that, over the last 2 years, he has been reaching out to first-time young voters by honouring Class 12 toppers across Tamil Nadu constituency-wise, honouring them and their parents and giving them cash awards as well. Besides, his team has also been expanding their welfare activities in terms of setting up libraries for several communities across the state, extending legal help, building houses for the poor, and also helping children with their studies and tuition and things like that. And Tamil Nadu is not new for actors entering politics and even becoming successful chief ministers. We've had script writers becoming chief ministers like Annadurai and Karunanidhi, very popular chief ministers. Later, stars like MGR and Jayalalitha have also become successful chief ministers. But over the last 2 decades, Tamil Nadu has not been giving a thumbs up for stars becoming chief ministers. Even superstar Sivaji Ganesan, superstar Rajinikanth, Kamal Hassan, all of them have not been able to make a big splash. But Vijay's fans hope that he's different, he is young, he makes this plunge at the peak of his career, and they hope that he'll be successful.
Right, of course, thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. So, of course, we will be tracking that story and getting you more on that. And let's just get you the latest. And this is in regard to the Prime Minister's visit to Poland. He arrived in Poland yesterday. And it is the Prime Minister who's gone on to say this is not the era for war. This is something that he said just ahead of his visit to Ukraine. Do remember that he is in Poland today and he will be leaving for Ukraine tonight on a train. And it is from there that train journey that's going to take about 10 hours. And of course, the Prime Minister is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Poland in 45 years. So he did joke about many firsts when it comes to him. He went on to say that it is my good fortune to bring about many firsts. And also he's gone on to say that India is with everyone. India is thinking about everyone's benefit. And today India wants to connect with everyone. And that is what was said as he was addressing the Indian diaspora in Poland.
फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के रूप में सामने आता है और इसलिए भारत इस रीजन में भी स्थायी शांति का एक बड़ा पैरोकार है। भारत का मत एकदम साफ है, ये युद्ध का युग नहीं है।
I'm at the Maidan Square in the heart of Kiev in Ukraine. Behind me are flags, the Ukrainian flag, each one symbolizing the loss of a soldier who's been killed in this war, which is now stretched for well more than 900 days. The visit of Prime Minister Modi over here is highly anticipated. I've been speaking to Ukrainian leaders who do know that India has a close association with Russia. Could that be a possible avenue to getting to Vladimir Putin, to get into a discussion which is on favorable terms? Whether India can actually go this far or not, we don't know. Whether there is a real out-of-the-box solution which the Prime Minister has or not, we do not know. But the visit of the Prime Minister is significant nonetheless at a time when he was in Moscow just a couple of weeks back. No other leader in the world of his stature, of his seniority, has been over here in Ukraine or will be here in Ukraine and has been in Moscow. And that really does symbolize the independence of Indian foreign policy, that you are equally comfortable in Kiev or in Moscow, two countries which are waging a war. The big question is, can there be a peace? Because people are tired, the loss of lives, tens of thousands of lives has been absolutely immense, which is why this war genuinely needs to come to an end as soon as possible. So do keep joining us on NDTV as we track the visit of the Prime Minister, his visit coming up in Ukraine. But before that very important visit, he is in Warsaw at the moment. India and Poland looking to step up the bilateral relationship, step up economic ties, and also reflect on a common historic past. In Kiev, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Switching tracks now, and a big award as far as ISRO's Chandrayaan team is concerned, and this is in regard to Chandrayaan 3 winning that prestigious award of the Rashtriya Vigyan Puruskar for the soft landing by Vikram lander, a satisfying moment. Let's just get you that very exclusive interview with my colleague Pallab Bagla.
Last August, India successfully soft landed nearer the south pole of the moon with Chandrayaan 3. A global, glorious moment. I have with me Team Chandrayaan 3, which has just been given a big award by India, Kalpana and Dr. Veera Muthuvel. Kalpana, what was your feeling a little after 6 o'clock that day when Chandrayaan 3's Vikram lander, one of your babies, soft landed at what is now called the Shiv Shakti point?
It was a very satisfying moment, sir, because particularly after all the hard work that had gone in by our team, we could finish the unfinished. We could complete the mission what management had given us. So it was a very satisfying moment.
Did you shed a tear or were you laughing? What happened? What was the state of your mind?
No, at that point of time, more than emotion, we were more of looking into the data, whether the lander is healthy, whether the signals are good, so all the telemetry is fine. We were more towards that. You
were focused on the mission. Veera Muthuvel, Chandrayaan 3 achieved more than its share. You also did a hop experiment. You brought the propulsion module back, all in preparation for future missions. Now, what is next for India and ISRO on Chandrayaan and also for Mars?
Yeah, absolutely. We have many more missions, particularly on the Chandrayaan follow-ons. All are in study phases where I cannot tell all those things. But we have done a lot of studies about the Chandrayaan 4, which is a sample return mission, and as well on the Mars landing mission also. These all in the study phase, and we have completed the studies, and it has to go to government for necessary approvals. And we have satisfied the management in bringing out the project reports.
Now, one last question to you. After India succeeded to soft land near on Shiva Shakti Point, others had a tough time. How did we manage to do it so beautifully?
It's a meticulous planning and execution. I would say right from the special test conceptualization, conducting of several special tests which mimics the moon's environment, and exhaustive simulation test platforms. And we have come up with the multiple mission plans which led to a safe and soft landing. This was the key.
Happy?
Yeah, a lot of it's a life satisfying moment for all of us.
So that is Team Chandrayaan 3 and only 2 representatives. The team is much bigger. These are very big team efforts. Not everybody can be present in a short interaction like this, but the entire team deserves the full credit for India demonstrating a soft landing nearer the south pole of the moon. And we have the Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover right here displayed to make the team feel even more proud. With camera person Kumar at the U.R. Rao Satellite Center in Bangalore, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends. Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition? All this and more only on
Let's get your top story, and it's day in and day out that we talk about the safety of women, the crimes against our sisters, our daughters, the women of this country. And hence NDTV has decided to launch this campaign, which is to save our daughters, where we demand you to raise your voice against any sort of brutality, any sort of crime. You need to make yourself heard in terms of the challenges that are being faced by women at large in the country. Join us to bring action and change on the ground. You can join our campaign, Save Our Daughters. And let's just get you the latest as far as the Kolkata horror case is concerned. The West Bengal Health Department has announced the transfer of 3 top officials of the state-run RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, including its new principal as well as its vice principal. The West Bengal Health Department removed the newly appointed principal. We are talking about Suhirita Pal. The protesting doctors also asserted that they would be continuing with their agitation unless their demands were fulfilled. And it is probably due to that and that all-rounded pressure that the state government has now decided to accept some sort of demands of the protesting doctors and shift the officials concerned. Meanwhile, the Indian origin doctors have written in an open letter to the Chief Minister of the state, Mamata Banerjee, asking her to ensure the safety of medical professionals after the systemic failure that led to the Arjikar incident. The doctors also asked the Chief Minister to provide swift justice to the family and ensure such an incident is not repeated. And to get more on this, we have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, some action finally has been taken, and there are 3 officials, top 3 officials, including the newly appointed principal who's been transferred.
Yes, rightly, Divya, the newly appointed principal of the RG Medical College and Hospital, Surita Paul, has been removed from her post, and this development comes after a delegation of students from the RG Medical College and Hospital. This is the body representative of the resident doctors went to meet officials at the Swasthya Bhavan, which is the Health Minister's office in Kolkata. And these medical students led this march from their college premises right up till the Health Minister's office and demanded the removal of the principal. During the march rally, the students and the resident doctors were also seen sloganeering and chanting that where is this principal? She is missing in action. 2 other officials have also been removed as part of the demands of the students, which includes the medical superintendent of the medical college and hospital, and her name is Bulbul Mukhopadhyay, and the head of the department of chest medicine. The other person who's also been removed is Arunava Datta from their posts. And these were the demands of the protesting students. And during the ongoing protests at the RG Medical College and Hospital, these demands were raised by the junior doctors as well as the students. The appointment of Sandeep Ghosh, who's the former principal of the RG Medical College and Hospital, has also been cancelled to the National Medical College. Remember that he was reinstated right after his resignation. But this reinstatement of him to a new position at the National Medical College has now been cancelled, and this comes after a special investigation team was set up to investigate the allegations of financial irregularities against him. A case has also been registered against the former principal Sandeep Ghosh at the Tola police station and sections of the Indian Penal Code and Prevention of Corruption Act. What we also know is that the former principal has been grilled by the CBI for 6 straight days. Even yesterday, his interrogation went on for 14 hours. And what we are awaiting today is, of course, the Supreme Court's hearing after the CBI submits its status report with the progression in the investigation of the case until now.
Right, Tanushka, just stay with us for our next story as well, and that is in regard to former Indian cricket captain Sourav Ganguly, who joined his wife as well as their daughter in a candlelight protest. So they took to the streets in order to demand justice in the rape and murder of the trainee doctor at the RG Medical College and Hospital. Very strong sentiments coming out saying that we want justice, whatever it takes to get it. This has to stop. Every day we hear about some rape case and we feel bad that this is happening even in 2024, is what was said by the daughter, Sana Ganguly. Now we have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, take us through, this comes at a time when Sourav Ganguly has now finally chosen to show his stance as it comes to this matter, because earlier on he was allegedly, he was slammed by many for allegedly calling the rape and murder case a stray incident.
Right, however, Sourav Ganguly, leading a protest with his wife, Donna Ganguly, and his daughter, gives a strong statement from his side on the take on this case. They've definitely shown their solidarity and they've come out in support, and there are statements that have been made by his daughter as well, young girl who's also come out and shown solidarity against this heinous crime. And she said that, as you rightly pointed out, that it's even in today's world, day, time and age, a crime like this is completely unacceptable. And this also resonates with what the Supreme Court also said in its hearing on Tuesday, which is that we cannot wait for another rape case for real change to take place.
The incident has sparked widespread protests from medical professionals and citizens alike, and of course Sourav Ganguly there also saying that we want justice and we are all in this together. So many voices being raised against this particular crime, and we are seeing crime being reported from various other states as well. So it is the CBI that is expected to submit a status report on the crime as well as the mob vandalism which occurred at that hospital in Kolkata. Of course, also the court is going to resume its hearing. The court, do remember, formed a 14-member national task force to ensure the safety of medical professionals while hearing that case related to the RG Medical Hospital incident. The bench headed by the Chief Justice of India referred to the rape and the murder as horrific and horrendous, and also pointed out to the lack of safety when it comes to women at workplaces, and denying them is equality. So in order to get more on this, we have my colleague joining us in regard to more information coming in, and this is Sunil joining us. Sunil, the court is going to be resuming its hearing, and also from what we are hearing is that the CBI will also be submitting its report in a sealed cover to the Chief Justice of India.
That's right. I think there are two important points, as you rightly reflected. One, of course, is the CBI's status report and the manner in which the investigation is going, how it's going forward, and the other steps that have to be taken in that direction. But I think uppermost from the Chief Justice's of mind, and after he has taken suo motu cognizance of the entire incident and the developments that have taken place, forming a national task force, the issue before them is, are the doctors going to resume duty? I think people, that is the poor as well as others who have medical surgeries, operations, various other appointments that have been scheduled in government hospitals, that is now going to be further because of the various strikes that have taken place, further delayed. I think that is something that the Chief Justice of India would like to address. He was hoping that the doctors would resume after hearing this entire matter on Tuesday, but we haven't got that kind of affirmation across the country. And it's in that context what the Chief Justice of India and his bench will do to reassure the doctors once again, and then of course resume duty back, apart from of course the investigation into that horrific incident.
Right, so that case that's going to be resumed in the Supreme Court. All eyes are on that case that will resume its hearing at about 10:30 this morning. Sunil, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now, the Bombay High Court has taken a suo motu cognizance of the violent protests over the sexual assault of two kindergarten students in Badlapur area in Maharashtra's Thane district. It's a lawyer, Ujjwal Nigam, who is going to be, taking up that case. Who he has worked with high-profile murder and terrorism cases, including the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack, and has been appointed as a special public prosecutor in the case of the sexual assault on the two nursery students who were at school. They were taken to the restroom by a man who allegedly raped them in the toilet of the school. Now, this is in regard to the man who has now been arrested, but it has sparked off a massive protest that took place on Tuesday and Wednesday, with many people heading to the streets in Thane to protest against sexual assault of the two students. The accused has, as far as his house is concerned, has been vandalized in Badlapur, and the police did reach the spot. It is the opposition that has called for a Maharashtra Bandh, which is going to take place on the 24th of this month to protest against the alleged sexual assault on the two kindergarten girls at that school in Badlapur. So it is Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena and NCP headed by Sharad Pawar, who took the decision after a meeting. Meanwhile, Maharashtra's Chief Minister has claimed that the massive Rail Roko protest was politically motivated and aimed at maligning the state government. My colleague Anush has the details.
One of the first things that the court will take up in the morning, we saw that the activity around this particular case increased since the last couple of days, especially after the protests took place a couple of days ago in Badlapur. But as everyone should note, this incident happened, at least a week or two ago. It happened on the 12th and 13th of this month. But because of the delay in the activity by not just the school authorities side, but also especially by the police side, there was a lot of anguish and sadness and also frustration amongst the people, which forced them to get on the roads. Besides that, the political intervention and the political statements regarding this entire issue only started to come out when the people there stopped the railway for close to 8 hours. So we're seeing the High Court here taking the cognizance of the matter, and we'll be looking at the case with the division bench of Revti Dere and Justice Prithviraj Chauhan. Will hear the matter. They're expected to hear the matter at 10:30 a.m. today. Now, this is an important development and a pretty similar pattern to what happened in Kolkata as well. We saw that the court taking the cognizance of the matter. Of course, it was promised by the state government. Two major things were promised. Firstly, the fast tracking of the court when the people were demanding for instant justice, and secondly, an SIT committee was set up under the observation of senior police official in Mumbai, that is R.P. Singh. Now, yesterday we saw that several political leaders made their way to Badlapur, be it the Guardian Minister Shambhuraje Desai, or of course the primary school education Deepak Kesarkar, and assurances were given by all of them. Girish Mahajan, one of the senior ministers in the Mahayuti cabinet, was present there when the protests were going on for more than an hour, interacting with the people. But now, this step taken by High Court would definitely be welcomed by people.
Right, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now, actor Parvati has spoken in an exclusive interview to NDTV, talking about the reflection as far as the industry is concerned, needing action as far as that report is concerned. The release of the Justice Hema Committee report, which investigated the challenges faced by women in the Malayalam film industry, has caused quite a major stir. And it's actor Parvati who has also spoken up against the atrocities that are faced by the women in the industry. The report strongly highlights the severe discrimination and exploitation that female actors encounter within the industry, from the prevalence of the casting couch and the lack of basic amenities on the film sets to wage disparities. Listen in.
This sense of achievement is extremely bittersweet for us, mainly because the first deposition happened sometime in 2018 and the report was submitted sometime in 2019. And it took so many years for it to come out, the redacted version of it. And in these many years, we've had to really beg and grovel and fight, along with allies who are from the public and from media, who had to join this fight and say, wait, why are you keeping it from us? Why is it not coming out? And there was also a certain sensationalizing of it. Whereas Hema Commission report is a study of the malpractices in the film industry, which will help us. Why was it formed and why was the report generated? Is so that we can work towards forming better workplace culture, workplace practices that is government defined, so that nobody would go against the law. Now, that I think sometimes is lost on people when they think about Hema Commission. They're more focused on the sensationalizing aspects of it. So it is currently still a struggle for us to throw the focus back onto the picture and say, no, let's put our mind and hearts to what the matter is at hand. But at the same time, the fact that it has come out, why I say it's bittersweet is most of us who did go and depose in front of the committee, we had to speak up on so many things that even in other interviews we may have said, and things that are under confidentiality. These are not happy things to read. These are not happy things that have been corroborated. And now it being in an official document definitely brings more seriousness to it. And we feel quite vindicated, frankly. But I would say that this is just the beginning. And I would also like to underline, especially because I'm speaking on this platform, is that this is not an expose on Malayalam film industry alone. This is the first time this has been done in any film industry where a government appointed committee has done a study on it and a report has come out. What I believe is that when this happens in Malayalam industry, I am not okay with it going like, oh, Malayalam industry is so rotten inside. No, we are good inside, which is why we are fixing it. The places where you don't hear anything about, that's where we should be worried about.
Right, Parvati, the actor from the Malayalam film industry, highlighting the issues that are being faced by female actors. With that, we're slipping a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the CBI that will be submitting its report in the Kolkata horror case, and the Supreme Court that we're resuming is hearing in the rape and murder of the trainee doctor in Kolkata. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. In the Kolkata horror case, it is the Mamata Banerjee government that has finally taken some action, and now 3 officials have been transferred, including the newly appointed principal and also the vice principal. In the Thane molestation case, Bombay High Court will be hearing that case. The court has taken suo motu cognizance in the matter in the alleged 2 4-year-old girls who were sexually assaulted at a school in Thane district of Maharashtra. 70 people have died in Andhra Pradesh due to a factory blast that took place at a pharma site. Several people have been injured in that incident. As the Chief Minister has ordered a high-level probe into the matter, he will be visiting the site today. Tamil Nadu actor Vijay is unveiling his party flag and unfurling the flag of his political party TVK. Do remember, he had launched his political party back in February this year. He will be contesting the assembly elections, which will take place in Tamil Nadu in 2026. And it is Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi who are in Jammu and Kashmir. Do remember, they landed in Jammu yesterday. Today they are going to be in Srinagar. They're expected to be meeting with Umar and Farooq Abdullah. And talks are going to be taking place as far as seat trading and alliance dynamics are concerned. This is not an era of war, is what the Prime Minister said while addressing the Indian diaspora in Poland. He gone on to say that India's policy is to maintain close ties with all countries. India thinks about everyone and everyone's benefit. And Neeraj Chopra back in action after the Olympic silver. He will be participating in Lausanne Diamond League. He will be, Neeraj Chopra will be resuming action in order to reclaim that DL trophy at the season-ending finale, which is going to take place next month. Let's get your top focus, and that's day in and day out when we are talking about the safety of women, the crimes against our sisters and our daughters that are not ending. Hence, NDTV started Save Our Daughters campaign, where we demand women to raise their voice, and it is now or never. Join us to bring action and change on the ground. Join our campaign, Save Our Daughters. Now, some action finally has been taken by the Mamata Banerjee government, and there has been a transfer order of 3 top officials of the state-run RG Kar Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata. This includes the newly appointed principal as well as the vice principal. Now, the West Bengal Health Department removed its newly appointed principal, Suhrita Pal. The protesting doctors had been asserting that there needs to be action, that they would continue with their agitation unless their demands were fulfilled. It's probably due to that very pressure of the agitating doctors who are on a continuous strike. The state government finally has decided to accept some of the demands of the protesting doctors and shift the officials concerned. Meanwhile, Indian origin doctors have written in an open letter to the Chief Minister of the state of Kolkata asking Mamata Banerjee to ensure that safety of medical professionals after the systemic failure that led to the RG Kar incident. The doctors also asked the Chief Minister to provide swift justice to the family and ensure such an incident is not repeated. And right, so we have my colleague Tanishka joining us to get us more on this. Tanishka, thank you so much for getting us, this live update from Kolkata. It is the government that finally taking some sort of action. We know 3 officials have been transferred, including the principal and the vice principal. Take us through the details.
Right, Divya, the newly appointed principal of RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, Dr. Suhrita Pal, has been removed from her post. And this move comes after the students as well as the resident doctors of the medical college protested against her. And they led this protest rally right up till... They led this protest rally right up till the Swasthya Bhavan, which is the Health Minister's Center. in Kolkata, and the protesters' demand was that this principal should be removed because they have been claiming, which is something that they also echoed on in their protest rally yesterday, is that the principal has been missing in action, and they demand, that where is she? Why is she not here in this movement? Other than the principal being removed from her post, the two other officials who have been removed are the hospital superintendent Bulbul Mukhopadhyay and the head of department of the chest medicine department, Arunava Datta, has also been removed from their posts. And these are the demands that came from the protesting students. Now, what we must also note is that the former principal of the RG Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, who is under the fire of the CBI and has been interrogated for 6 straight days. He's being drilled by the CBI every day for 10 to 12 hours. Yesterday, he was in interrogation for 14 hours, and today also likely to be under interrogation. So the appointment of this former principal at the National Medical College has also been cancelled. This appointment came immediately after, as a reinstatement of his post after he resigned from the RG Medical College. But now that position has also been cancelled, and this move comes after a special investigation team was set up to investigate the allegations of financial irregularities against him. A case has also been registered at the Tola police station under the sections of the Indian Penal Code and the Prevention of Corruption Act. So these are some actions that we know that are being taken in by the government here and the administration in view of the protesters' demands. And what we also must note is that today Supreme Court will be hearing the case again after it took suo motu cognizance of the heinous crime that was committed right here at RG Medical College and Hospital. The CBI is expected to submit its status report with the progress of the investigation into the case to the Supreme Court today. So this hearing today and this status report is integral to the case as of now.
Right, of course, Tanushka, stay with us to get us more as far as the situation on the ground as far as Kolkata is concerned. And this is in regard to Saurav Ganguly. They're joining the protest. Do remember that he took to the street along with his wife as well as his daughter in a candlelight protest in Kolkata, demanding justice in the case. Now, his daughter also voiced her very strong sentiment, saying that we want justice, whatever it takes to get it. This has to stop. Every day we hear about some rape case. We feel bad. This is happening even in 2024. Tanushka, of course, Saurav Ganguly there, obviously now taking a stance, saying that we want justice, saying that we are all in this together. Tanushka, earlier it was being alleged that Saurav Ganguly had made a statement regarding this incident, to which he had said that, it was taken out of context. But now, he is pledging his support, taking to the streets, joining that candlelight protest along with his family, saying that we're all in this together.
Right, Divya, that's what is the case. Saurav Ganguly earlier had contradictory statements which he said that was taken out of context and were misunderstood. However, yesterday he came out with his wife and his daughter, Donna Ganguly and Sana Ganguly, to show his solidarity, their solidarity for the cause, for women's safety, and they've shown come in unity to protest against this heinous crime. What we also know is that Sana Ganguly has also been quite vocal even earlier with respect to political issues, and she has expressed her views with respect to this heinous crime that was committed against this trainee doctor at RG Medical College and Hospital. What she said also resonates with what the Supreme Court had said, that it's high time that action is taken, because we cannot wait for another rape case for real change to happen.
Right, Tanishka, of course, that is also what was said in Supreme Court, that we can't wait for another rape case for things to change on the ground, and that is exactly what's going to be happening today as well. The Supreme Court is resuming its hearing in the matter, and that is going to start at about 10:30 this morning, and it is also the time when the Central Bureau of Investigation will also be submitting its status report, and so it is going to be submitting that report to the Chief Justice of India in a sealed cover, and my colleague Sunil has the details.
Uppermost from the Chief Justice's of mind, and after he has taken suo motu cognizance of the entire incident and the developments that have taken place, forming a national task force, the issue before them is, are the doctors going to resume duty? I think people, that is the poor as well as others who have medical surgeries, operations, various other appointments that have been scheduled in government hospitals, that is now going to be further, because of the various strikes that have taken place, further delayed. I think that is something that the Chief Justice of India would like to address. He was hoping that, the doctors would resume after her hearing this entire matter on Tuesday, but we haven't got that kind of affirmation across the country. And it's in that context what the Chief Justice of India and his bench will do to reassure the doctors once again, and then, of course, resume duty back, apart from, of course, the investigation into that horrific incident.
All eyes on that case that's coming up in the Supreme Court to resume its hearing in the matter. Switching tracks now, the Bombay High Court will also be taking a suo motu cognizance of the violent protests over the sexual assault of the 2 kindergarten students in Badlapur area of Maharashtra's Thane district. Its lawyer Ujjwal Nikam, a Padma Shri awardee who has worked on high-profile murder and terrorism cases, including the 26/11 murder. This is the Mumbai terror attacks that have. He has been appointed as the special public prosecutor in the case of the alleged sexual assault on 2 nursery students who had gone to the toilet in the school when the person accompanying them is a man who had been recently recruited into the school just on the 1st of this month, then accompanied them to the toilet and apparently sexually assaulted them. The 23-year-old male school attendant has been arrested, but a massive protest that was sparked due to that, especially due to the lapses and the delay in filing the FIR that agitated people who came out in large numbers. To remember, they were that rail roko that had started on Tuesday and followed by Wednesday, when many people hit the streets in Thane to protest against the sexual assault. The house of the accused was also vandalized in Badlapur, and it is the Maha Vikas Aghadi which has called for a Maharashtra Bandh in order to protect the women in the state, and also to protest against the alleged sexual assault on the 2 kindergarten girls at the school in Badlapur. It is Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena and the NCP headed by Sharad Pawar who have taken that decision after a meeting, while Eknath Shinde has claimed that that massive rail roko protest that took place in Badlapur was only politically motivated. We have my colleague Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, of course, Eknath Shinde there claiming that this was nothing but a politically motivated protest that took place on the streets of Thane. But it is the Maha Vikas Aghadi there saying that they are now urging for a Maharashtra Bandh, and that is going to be taking place on the 24th.
That's right. This entire incident has taken a political turn with the opposition MVA calling for a statewide bandh on August 24, and besides that, we also saw the Congress party protesting. Of course, they say that the law and order situation in the state has declined, and that the government is not doing enough to protect the women and children of the state. Of course, now the Bombay High Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the alleged sexual assault of 2 minor girls in Badlapur, and the violent protest that followed. Of course, 2 lawyers on Tuesday evening urged the Bombay High Court to take suo motu cognizance. We know for a fact that soon after that, the state government did swing into action. They did take action against the errant police officials and also against the school administration, and a bunch of guidelines to ensure the safety and security of children in educational institutions has also been brought in, and a special public prosecutor also appointed.
Right. Radhika, we'll just come back to you for more on that. Let's just cut across now to actor Vijay, who's unfurling and unveiling the flag for his party. Do remember, a party that he had launched back in February early this year. he will be contesting in the assembly elections, which will be taking place in Tamil Nadu in 2026. So one of the highest paid actors, a very popular Tamil actor, Vijay, there unveiling and unfurling the flag of his political party, the TVK. This is going to be a prelude to his formal launch at a massive rally that's being planned in the last week of September. So the actor who launched his party, the TVK, in February this year as a party against corruption, which is set to contest the elections, the assembly elections, which will be coming up in 2026 in Tamil Nadu. So those are live visuals on your screen of the actor there reaching the venue. This is where he will be unveiling and unfurling the flag of his party, the TVK, and also the party song is expected to be launched there. So a lot of, the actor who's gone on to say that he has gone ahead and formed this party, which was formed back in February of this year. But since then, nothing has been said or done. But now finally, he is going to be unveiling the flag of his party, the TVK. To get more on this, we have Sam joining us from right at that venue. Sam, take us to the details of this party, which was formed in order to fight corruption, in order to fight divisiveness, is what was said by the actor. And now, minutes from now, is when he will be unveiling the flag.
That's right, Divya. We come to you from the TVK party's headquarters along the East Coast Road in Chennai. As we speak now, Actor Vijay has arrived. We understand he would first introduce the party's flag and the anthem before he would hoist the flag. And the formal announcement for his political launch came before the recent Lok Sabha elections, when Vijay's team said he would make his political plunge ahead of the 2026 assembly polls in Tamil Nadu. And he says the party will fight the issues of corruption, divisive politics, and also giving clean governance, as they call it. And Vijay has been nurturing political ambitions for a long time, and he and his team members have been reaching out to voters in many different ways. Over the last 2 years, Vijay's team, Vijay has been honouring first-time voters, the toppers in Class 12 exams, chosen constituency-wise, honouring the toppers, their parents, and also giving them cash awards. Besides this, his team also has been building houses for the poor, establishing libraries for communities across Tamil Nadu, and also helping them who require legal help through their legal wing. And actors entering politics in Tamil Nadu and becoming successful chief ministers is not something new for Tamil Nadu, Divya. In fact, Annadurai and Karnataka script writers and theatre personalities have become very successful chief ministers in the state. Later, stars like M.G. Ramachandran and Jayalalitha also have become chief ministers and have been for several terms like that. But over the last 2 decades, Tamil Nadu has not been giving a thumbs up for stars entering politics. Be it Sivaji Ganesan, be it Vijay, be it superstar Rajinikanth, who ultimately opted out, or be it Kamal Hassan, who's yet to make a significant splash in the political arena. But fans of actor Vijay say, in his case, he's making his political plunge at the peak of his career, not like his predecessors who chose to come at the retirement age. And they say, in that sense, people would give him a strong mandate. He's very promising, and they hope that in the assembly elections he would win very soon. And they're very confident that they'll be able to capture power. Irrespective of that, if he enters politics, it's going to be a fascinating 5-cornered contest in Tamil Nadu. Besides the 2 Dravidian arch rivals, the ruling DMK and the AIADMK, the BJP is also fighting alone. And then you have 2 other parties, including the Nam Tamilar Katchi by Director Seeman, who have been fighting elections for quite some time individually. So in that sense, it will be a fascinating contest. Already expecting this, the ruling DMK has fielded actor turned politician Udayanidhi Stalin, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's son, to take on the popularity of Vijay. Whether Vijay will be able to really work magic when to capture the Chief Minister's chair, or would he really take some time? That's something we'll have to wait and watch. But his fans are extremely confident. And right now, any moment now, he will address introducing the flag, introducing the anthem, and then he would also hoist the party's flag. So this is significant in the sense this gives a concrete shape to his announcement that he would enter politics, electoral politics, and in that sense this becomes very important. As we speak now, the party's General Secretary, Pusti Order, is now introducing. Also present here, Vijay's father, well-known director Chandrasekhar, and his mother, who's also an actor. And any moment now, we will have Vijay introducing the flag and hoisting the flag. All the district secretaries here are gathered here, and outside his party office there are hundreds of party cadre who are gathered outside. And Vijay, when he made this announcement in February, he said it's time, there needs to be good governance in the state. Decades of what he called Dravidian politics in the state has not really taken the state to the level of development the state ought to have reached. And focusing on corruption, focusing on divisive politics, he at that time promised to give a clear and a good governance in the state. Vijay is seated on the first row here. Behind him, a little away, are his parents, and any moment now he would go to the stage and introduce the party's flag. They're going to take a pledge now. Vijay will administer that pledge to his district secretaries, and they're asked to stand as Vijay would administer the party's pledge to his key core leadership who have gathered here now. The pledge for our country's freedom, for the people, for the rights of our people, from the Tamil soil. He's paying tributes to the countless number of people who lost lives, gave their life as sacrifice for the country. To protect our mother Tamil, he pays tributes for those who had laid their lives for the Tamil language.
இந்திய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தின் மீதும் இறையாண்மை மீதும் நம்பிக்கை வைத்து
We have full faith in the Constitution of India and India's integrity,
சகோதரத்துவம்,
brotherhood,
மத நல்லிணக்கம்,
communal harmony, equality,
ஆகியவற்றை பேணி காக்கின்ற
protect
பொறுப்புள்ள தனி மனிதராக செயல்படுவேன்
and function as responsible individuals.
மக்களாட்சி,
People's rule, secularism, social justice. We will walk in this direction, in this path. Forever, we would be discharging a responsibility as people who serve the people.
ஆகியவற்றில் பெயரில் உள்ள வேற்றுமைகளை களைந்து
will remove the differences in the name of caste, creed.
ஏற்படுத்தி
We will raise awareness among the people.
அனைவருக்கும் சம வாய்ப்பு,
work to give equal opportunity, equal rights to everyone. We will struggle to achieve this.
பிறப்புக்கும் எல்லா உயிர்க்கும்
all lives
என்ற சமத்துவ கொள்கையை
are equal. We will follow that principle.
உளமாற உறுதி கூறுகின்றேன்.
We take pledge wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
So Vijay can now be expected to introduce the party's flag and then step outside to hoist the party's flag. We are ready to have a look at the party's flag. It will be interesting to see the color, whether he has drawn inspiration from the Dravidian parties in the state.
சம உரிமை கிடைக்க பாடுபடுவேன், பிறப்புக்கும் எல்லா உயிர்க்கும் என்ற சமத்துவ கொள்கையை கடைபிடிப்பேன் என்று உளமாற உறுதிமொழி ஏற்றிய அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி. அடுத்து உலகெங்கும் வாழும் தமிழ் நெஞ்சங்கள் பெரும் ஆவலுடன் எதிர்பார்த்து காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் தமிழ் வெற்றி கழகத்தின் வெற்றி கொடியை நமது தலைவர் அவர்கள் அறிமுகப்படுத்த உள்ளார். நமது பழனி நிலைய செயலகத்தில் அமைந்துள்ள கொடிக்கம்பத்தில் தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தின் வெற்றி கொடியை தலைவர் அவர்கள் ஏற்றி வைக்க உள்ளார். இப்போது தமிழ் வெற்றி கொடியை அறிமுகம் செய்ய வருமாறு வெற்றி தலைவரை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Moment Vijay's fans have been waiting for to get a sense of what's going to be the direction of his political party, the focus of his political party. They expect some kind of a clear message, clear understanding through the speech as he unveils the party's flag and will hoist it at the party's thing. Here it is, the flag is kind of maroon in color with a yellow line in between, with pictures of elephant on either side, and there is also a logo in between what appears to be a flower but many strands of lights. We'll have to wait for him to say what would be the meaning of this logo, but the broader description would be it's a two-colored flag, maroon with yellow in the middle, two elephants, two tuskers on either side of a peacock, what appears to be a peacock, fully opening its feathers. Yes, it's a peacock. And now we can expect Vijay to step out to hoist the flag, and then perhaps he's going to come back and make that speech explaining the flag and the anthem. Remember, he's also expected to launch the anthem, so we can expect the anthem to be played. And Vijay, as we speak, is walking to that podium to hoist the party's flag, the newly launched flag. A double-coloured flag with maroon on the top and the bottom, with the yellow colour in between, with two elephants on either side, with a peacock, the national bird, in between them. The party's name is Tamilaga Vetri Kalagam, TVK, and Vijay unveiling that plaque and is all set to hoist that party's flag. He just administered a pledge to his core leadership at the party headquarters. As we speak, he is hoisting the party's newly launched flag. As his party cadre cheer on the other side. This party's headquarters is on the East Coast Road, closer to Mamallapuram, on the way to Mamallapuram. And Vijay hoisting his party's flag of TVK. A significant development in Tamil Nadu's political landscape. And if Vijay contests in the 2026 assembly elections in the state could witness a five-cornered contest. Besides the two Dravidian arch rivals, the ruling DMK, the AIADMK, the BJP is also likely to contest alone. Now TVK, we also have Director Seeman's Nam Tamil Katchi already fighting alone over the last several elections. So it could be a five-cornered contest, whether Vijay will fight alone or will he join or rope in any other parties as an ally, as allies. That's something we'll have to wait and see. But there could be some indications in the speech he's expected to make in a few moments from now. A clear view of the flag now. Two-colored flag, maroon on the top and the bottom, with a yellow band in between. Two elephants on either side, and a picture of the peacock surrounded by stars in the middle. Flower petals.
வாகைப்பூ. தங்கம் லிட்டரேச்சர்ல வாகைப்பூ வந்து வெற்றியை குறிக்கும் சார்.
Okay, any moment Vijay will make that speech now. The one in the middle looks like also a flower known to be a popular flower from the ancient Tamil history used during the wars. I think
கொடி
the clarity
பறக்கிறது
once
வெற்றி கொடி பறக்கிறது
Vijay
தமிழக
speaks
வெற்றி
now,
கழகத்தின்
introduces his
கொடி
party's
பறக்கிறது
flag.
இந்த கொடிதான் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களின் வெற்றி கொடியாக மாறும் இங்கு கூடியவர்கள் மட்டுமல்ல இணையத்தின் வழியாக நமது கொடி பரப்பதை கண்டு மகிழ்ந்த கோடிக்கணக்கான நெஞ்சங்கள் மகிழ்ச்சியில் திளைத்து வருகிறது தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தின் வெற்றி கொடியை அறிமுகப்படுத்தி கொடியேற்றி சிறப்பித்து பெருமை சேர்த்த கழக தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கு நன்றிகள். அடுத்து தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தின் வெற்றி கொடி பாடல் திரையிடப்படுகிறது.
Now they are announcing or launching the anthem of TVK, Tamilaka Vetri Kalakam, after which there's a video being played. As we speak now, Vijay's party is launching the anthem of their party, the Tamilaka Vetri Kalakam, after launching the flag, and Vijay hoisted the flag just now. And this is the
visuals on our screen of the party anthem being launched at that event, where we do know actor Vijay has finally unveiled his party flag. There were visuals of a flag that was doing the rounds on social media, of a yellow color flag with his picture on it, but that of course was not the flag. Now, as Sam was describing, a flag with two maroon bands and a yellow center with two elephants and a peacock in the very center. So it is the actor who's going to be wrapping up his last film, which is called Tallapatti 69, which will be completed by February of 2025, and then fully shift his focus to politics. It is the actor whose plunge as no actor has created before, as far as the MGR magic is concerned, in about 4 decades, in a state where over 75% of the vote share is controlled by DMK and AIA-DMK. So there, actor Vijay there, who had launched his party back in February, now unveiling his party's flag and the anthem of his party. A rally has also been planned for the last week of September. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Do stay with us.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends. Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. After the release of the Justice Hema Committee report, which investigated the challenges faced by women in the Malayalam film industry, that has caused quite a major stir, we have actor Parvati also reacting, saying that the party strongly, this is in regard to the report that strongly highlights the severe discrimination and exploitation that female actors encounter within the industry. Let's listen in to the actor.
This sense of achievement is extremely bittersweet for us, mainly because The first deposition happened sometime in 2018, and the report was submitted sometime in 2019. And it took so many years for it to come out, the redacted version of it. And in these many years, we've had to really beg and grovel and fight along with allies who are from the public and from media who had to join this fight and say, wait, why are you keeping it from us? Why is it not coming out? And there was also a certain sensationalizing of it. Whereas HEMA Commission report is a study of the malpractices in the film industry, which will help us. Why was it formed and why was the report generated? Is so that we can work towards forming better workplace culture, workplace practices that is government defined, so that nobody would go against the law. Now, that I think sometimes is lost on people when they think about HEMA Commission. They're more focused on the sensationalizing aspects of it. So it is currently still a struggle for us to throw the focus back onto the picture and say, no, let's put our mind and hearts to what the matter is at hand. But at the same time, the fact that it's come out, why I say it's bittersweet is most of us who did go and depose in front of the committee, we had to speak up on so many things that even in other interviews we may have said, and things that are under confidentiality. These are not happy things to read. These are not happy things that have been corroborated. And now it being in an official document definitely brings more seriousness to it. And we feel quite vindicated, frankly. But I would say that this is just the beginning. And I would also like to underline, especially because I'm speaking on this platform, is that this is not an expose on Malayalam film industry alone. This is the first time this has been done in any film industry where a government appointed committee has done a study on it and a report has come out. What I believe is that when this happens in Malayalam industry, I am not okay with it going like, oh, Malayalam industry is so rotten inside. No, we are good inside, which is why we are fixing it. The places where you don't hear anything about, that's where we should be worried about.
Right. It is. So it was actor Parvati saying that action needs to be taken following that report. And also switching tracks now to Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, who landed in Jammu yesterday to a rousing welcome by party supporters. In fact, their car was also stopped, and which did cause quite a bit of a stir. But today they're expected to be meeting with Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah. Many meetings have been lined up. The two leaders are in Jammu and Kashmir for key meetings in connection with the three-phase assembly elections, which will start on the 18th of next month. Do remember, to the 1st of October, and the results will be declared on the 4th of October. So, many meetings have been planned up, extensive discussion with party leaders and workers, and also in, the seat sharing formula, as well as the dynamics when it comes to the alliance. All that is up for discussion. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Nazir joining us. Nazir, a meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah is planned for today.
Well, that is expected, but there's a rider. That all depends on on the progress of the alliance talks between National Congress and the Congress. Already 3 rounds of talks have been completed, but it has not made a substantial headway in terms of seat sharing formula between the two parties, and it appears it may have hit a roadblock. Yesterday, in the same hotel, there was a meeting, and now, if you can see behind me, Rahul Gandhi, in less than half an hour from now, will be holding meeting with the Congress workers and the leaders here in Srinagar. Before he is expected to meet Farooq Abdullah or Umar Abdullah, as I said, all depends on the progress. Because yesterday, when the meeting ended, with not at a good note, the Congress leaders said we'll come back because National Conference did not agree with several seats Congress was demanding in Kashmir Valley. So there are friction points, there are seats where both parties want to, contest. There was also a proposal if there could be a friendly contest on some of the seats, but it appears that has not clicked that idea. But right now, 3, rounds have been completed. Congress and these National Conference leaders are meeting again today and see what best can be done. And that will actually determine if Rahul Gandhi and Abdullahs will meet today in Srinagar. What our sources tell, both parties are saying, look, we have strong points in, constituency in particular seat, which other parties demanding. So this is the real challenge for the Congress and National Conference. If it works, this alliance has to work. Someone has to blink. So who will blink first? That depends. But right now you can see these Congress workers here, they are waiting for their turn to go inside the meeting hall here in Srinagar. So where Rahul Gandhi at around 10, he is holding meeting to get feedback from the party leaders and the party workers. Later on, he will be visiting Jammu also. Jammu visit was actually planned yesterday, but that had to be rescheduled. And Rahul Gandhi reached here yesterday evening. Then he went to Srinagar's, famous restaurant for dinner, and then he also had gone for this ice cream shop at Lal Chowk as well. So there was a night out of Rahul Gandhi in Srinagar yesterday, last evening. But today is a crucial meeting, one with the party leaders, and that depends on the alliance talks. And then we can see the meeting between Abdullahs and Gandhi.
Right, visuals, of course, of that dinner and that ice cream that he was relishing. Thank you so much, Nazir. All eyes on that crucial meeting that's coming up. And this also comes on the heels of the PDP also calling him an impactful voice when it comes to Rahul Gandhi, who could raise issues of Kashmir and work towards broader coalition in Jammu and Kashmir, is what is being said by PDP. Moving on now, at least 17 people have died and 41 others have been injured in an explosion in Andhra Pradesh's Anakapalle. The explosion that took place in a special economic zone at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The injured have been taken to the hospital. The incident happened not because of a reactor blast, is what the district collector has gone on to say. It was perhaps an electricity-related fire in which about 17 people have died and over 40 have been injured out of a staff of 380 people working at that plant in 2 shifts. Now, it is in regard to that explosion, my colleague Uma has all the details.
Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister, is expected to be visiting the blast site today, and he has in fact said that whoever the injured are, there are about 41 people who were reported injured yesterday, other than the 17 people who had died in the accident. And he said if any of them requires, air ambulances would be arranged for them to be transported either to Visakhapatnam or to Hyderabad for more sophisticated treatment. The second thing that he has said is that there will be an inquiry to find out and fix responsibility about what happened, because this is, of course, the Special Economic Zone, and it's a Pharma SEZ that we're talking about in Anakapalle district of Andhra Pradesh, and therefore there is a big concern. This is a unit that started about 5 years ago, and it manufactures API, active pharma ingredients, pharmaceutical ingredients, as well as intermediary products. And how the accident actually happened, whether it is because of electricity-related reasons or a nuclear, one of the reactors there, not the nuclear, reactors there, whether it burst. And one of the reports that we're getting is that when it burst, the impact of it actually, the floor gave way, and therefore people who were in the floor below, they in fact also got buried in the debris, and that's where the rescue operations were going on for a long time, even after the fire had been put off in the unit itself. So these are all questions about the safety. The Department of Factories is also involved. In fact, the NDRF as well as the SDRF were involved in the rescue process. And today, they're hoping that the entire area can be cleared and the investigation can proceed.
Right, Uma, stay with us for our next story as well, and this is in regard to the farmhouse. BRS working president KTR has refuted allegations that he owns a farmhouse on the land within the full tank level area located at the outskirts of Hyderabad. During a press conference at the Telangana Bhavan in Hyderabad on Wednesday, he urged officials to demolish all illegal constructions in the area under the jurisdiction of the Hyderabad Disaster Response and Asset Protection Agency. He also stressed that no exceptions should be made, including the property owned by government officials, political leaders or ministers. A farmhouse has become the latest flashpoint between the Telangana government and the former state minister KTR. This is a farmhouse allegedly constructed illegal in a preserved area that could be bulldozed, as the Telangana High Court has rejected the plea of the realtor Pratap Reddy to stay its demolition by the Hyderabad disaster response. Uma has the details.
Farmhouse in Janwada area has come under attention because Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, who was Telangana Congress MP from Malkajgiri, he had at that time itself alleged that that particular farmhouse belongs to BRS working president Mr. K.T. Ramarao, who has denied that it belongs to him. He has in fact said that it belongs to a friend of his, Pradeep Reddy, and that he had taken it on lease for 8 months. And after the High Court yesterday dismissed the plea of Pradeep Reddy for not entertaining the actions of the Hydra, which is a body that's been recently created in order to stop encroachments on lakes, on any kind of water bodies. In fact, in April of 2022 itself, Revanth Reddy had written to the NGT and other authorities alleging violation on the part of K.T. Ramarao, who has said that if there is violation in this farmhouse, he himself would accompany the team which is going to demolish it. But he says at the same time action should be taken against the properties belonging to several other leaders, including Congress ministers that he named. He said Punguleti, Srinivas, all and other leaders that he named, and he said those properties also need to be demolished, just like this property is being demolished because of violation of full tank level, FTL as it is called, and also the buffer zone in that particular area. So this is also blowing up into a full political war between the authorities, the government and the opposition party, the BRS.
Right, Uma, stay with us for our next story as well, and this is in regard to the phone tapping case in which the top official has filed its affidavit before the High Court, and it is the Telangana's Chief Secretary speaking on the phone tapping case and was saying that no permission was sought as far as phone tapping is concerned, is what the Chief Secretary has gone on to say. In that Special Intelligence Bureau ex-chief was the main accused as far as the case is concerned. The Special Intelligence Bureau had not taken permission to tap the phones of selected people, is what the Home Department official has said in an affidavit that's been filed in the case. The Chief Secretary Ravi Gupta has said that the then Special Intelligence Bureau Chief Prabhakar Rao had not taken permission from him. My colleague Uma has the details.
Telangana phone tapping case, for which a suo motu case was filed in the High Court. Affidavits were filed by the Home Secretary, who is a Special Chief Secretary rank officer, Mr. Ravi Gupta, and in that he has said that the former SIB chief, Mr. Prabhakar Rao, had in fact violated, misled and not told the truth about tapping of phones. What he has mentioned is that while he, as the Home Secretary then, was the competent authority to authorize any such phones, there was a government order, a GO that was passed at that time giving him the authority to be able to tap phones, but the requirement was also that he should come back and report to the competent authority within 7 days and take the permissions that are requisite in this particular case, but he had failed to do so. He also asked the court to close the suo motu case, explaining to them that because a full-fledged investigation is on and already one charge sheet has been filed in this particular case and a supplementary charge sheet is likely to be filed as well, and the investigation was going on in full earnest, and therefore the court need not take this case further up. There is also an affidavit that is filed by the Ministry of Home Affairs, and Under Secretary there has mentioned that while the centre was not informed about the phone tapping, the illegal kind of interception of not just phone lines but also internet of very important authorities, personalities and even constitutional authorities. What she has mentioned is that both the state as well as the centre are competent authorities, and therefore there is no reason for them to take the permission of the centre, but she does mention that there is a committee that is formed along with the Chief Secretary, and that committee needed to be informed, and that if permission was not extended, it would lapse within 60 days, 180 days and so on, and it cannot go on beyond that period of time as well. So right now the authorities have sought permission even to go to the US, get Mr. Prabhakar Rao, the other accused in the case as well, and the Home Secretary explaining that he had understood the criminality of what was happening only when the charge sheet was filed in this particular case.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us those details. And now switching tracks, the first meeting of the Joint Committee of Parliament examining the Waqf Bill will be held today, during which the Ministry of Minority Affairs will brief the 31-member panel about the proposed legislation. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, take us through the details that you have for us of this very crucial panel meeting that's coming up.
Well, this is the first meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Bill today inside the Parliament, which will start at around 11 a.m. Jagdambika Pal, BJP member, is the chairperson of a 31-member panel that will seek recommendations from different bodies and also the MPs from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha who are in this joint parliamentary committee, and that will give recommendation to the Ministry of Minority Affairs, which will be taking the recommendations further as to amend the Waqf Board Amendment Bill 2024. Remember, on August 8, the bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha by the Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, which was a contentious bill. Of course, the opposition parties had clearly was not very happy, and they sought joint parliamentary committee to be constituted, and there should be further consultations that needs to be done, and therefore the reason and the sources also stated that the allies of the Bharatiya Janata Party also was not very much happy, and therefore privately they conveyed to the government, and therefore the reason perhaps the government decided to send it to the JPC. Now, as far as the proposals are concerned and the amendments are concerned in the Waqf Board Bill, there had been contentious proposals which were opposed. For example, the Waqf Board Council should have non-Muslim members as well. The Waqf Board, alongside with the State Waqf Board, should have the centralized council which can deal with the property-related issues. Anyone who can challenge the properties of Waqf Board, can also reach out to the appellate authorities like Supreme Court, like the High Court as well. Earlier, remember, it was just the Waqf Board who can decide the challenging of the properties, whether it is of the Waqf Board or not. Apart from it, district collector should be given the authority to look after those petitions in the appellate tribunal of the Waqf Board, which comes in as challenges. So, a lot of contentious proposals that had been stated by the opposition parties during this bill during the bill that was introduced, but the government stated that they are not interfering directly into mosque and the functioning of the mosque. This will only reform the entire proposal of the Waqf Board. So, all important meeting at 11 a.m. The JPC will sit down, and we'll get to know that what sort of recommendations come as far as the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Board Bill is concerned.
Right, of course, thank you so much, Aishwarya. All eyes on that, parliamentary panel meeting that's coming up. We will keep following that story and coming back to you for more on that. Now, it is, in fact, the Prime Minister who is in Poland. He's gone on to say this is not an era for war, something that he said just before he will be embarking on that journey via train to Ukraine. This is going to be the first visit of the Prime Minister in Ukraine. He's, of course, also spoken about many firsts when it comes to him. He's also spoken about the fact that the situation in India has changed. Earlier, India maintained the policy of keeping a distance from all countries. Now, India wants to maintain close ties with all countries. Today, India is with everyone and thinks about everyone's benefit.
भारत हमेशा फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के रूप में सामने आता है, और इसलिए भारत इस रीजन में भी स्थायी शांति का एक बड़ा पैरोकार है। भारत का मत एकदम साफ है, ये युद्ध का युग नहीं है।
I'm at the Maidan Square in the heart of Kiev in Ukraine. Behind me are flags, the Ukrainian flag, each one symbolizing the loss of a soldier who's been killed in this war, which is now stretched for well more than 900 days. The visit of Prime Minister Modi over here is highly anticipated. I've been speaking to Ukrainian leaders who do know that India has a close association with Russia. Could that be a possible avenue to getting to Vladimir Putin, to get into a discussion which is on favorable terms? Whether India can actually go this far or not, we don't know. Whether there is a real out-of-the-box solution, which the Prime Minister has or not, we do not know. But the visit of the Prime Minister is significant nonetheless at a time when he was in Moscow just a couple of weeks back. No other leader in the world of his stature, of his seniority, has been over here in Ukraine or will be here in Ukraine and has been in Moscow. And that really does symbolize the independence of Indian foreign policy, that you are equally comfortable in Kiev or in Moscow, two countries which are waging a war. The big question is, can there be a peace? Because people are tired, the loss of lives, tens of thousands of lives has been absolutely immense, which is why this war genuinely needs to come to an end as soon as possible. So do keep joining us on NDTV as we track the visit of the Prime Minister, his visit coming up in Ukraine. But before that very important visit, he is in Warsaw at the moment. India and Poland looking to step up the bilateral relationship, step up economic ties, and also reflect on a common historic past. In Kiev, Vishnu Shom for NDTV. I'm at the Maidan Square in the heart of Kiev in Ukraine behind.
Right, Vishnu, thank you for getting us all those details. A very crucial visit of the Prime Minister there in Poland after 45 years, the first Indian Prime Minister to be there. And of course, he will be embarking on that journey via train, which is going to be 10 hours long before he reaches Ukraine, and that's expected tomorrow. So with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends. Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bafa. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you over the next 1 hour. A key Supreme Court hearing will resume regarding the horrific Kolkata rape and murder case. All the finer details are lined up for you, but let's begin with the headlines we're tracking at the moment. Well, shortly the Supreme Court will resume the hearing on the Kolkata horrific rape and murder case. The CBI, meanwhile, has submitted their status report in the top court. Mamata Banerjee's government acts after the protests after this Kolkata horrific incident. A new medical college principal and 2 other officials have been transferred. Meanwhile, in Thane's molestation horror, the Bombay High Court is expected to hear the case. The court has taken suo motu cognizance in the matter after 4-year-old girls were sexually assaulted inside their school in Thane. And Thalapathy Vijay's big political move. The actor unveils his party's flag and launches his party's song. In Jammu and Kashmir, meanwhile, a key Congress National Conference meet ahead of the election. The meet, we're told, is over seat sharing and alliance dynamics. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi are in Srinagar for these talks. This is not an era of war. This is what our Prime Minister has reiterated while addressing the Indian community in Poland before his much-anticipated visit to Ukraine, where he has pledged to campaign for a peaceful resolution of Russia's invasion. Well, our big focus, the Supreme Court will resume hearing pleas in connection with the rape and murder of a trainee doctor at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata at 10:30 a.m. today, in about half an hour from now. The Central Bureau of Investigation, meanwhile, has submitted its status report on the case. The CBI was expected to submit the probe into the rape and murder of this 31-year-old trainee at Kolkata's state-run RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. The court, as you are well aware, formed a 10-member national task force to ensure the safety of medical professionals while hearing a case related to this hospital. But the bench, headed by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, referred to the rape and murder of a trainee doctor on the 9th of August as horrendous and horrific. They also pointed out that the lack of safety for women at the workplace was akin to denying them equality. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Sunil, now the CBI has filed their status report, while the Bengal government is expected to file their status report before the Supreme Court, and that hearing to begin in about 25 minutes?
That's right. I think it's listed top of the board, but there's some other items, so I don't know when, when exactly it will be taken, but it's being live streamed, so many people can be able to watch and see exactly what the Chief Justice of India and his bench will decide on this matter. There are 3 important issues. One, of course, he's already addressed, that is the National Safety Protocol to ensure that these rapes don't become, and we wait for another rape to take place, as he said the other day. So that's being addressed. There's a committee, National Task Force, been set up, and it's been given a month's time to report. The second most important is what you were talking about, a CBI status report, which will be probably given in a sealed cover for the Chief Justice and his bench to peruse. And of course, what the state government has to say and the action they have taken in this regard. The CISF, as you're well aware, has taken over the security of the RG car premise. The third most important issue, which the Chief Justice at the beginning itself, and which even Justice his co-bench judge had pointed out, is to ensure that doctors get back to work, to resume duty, because these are government hospitals, these are medical doctors who have to ensure that those who are waiting for surgery, as well as medical operations and various other procedures, don't get delayed. It can be delayed, as Justice Pardiwala said, by nearly a year or two. And it's in that context that we are hoping that the Supreme Court will be able to address this concern after taking suo motu cognizance of this entire issue.
As always, Sunil, for joining us with the latest. We will, of course, revert to you closer to 10:30 a.m. when the Supreme Court starts hearing the matter. Meanwhile, the West Bengal Health Department has announced the transfer of 3 top officials of the state-run RG Kar Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata, including its new principal and vice principal. According to an order issued last evening, Professor Bulbul Mukhopadhyay, the medical superintendent and vice principal of the RG Kar Hospital, was replaced by Saptarshi Chatterjee with immediate effect. The state government removed Surita Paul, the newly appointed principal of the RGK MCH, within 10 days of her appointment. The decision, we are told, was actually taken after protesting students demanded the removal of those on administrative duty when the hospital was vandalized on Independence Day on the 15th of August. Meanwhile, Manas Kumar Bandyopadhyay was named as the new principal of the state-run medical college and hospital. This, as the CBI has been grilling Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal, for the 6th straight day. The agency also summoned other top authorities of the hospital, including the superintendent and vice principal Bulbul Mukhopadhyay and her predecessor Sanjay Vashisht for questioning. I must also inform our viewers that the Ministry of Information Technology has formally asked social media platforms to remove any references, including the name, photos and videos related to the trainee doctor who was allegedly raped and murdered at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. My colleague Tanushka has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Tanushka, give us a sense of what's happening on the ground at the moment. We know that the CBI has filed their status report in the top court, but the Bengal government is expected to file their report anytime now.
The Bengal government is also expected to file in their report in the investigation to mark the progress in the investigation of the case of the mob vandalism that had happened right here at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital on the eve of Independence Day on 14th of August, which is also when women took to the streets of Kolkata as they reclaimed the night as a mark of protest against this heinous crime that was committed right here. So the Bengal government is also expected to file in their status report with respect to the mob vandalism case. We know that the CBI is also producing its files and reports to the Supreme Court in a sealed file with respect to the investigation, the entire investigation in this murder and rape case. And in view of all of this, protests, student protests, citizen protests, resident doctors protests are continuing. And yesterday, as the protesters from RG Kar Medical College and Hospital led to the Swasthya Bhavan, which is the health minister's office in Kolkata, they met with the Secretary of Health with respect to their demands, and their major demand was the removal of this new principal who was brought into place after the former principal of this college, Sandeep Ghosh, who's also being grilled for like 6 days straight by the CBI, gave in his resignation. So Dr. Surita Paul, she has been removed after the protesters demanded for her removal, and that's because these protesters were claiming that she has been missing in action, that this principal is missing and is nowhere to be seen, and she is not standing with the cause of the college. So the government has taken into consideration by removing the principal and bringing about a new principal position in place. Two other doctors, senior doctors have also been removed, which one of them is Bulbul Mukhopadhyay. She was the medical superintendent of the college, and the other one being Arunavadatta Chaudhary, and they were the head of the department for chest medicine. So these are the three main officials at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital who have been removed from their positions in the college. And what we also know is that the principal, the former principal Sandeep Ghosh, who was reinstated just 4 hours after his resignation at the National Medical College, has also been removed. His reinstatement as a principal at the National Medical College has also been cancelled. I am currently standing outside the academic building at RG Kar Medical Hospital, wherein just a short while back there was some CISF officials who had come here to had a meeting with the officials at the college, and they're also performing recce. We know that this comes after the directive from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has directed CISF deployment at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital to amp up the security, and as of yesterday and today the CISF officials are visiting the premises of the college and hospital and doing a recce across all the different buildings to understand how much deployment forces do they need to be here. Back to you.
As always, Tanushka, thank you so much for taking us through the latest details that have emerged on Ground Zero. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates from the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. With that, let's turn our attention now to the other big story we're tracking. The Bombay High Court has taken a suo motu cognizance of the violent protests over the sexual assault of 2 kindergarten students in Badlapur in Maharashtra's Thane district. Now, Ujjwal Nikam, the lawyer, a Padma Shri awardee who has worked on high-profile murder and terrorism cases, including the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, has been appointed as a special public prosecutor in the case of sexual assault on 2 nursery students. 2 kindergarten students, aged 3 and 4, were allegedly sexually abused by a 23-year-old male school attendant last week, which sparked off a massive protest on Tuesday and Wednesday. In fact, many people hit the streets in Thane to protest against the sexual assault case of 2 school students, of 2 toddlers. The accused's house has been vandalized in Badlapur. The police had reached the spot, we're told. Meanwhile, the opposition Maha Vikas Aghadi has called for a Maharashtra Bandh on the 24th of August, day after tomorrow, to protest against this sexual assault on 2 kindergarten girls inside their school in Badlapur in Thane district. My colleague Radhika has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live from Mumbai at the moment. Radhika, what further details have emerged that you can disclose with our viewers at the moment?
That's right. The Bombay High Court has taken suo motu cognizance as far as the Badlapur incident is concerned, which involved the sexual assault and also the aftermath of the entire sexual assault case, which led to outrage and protests across Badlapur. Now, as far as the entire incident is concerned, we know for a fact that the state government did swing into action post the protest and outrage, with multiple steps being taken, measures being announced in terms of safety and security to be provided to students in educational institution. Also, formation of SIT as far as the sexual assault case is concerned. And as you mentioned, Special Public Prosecutor Ujjwal Nikam has been appointed as well. A fast tracking of this case will also be done. As far as measures are concerned, it has proposed multiple steps in terms of complaint boxes in schools, ensure verification of all the staffers and CCTVs to be functional across educational institutions and so on. Now, this happened, the suo motu cognizance of this case was taken post 2 lawyers approaching the Bombay High Court yesterday, urging the court to take suo motu cognizance, after which the court did take cognizance of it. Now, what could happen today is that the court could either give some sort of instructions or directives to the state government over what has happened so far, and could also perhaps issue notices to the state government, and perhaps there is a possibility that state government could apprise the court on the details as far as the SIT investigations are concerned. Remember, the SIT was ordered just a couple of days ago. So the update as far as the probe is concerned and what the state plans to do in the days to come could be something that can be expected. But in most likelihood, since this is the first day of hearing, notices could be issued and responses could be sought from the state government and perhaps from the school administration as well.
As always, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update. With that, let's turn our attention now to the story that's just coming in from Andhra Pradesh at the moment. I'm told at least 17 people have died and 41 others were injured after an explosion in Andhra Pradesh's Anakapalle. The explosion took place at the Achutapuram Special Economic Zone. This is what we're being told. The explosion occurred at a company, a pharma firm's plant in the Special Economic Zone. While the injured have been shifted to the NTR Hospital for treatment, officials have said that the incident happened not because of a reactor blast. In fact, the district collector has categorically said the incident happened not because of a reactor blast. Officials suspect it to be an electricity-related fire, but around 380 employees worked in these 2 shifts at the plant and at least 17 people have died, while over 40 people were injured after this explosion in Andhra Pradesh's Anakapalle. My colleague Uma Sudhir has further details for us.
Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister, is expected to be visiting the blast site today, and he has in fact said that whoever the injured are, there are about 41 people who were reported injured yesterday, other than the 17 people who had died in the accident. And he said if any of them requires, air ambulances would be arranged for them to be transported either to Visakhapatnam or to Hyderabad for more sophisticated treatment. The second thing that he has said is that there will be an inquiry to find out and fix responsibility about what happened, because this is, of course, the Special Economic Zone, and it's a Pharma SEZ that we're talking about in Anakapalle district of Andhra Pradesh, and therefore there is a big concern. This is a unit that started about 5 years ago, and it manufactures API, active pharma ingredients, pharmaceutical ingredients, as well as intermediary products. And how the accident actually happened, whether it is because of electricity-related reasons or a nuclear, one of the reactors there, not the nuclear, reactors there, whether it burst. And one of the reports that we're getting is that when it burst, the impact of it actually, the floor gave way, and therefore people who were below, in the floor below, they in fact also got buried in the debris, and that's where the rescue operations were going on for a long time, even after the fire had been put off in the unit itself. So these are all questions about the safety. The Department of Factories is also involved. In fact, the NDRF as well as the SDRF were involved in the rescue process. And today they are hoping that the entire area can be cleared and the investigation can proceed.
Meanwhile, the Bharat Rashtra Samiti working president K.T. Rama Rao has refuted allegations that he owns a farmhouse on land within the full tank level area at Janwada, located on the outskirts of Hyderabad. Now, during a press conference at the Telangana Bhavan in Hyderabad, KTR urged officials to demolish all illegal constructions in FTL under the jurisdiction of Hyderabad Disaster Response and Asset Protection Agency, HYDRA. He also stressed that no exception should be made, including for properties owned by government officials, political leaders or ministers. But a farmhouse has become the latest flashpoint between the Telangana government and former State Minister and BRS working president K.T. Rama Rao. The Janwada farmhouse, allegedly constructed illegally in a preserved area, could be bulldozed as the Telangana High Court has rejected the plea of realtor Pratap Reddy Badvelu to stay its demolition by the Hyderabad Disaster Response and Assets Monitoring and Protection Agency. Uma Sudhir breaks down the details for you.
A farmhouse in Janwada area has come under attention because Chief Minister Revant Reddy, who was Telangana Congress MP from Malkajgiri, he had at that time itself alleged that that particular farmhouse belongs to BRS working president, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, who has denied that it belongs to him. He has in fact said that it belongs to a friend of his, Pradeep Reddy, and that he had taken it on lease for 8 months. And after the High Court yesterday dismissed the plea of Pradeep Reddy for not entertaining the actions of the Hydra, which is a body that's been recently created in order to stop encroachments on lakes, on any kind of water bodies. In fact, in April of 2022 itself, Revant Reddy had written to the NGT and other authorities alleging violation on the part of K.T. Ramarao, who has said that if there is violation in this farmhouse, he himself would accompany the team which is going to demolish it. But he says at the same time action should be taken against the properties belonging to several other leaders, including Congress ministers that he named. He said Punguleti, Srinivas, and other leaders that he named, and he said those properties also need to be demolished, just like this property is being demolished because of violation of full tank level, FTL as it is called, and also the buffer zone in that particular area. So this is also blowing up into a full political war between the authority, the government, and the opposition party, the BRS.
In other news, top Tamil actor Vijay launched his political party's flag just a few moments ago. While unveiling his party flag and symbol, the actor took a pledge along with party workers and leaders at the party office in Chennai. If you remember, in February this year, Vijay had announced the launch of his party and said he will be contesting the 2026 assembly polls in the state. And as you know, his party did not support any political bloc in the just concluded Lok Sabha elections, where the DMK-led alliance swept the polls in Tamil Nadu. My colleague Sam is actually tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us at the moment. Sam, take our viewers through how actor Vijay's party is expected to shake up the political battleground in Tamil Nadu.
That's a big question. It will be interesting to see how much he is able to really shake up or challenge the status quo in Tamil Nadu, Parameshwar, because over the last 2 decades at least, Tamil Nadu has not given a thumbs up for actors or stars to become chief ministers. Although in the past, the state has had script writers and actors becoming successful chief ministers, including Annadurai, Karunanidhi, script writers, MGR and Jayalalitha, popular stars. But fans of Vijay say you cannot compare him with other recent stars who could not really make a mark in politics, including Rajinikanth and Kamal Hassan and Vijay Gant, saying that they came into politics at the retirement stage. But Vijay, they say, is entering politics when he's still at the peak of his acting career, when he's still the #1 in the state. And they say people love him, they will give him a huge mandate, and they are very confident that they'll be able to capture power in the very first elections he'll be fighting, that's in 2026. If that happens, Tamil Nadu would see a 5-cornered contest in 2026. Besides the 2 Dravidian arch rivals, the ruling DMK and the AIADMK, BJP is likely to fight alone. You also have actor or director Seeman's Nam Tamilar Katchi fighting for quite some time alone. And in that case, it will be a 5-cornered contest. Will the Vijay's huge number of fans across Tamil Nadu turn into votes? That's the big question. Often fans enjoy their stars as actors, but when it comes to politics, for quite some time, for the last 2 decades, they have not been really supporting them politically. And that will be the huge challenge for Vijay, to break that jinx and to make sure the huge cult following he has in Tamil Nadu would also translate into votes. In terms of issues, he has taken up issues like corruption, divisive politics, saying that he will fight against that, work towards social justice, equal rights for people. Today he didn't speak much, although people expected him to give a longer speech. He just said he would explain the meaning of his party's flag later, and he said it's just not the party's flag, but a flag for the state and for the state's victory. And in that sense, it's a kind of a disappointment for his fans, since he didn't give them a clear direction. All he said was to move confidently and to hoist the party's flag, obtaining due permissions across the state. Parameshwar.
As always, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with a live update. We will, of course, be watching all the political moves with you very closely in Tamil Nadu. Meanwhile, as Sam mentioned, actor Vijay did not give a very lengthy speech. We have a snippet of his reaction when he unfurled his political flag. Listen in.
என் நெஞ்சில் குடியிருக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்கள் அனைவரும் அவங்க முன்னாடியும் சரி இன்னைக்கு அந்த கொடியை அறிமுகப்படுத்துறதுல எனக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப பெருமையா நினைக்கிறேன். இதுவரைக்கும் நாம நமக்காக உழைச்சோம். இனி வரப்போற இயர்ஸ்ல நம்மள ஒரு கட்சி ரீதியா நம்மளை தயார்படுத்திக்கிட்டு தமிழ்நாட்டுக்காகவும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களின் உயர்வுக்காகவும் நம்ம எல்லாருமா சேர்ந்து உழைப்போம்.
Well, from Tamil Nadu, let's take you up north to Jammu and Kashmir now, where senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi and party chief Mallikarjun Kharge and other leaders, they are in Jammu and Kashmir on a 2-day visit to assess the party's preparation for the upcoming assembly polls in the Union Territory. Now, there's speculation that they are to explore a likely alliance with the National Conference, but the 3-phase assembly polls in the Union Territory are scheduled to begin with the first round on the 18th of September. The other 2 rounds are scheduled for the 25th of September and the 1st of October. The votes, meanwhile, will be counted on the 4th of October. But in all elections since 2002, Jammu and Kashmir has thrown up a hung verdict with no party winning an absolute majority. Nazir Masoodi has been tracking the political moves for us very closely. Nazir joins us live at the moment. Nazir, there's speculation that the Congress is exploring a likely alliance with the National Conference. What are you picking up on at the moment? What can you disclose to our viewers?
Well, for last 4 days, there have been 3 rounds of talks and between National Conference and Congress to firm up alliance for the seat sharing agreement. But yesterday was, as what sources tell us, a stormy session between the two. There was the friction points. Both sides did not agree on conceding seated seats. So in a sense, yesterday's meeting, third round of meeting ended on a deadlock. So the progress of the alliance between two parties would also determine if there would be a meeting between Congress leadership and the National Conference leadership, Abdullahs and Gandhis. Today, Rahul Gandhi is in the town. In a short while from now, he will be holding a meeting here in Srinagar with the Congress workers and leaders to get their feedback and prepare for the assembly election, which is the first assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir after a gap of 10 years. So Congress is pulling all the stops and they have galvanized leadership across Jammu and Kashmir. They have also changed the PCC chief. Viqar Rasulwani was, removed as a PCC chief on the day when the notification was issued. The Election Commission announced elections, and Tariq Hamid Kara is the new PCC chief. So there have been lots of change in the Congress also. But the big question is, will there be an alliance between National Conference and the Congress? National Conference is not willing to concede many seats, according to sources, in Kashmir Valley, and Congress has been demanding several seats, for example, in South Kashmir, in Anantnag and in Pulwama, and National Conference doesn't agree that. They believe it is the bastion, this Kashmir Valley, where they have won most of the seats. But Congress is not easily relenting. So the yesterday's talks session, third round of talks, actually ended on a deadlock. In fact, one of the Congress leaders, he walked out from the meeting and even accused his own colleagues that, look, they are more soft on National Conference, conceding more seats. So this is a very tricky situation. We'll have to see what happens. This will also determine largely the pattern of voting and who is going to be, which formation will take place ahead of elections. Last date of the first phase of election, for filing nomination papers for the first phase of elections is 27th of this month. So both the parties have just few days left to finalize, take a decision whether they will go as an alliance, fight this election as an alliance, or they will go solo. BJP, on the other hand, is also preparing for elections. They have, in the last minute change, has also been in the BJP. They have got Ram Madhav, old Kashmir hand, as in charge of elections for Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. So he was in Srinagar yesterday, and today he will be in Jammu meeting party leaders also. So hectic political activities across Jammu and Kashmir, and here in Srinagar, Rahul Gandhi will be meeting his party workers, and then Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are expected to address a press conference at around 12 today. We'll have to see what they will say and what would happen, or if there would be any meeting between National Conference leadership, Abdullahs and Rahul Gandhi today. That, as I said, all may depend
on the progress
Well,
of
Nazir, a
the
tricky situation
alliance
indeed.
talks between the two parties.
As you mentioned, a tricky situation indeed. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates and at noon when that press conference is expected. Meanwhile, in a significant move, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma announced that his government will introduce a bill for the compulsory government registration of Muslim marriages and divorces in the upcoming autumn assembly session. Now, this bill, known as the Assam Compulsory Registration of Marriage and Divorce Bill, aims to address and prevent child marriages in this state. The Assam Cabinet approved the Muslim Marriage Registration Bill 2024, which stipulates that marriage registrations will be handled by government authorities rather than qazis. Speaking to the media ahead of the monsoon session, Mr. Sarma stated that the new legislation will prohibit the registration of marriages involving individuals under the age of 18. Here's what the Chief Minister of Assam said.
देखिए, हमारे जो मुस्लिम विवाह होते थे उनको काजी रजिस्टर करते थे। आज से ये सरकार में रजिस्टर होगा और उस बिल में पहले प्रावधान था कि माइनर का मैरिज भी रजिस्टर हो सकता है। आज से माइनर का शादी रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगा। तो बेसिकली यही दो प्रोविजन है।
Well, as always, news and updates continue on NDTV 24/7 in a moment, right after this very short break.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The ND.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones."
Well, Chinese Premier Li Qiang, who met Russia's Vladimir Putin in Moscow on Wednesday, has said the country's relations are at an unprecedentedly high level. Masked police officers in Romania carried out fresh raids at the home of divisive internet influencer Andrew Tate, who is awaiting trial on charges of human trafficking, rape, and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women. SpaceX is gearing up to launch what is being billed as a risky mission that could see the first spacewalk ever conducted by private citizens. Well, our big focus, this is not an era of war. Our Prime Minister has reiterated while addressing the Indian community in Poland 2 days before his much anticipated visit to Ukraine, where he has pledged to campaign for a peaceful resolution of Russia's invasion. As we have been reporting, this is the first ever visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine since its independence in 1992, and the trip to Ukraine will take place in the midst of Kyiv's military gamble to take the offensive into the Kursk region, which is its first incursion into Russian territory since the start of the war back in 2022. But when Modi arrived in Moscow on the 9th of July, Ukrainian cities had been under multiple missile strikes, with one of the targets hit being the largest children's hospital in Kyiv. But as you know, India has consistently refrained from directly criticizing Russia for the invasion of Ukraine and has abstained from UN resolutions condemning Moscow. However, as a country, India has sought to balance its stance by emphasizing the need for peaceful resolution of armed conflicts, the prevention of civilian casualties, and the unobstructed delivery of humanitarian aid. Listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had to say in Poland, followed by my colleague Vishnu Shom's ground report.
भारत हमेशा फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के रूप में सामने आता है और इसलिए भारत इस रीजन में भी स्थायी शांति का एक बड़ा पैरोकार है। भारत का मत एकदम साफ है, ये युद्ध का युग नहीं है।
I'm at the Maidan Square in the heart of Kiev in Ukraine. Behind me are flags, the Ukrainian flag, each one symbolizing the loss of a soldier who's been killed in this war, which is now stretched for well more than 900 days. The visit of Prime Minister Modi over here is highly anticipated. I've been speaking to Ukrainian leaders who do know that India has a close association with Russia. Could that be a possible avenue to getting to Vladimir Putin, to get into a discussion which is on favorable terms? Whether India can actually go this far or not, we don't know. Whether there is a real out-of-the-box solution which the Prime Minister has or not, we do not know. But the visit of the Prime Minister is significant nonetheless at a time when he was in Moscow just a couple of weeks back. No other leader in the world of his stature, of his seniority, has been over here in Ukraine or will be here in Ukraine and has been in Moscow. And that really does symbolize the independence of Indian foreign policy, that you are equally comfortable in Kiev or in Moscow, two countries which are waging a war. The big question is, can there be a peace? Because people are tired, the loss of lives, tens of thousands of lives has been absolutely immense, which is why this war genuinely needs to come to an end as soon as possible. So do keep joining us on NDTV as we track the visit of the Prime Minister, his visit coming up in Ukraine. But before that very important visit, he is in Warsaw at the moment. India and Poland looking to step up the bilateral relationship, step up economic ties, and also reflect on a common historic past. In Kiev, Vishnu Shom for NDTV. The visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Ukraine is one that's being watched very closely all across the world, certainly over here in Ukraine. We're joined now by a very special guest. Alexander Kornienko is the first deputy chairperson of the Ukrainian Parliament. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Are you looking forward to the visit of Prime Minister Modi?
Of course, we wait this very historical visit for our country, and I think not only for our bilateral relationship, but even for all over the world.
Ukraine has always spoke about the importance of European security and joining the European Union. How is that still a big priority for Kyiv?
It's our biggest priority, joining and accession to EU. It's our biggest and the main priority right now. I'm a member of negotiation team of our country, like representative of our parliament on high level. And every day we have meetings, calls, different discussion inside our country. And of course, when the Euro Commission will return from vacation, our process will be very active. We have very huge ambitions to go through this pathway of accession, not in 10 years, not in 20 years. Of course, maybe in 5 years, and 2, 3, 5 years. Of course, it's a very important part of our integration to EU, our accession will be security issue. Yes. We understand that for EU, it start to be very, very sensitive question last years because of this full-scale invasion Russia to Ukraine, but because also about the security situation.
Well, with that, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking coming out of Chicago. The Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will take the stage tonight in Chicago to formally accept his nomination as Kamala Harris's pick for Vice President and introduce himself to voters on a scale like no other. It is a critical introduction. While a subsection of the internet has embraced Tim Walz as a Midwestern dad figure, about 4 in 10 Americans actually say they still don't know enough about the former geography teacher to form a strong opinion of him. This is what AP has reported as well. Now, though he ranks high in favorability generally with Democrats, he's still lacking with several key Democratic coalitions, is what we can pick up on. And the vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz, as well as former President Bill Clinton, are the headliners on the third day of the DNC, as the party hopes to build on the momentum that Kamala Harris has brought since joining the race a month ago. Tim Walz, by the way, also became the target of Republican criticism over how he's portrayed his National Guard service as well as his personal story.
Being inside Trump's White House was terrifying. But what keeps me up at night is what will happen if he gets back there. The guardrails are gone. The few adults in the room the first time resigned or were fired.
I am excited to see what she does for healthcare. I am a pharmacist, and every single day I see Americans suffer to pay for medications out of pocket, and it's really heartbreaking. I am worried about her policy regarding Palestine and Gaza. I feel like she does a lot of talk, and then the next day the policy just doesn't coincide with her opinion the day before.
Well, meanwhile, the third day of the DNC kicked off with a first of its kind Vedic prayer where the priest sought blessings for a united country. Listen in.
Truth is our foundation and always prevails. Lead us from unreal to real, from darkness to the light, and from death.
Right, we have with us Voice of America's White House Bureau Chief, Patsy Widakuswara, joining us. Thanks so much, Patsy, as always, for making time for us. Well, it's game night for Coach Walz. Patsy, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Right, I was saying it's game night for Coach Walz. In fact, polling shows that early hiccups that Tim Walz has seen, even in comparison to that, Walz has had a much smoother launch when we compare his record to his running mate, Republican J.D. Vance?
Yes, absolutely. That's true. What you said earlier about Tim Walz being accepted wholeheartedly by most Democrats is absolutely true. You can feel it here. You can feel the energy and the enthusiasm. And as you say, he's a very memeable figure. And he is really good with these zingers that put down his opponents. The larger question is whether or not Americans will have enough time to get to know him. There is less than 80 days to the election, and that's not a lot of time to introduce someone to the rest of the country. And this is his big debut. So what we know so far of Tim Walz, you've already outlined some of it, his service in the National Guard, his background as a teacher, as a former coach. And as he characterized himself, he is this Midwestern dad. And this is certainly something that Democrats try to highlight as they try to provide a counter to this kind of toxic masculinity narrative that many critiques of the Make America Great movement under Donald Trump tries to attach to that part of the conservative base. So what they're offering, what the Democrats are offering, are this counter narrative of Tim Walz as a helpful male to female cause, as somebody who's not insecure and not afraid to play a supporting role to a strong woman. So it'd be really interesting to see and listen to his speech tonight.
Right, Patsy, also, like many say, this is not 2016 or 2020. The stakes are much higher. But many Americans believe that they had actually never heard of Tim Walz until Harris chose him to join the ticket. In fact, in his first few weeks of campaigning, I want to ask you, has he been able to charm supporters with his background as a teacher and football coach? Has he been able to help balance Harris's coastal background as a cultural representative of Midwestern states whose voters she needs this fall?
Certainly for Democrats and certainly for young progressive Democrats, right? I mean, he is just all over social media right now. But the question is, the rest of the country who's not so tuned in on Instagram, who's not so tuned in on YouTube and all these channels where Tim Walz is becoming this just popular, memeable figure alongside with these other, coconut memes and other snippets that influencers put on social media. Influencers, by the way, have a really special spot here at the Democratic National Convention. I was just walking around earlier and I saw this lounge. About 200 social media influencers were invited by the White House and by the Harris campaign to come and produce content from the DNC. And they are getting, to be honest, a lot better treatment than we, the actual press, the actual media are getting. So this is certainly something that shows you how much the Harris campaigns underscores the strength of social media in this particular election cycle. And yes, you're absolutely right. Is Tim Walz going to be able to charm the rest of the country? That is the big question and the big homework for Democrats and the Harris campaign.
Right, the week in Chicago's United Center, it has been a balancing act for Harris and other Democrats. But Patsy, you were mentioning that there's a bit of a star lineup of performers. Take us through the plan of action.
Yeah, so the big keynote speaker other than Tim Walz is, of course, Bill Clinton.
Yes.
He is there to showcase the continuity of, former Democratic presidents supporting Kamala Harris. We had Barack Obama yesterday. We had, of course, Joe Biden earlier this week, as well as, Jason Carter. He's the grandson of Jimmy Carter, who is now 99 years old and is unable to speak on stage. But as far as performers go, there's Stevie Wonder, there is John Legend. We are going to have Pink tomorrow. So this is, of course, something that Democrats are really proud of. And they try to contrast that with the experience at the Republican National Convention last month, where you don't see former Republican presidents. You don't even see former Trump administration officials. What you see is a lineup of Trump family members. So this is something that Democrats want to highlight. There is continuity. There is support from the entertainment industry coming out here in Chicago tonight.
Well, the Democrats want to harness the exuberance that has swept over their party since Joe Biden stepped aside, while also making clear to their supporters that the election will be a fierce fight. As always, Patsy Veerakuswara, thank you so much for joining us with the latest from the DNC in Chicago.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, meanwhile, John Pollan and Rachel Goldberg Pollan, the parents of Hirsch Goldberg Pollan, brought many tears to the Democratic National Convention and the audience there as they paid tribute to their son, who is still being held by Hamas after its October 7th attack.
At this moment, 109 treasured human beings are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. They are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and Buddhists. They are from 23 different countries. The youngest hostage is a 1-year-old red-headed baby boy, and the oldest is an 86-year-old mustachioed grandpa. Among the hostages are 8 American citizens. One of those Americans is our only son. His name is Hirsch.
Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve appears to be very much on track for an interest rate cut in September after a vast majority of officials said such an action was likely, according to the minutes of the US Central Bank's July 30th to 31st meeting. Now, the minutes, which were released on Wednesday, even showed some policymakers would have been willing to reduce borrowing costs at last month's gathering. But the policy-setting Federal Open Market Committee left its benchmark interest rate unchanged in the 5.25% to 5.50% range on the 31st of July, but opened the door to a cut at the 17th to 18th September meeting. Well, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue in a moment. Do stay tuned.
Around to say hello. I'm so fly. You took a nosedive. Careful when you play on my level. For you it's so. Hey, hello.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra. Flip the script.
Hello, Moto. Help keep your teen safe with Instagram's family tools, like sensitive content control, helping your teens filter out sensitive content. Default private accounts, allowing your teens to decide who sees and responds to their content. Restricted direct messages. By default, block messages from people your teens don't follow or aren't connected to. And we have tools for parents to help set daily time limits and more. Get started with our 50+ tools at instagram.com/familytools.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independent.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government.
NTR Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata anytime now. The Central Bureau of Investigation, meanwhile, has already submitted its status report on the case. In fact, the Bengal government is expected to submit its report anytime now. My colleague Sunil Prabhu is tracking the finer details for you. Listen into his report.
There are three important issues. One, of course, is already addressed. That is the National Safety Protocol to ensure that these rapes don't become, and we wait for another rape to take place, as he said the other day. So that's being addressed. There's a committee, national task force been set up, and it's been given a month's time to report. The second most important is what you were talking about, a CBI status report, which will be probably given in a sealed cover for the Chief Justice and his bench to peruse. And of course, what the state government has to say and the action they have taken in this regard. The CISF, as you're well aware, has taken over the security of the RG car premise. The third most important issue, which the Chief Justice at the beginning itself, and which even Justice his co-bench judge had pointed out, is to ensure that doctors get back to work, to resume duty. Because these are government hospitals, these are medical doctors who have to ensure that those who are waiting for surgery, as well as medical operations and various other procedures, don't get delayed. It can be delayed, as Justice Pardiwala said, by nearly a year or two. And it's in that context that we are hoping that the Supreme Court will be able to address this concern after taking suo motu cognizance of this entire issue.
Meanwhile, the West Bengal Health Department has announced the transfer of 3 top officials of the state-run RG Kar Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata. This includes their new principal and vice principal as well. Now, according to an order that was issued late last evening, Professor Bulbul Mukhopadhyay, the medical superintendent and vice principal of the RG Kar Hospital, was replaced by Saptarshi Chatterjee. This is with immediate effect. Meanwhile, the state government removed Suhitra Paul, the newly appointed principal of the RGKMCH, as I just mentioned, within 10 days of her appointment. The decision was taken after protesting students demanded the removal of those on administrative duty when the hospital was vandalized over Independence Day on the 15th of August. Manas Kumar Bandhopadhyay was named as the new principal of the state-run medical college and hospital. But for the finer details from ground zero, listen in to Tanushka's report from Kolkata.
The Bengal government is also expected to file in their report in the investigation to mark the progress in the investigation of the case of the mob vandalism that had happened right here at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital on the eve of Independence Day on 14th of August, which is also when women took to the streets of Kolkata as they reclaimed the night as a mark of protest against this heinous crime that was committed right here. So the Bengal government is also expected to file in their status report with respect to the mob vandalism case. We know that the CBI is also producing its files and reports to the Supreme Court in a sealed file with respect to the investigation, the entire investigation in this murder and rape case. And in view of all of this, protests, student protests, citizen protests, resident doctors protests are continuing. And yesterday, as the protesters from RG Kar Medical College and Hospital led to the Swasthya Bhavan, which is the Health Minister's office in Kolkata, they met with the Secretary of Health with respect to their demands, and their major demand was the removal of this new principal who was brought into place after the former principal of this college, Sandeep Ghosh, who's also being grilled for like 6 days straight by the CBI, gave in his resignation. So Dr. Surita Paul, she has been removed after the protesters demanded for her removal, and that's because these protesters were claiming that she has been missing in action, that this principal is missing and is nowhere to be seen, and she is not standing with the cause of the college. So the government has taken into consideration by removing the principal and bringing about a new principal position in place. Two other doctors, senior doctors have also been removed, which one of them is Bulbul Mukhopadhyay. She was the medical superintendent of the college, and the other one being Arunavadatta Chaudhary, and they were the head of the department for chest medicine. So these are the three main officials at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital who have been removed from their positions in the college. And what we also know is that the principal, the former principal Sandeep Ghosh, who was reinstated just 4 hours after his resignation at the National Medical College, has also been removed. His reinstatement as a principal at the National Medical College has also been cancelled. I am currently standing outside the academic building at RG Kar Medical Hospital, wherein just a short while back there was some CISF officials who had come here to had a meeting with the officials at the college, and they're also performing recce. We know that this comes after the directive from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has directed CISF deployment at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital to amp up the security, and as of yesterday and today the CISF officials are visiting the premises of the college and hospital and doing a recce across all the different buildings to understand how much deployment forces do they need to be here. Back to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including the CBI that will be submitting its report to the Chief Justice of India as the hearing will resume today in the Kolkata rape and murder case by the Supreme Court. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. In the Kolkata rape and murder case, the CBI is filing its status report in the Supreme Court, while the Mamata Banerjee government has acted after protests and has transferred 3 top officials, while the former principal of the RG Hospital has now being questioned by the CBI for the 7th consecutive day. And in Thane, the Bombay High Court is going to be hearing that molestation horror case. The court is taking suo motu cognizance in the matter of 2 40-year-old girls allegedly sexually assaulted by a janitor at the school in Thane. And it is actor Vijay's big political move. The actor unveiled his flag and also launched his party's song. He will also be addressing a rally that's going to be taking place in September. And a key Congress National Conference meet over seat sharing and alliance dynamics. It is Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge who will be in talks with Umar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah. This is not an era of war, is what Prime Minister Modi has said in Poland while addressing the Indian diaspora there. He is going to be taking off for Ukraine. He is going to be embarking on a journey via a train to Ukraine. He has also gone on to say India's policy is to maintain close ties with all countries. India is there for everyone and thinks about everyone's benefit. Very good morning. Let's get you our top focus, and that is day in and day out. We talk about the safety of women in the country, the crimes against our sisters, our daughters that are just not ending. Hence, NDTV started the Save Our Daughters campaign where we demand women to raise their voice, and it is now or never. Join us to bring action and change on the ground. You can join our campaign that's been launched by NDTV in order to save our daughters. And the West Bengal Health Government today has made an announcement regarding the transfer of 3 top officials of the state-run RG Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata, including its principal and vice principal. This at a time when the former principal of the RG Hospital is being questioned by the CBI for the 7th consecutive day. Now, in the meantime, there is a newly appointed principal. The new principal of the state-run medical college is Manas Kumar Bandyopadhyay, who will be now running the school and that medical college there in Kolkata. Well, also this comes at a time when the hearing, as far as the matter, do remember the Supreme Court had taken suo motu cognizance of the case, taken the matter into its own hands, and had said that the nation can't wait for another rape in order for things to change on the ground. So the hearing is now resuming this morning in the Supreme Court, and this is when the CBI will be submitting its report as far as the findings in the case is concerned. This will be submitted to the Chief Justice of India in a concealed cover. Right, and to get more on this, we have my colleague Tanushka joining us from Kolkata. Tanushka, the CBI submitting its report, filing its report with the Supreme Court resuming its case in regard to the Kolkata rape and murder case of the trainee doctor. Take us through the officials that have now been transferred, the final action that we are seeing, finally some sort of action by the government of West Bengal.
Right, Divya, as we await the Supreme Court's hearing to begin today after the court had taken suo motu cognizance of the rape and murder case at the RG Medical College and Hospital. Today, a lot of focus is there upon the Supreme Court hearing, because it's not just the CBI which will be providing the court with a status report of the progress into the investigation of the rape and murder case, but also the West Bengal government and police, which will provide their status report also with respect to the investigation in the mob vandalism that had happened right here on 14th of August, the eve of Independence Day. As you can see around me, this is the protest site. This is the tent wherein protesters, resident doctors, students have, sat day in and out protesting right here. And today for the hearing as well, they have set up a screen. They will all be here for the hearing together and will watch it together. There are a lot of students and resident doctors also present here. Let us see if we can get talking to one of them. Hi, ma'am. The hearing is to begin. What are you expecting from the hearing today?
We are hopeful that the investigation goes in a positive direction, and the demands we have put forward, like our lawyer puts forward it in the Supreme Court, and the proceedings start likewise.
Ma'am, you also, if you could tell us what are your expectations from the hearing right now. The CBI also will be providing with its status report. Will the student movement continue after this hearing?
It depends on the decision of the Supreme Court, whether the Supreme Court puts a step forward in the direction of justice. If we until our all demands are not fulfilled, the protest will go on.
Thank you so much for that voice here. We hear from the student protesters here as well as the resident doctors that until and unless a hearing comes in favor wherein justice is served, they say that the protest will go on. The Supreme Court hearing is to begin shortly, and what we know as of now is also that Abhishek Banerjee has taken to his social media platform X and said that he's mentioned that rape cases happen. How often do these rape cases happen? And sadly, a lasting solution still remains largely undiscussed. This is what Abhishek Banerjee has just come out with a statement, and he says that with 90 rapes reported daily for every hour and one every 15 minutes, the urgency for a decisive action is clear, and that strong laws and mandates are needed. Trials and convictions are needed within 50 days, followed by the severest of punishments, not just empty promises. This is what Court, Abhishek Banerjee, TMC leader, who has remained very silent on this matter for a couple of days now, has finally come out with another statement in support of the cause for women's safety at large. Back to you.
Right, Tanishka, we will keep tracking that story as the case is going to be heard by the Supreme Court, and it is also the Bombay High Court that has taken a suo motu cognizance of the violent protests over the sexual assault of 2 kindergarten students by the janitor in the Badlapur area in Maharashtra's Thane district. The opposition, Mahavikas Aghadi, has called for a Maharashtra Bandh on the 24th of August, that's the day after, to protest against the alleged sexual assault of the 2 kindergarten girls by a male who accompanied them to the toilet in the school and then allegedly sexually assaulted them inside the toilet of the school. But what has really, agitated the people, and the visuals on your screen of the protests that took place, especially that rail roko that happened on Tuesday, followed by protests with people taking to the streets of Thane on Wednesday as well, is the delay as far as the FIR is concerned. There was an 11-hour delay as far as filing of the FIR by the authorities there is concerned, and which is what is being asked by the Bombay High Court. They're asking for a copy of the FIR before taking up that case in the court. So to get more on this, we have my colleague Radhika joining us. Radhika, the Bombay High Court taking suo motu cognizance of this matter, but now there seems to be a slight delay because they have now requested for a copy of the FIR.
That's right. The Bombay High Court did take suo motu cognizance of the entire Badlapur incident, the sexual assault case, as well as the fallout of it, which was in the form of protest and outrage by people of Badlapur. So all that has been taken cognizance of by the Bombay High Court. Yesterday is when they took cognizance. The hearing started just a few moments ago. The court has asked for the investigating officer as well as the copy of the FIR, which will be given to the court in just a bit. In fact, Chief Public Prosecutor appeared before the court, who said that the Advocate General will be appearing as far as this entire case is concerned. The Chief Public Prosecutor also sought the copy of this particular suo motu petition. It's not been uploaded, so therefore a copy was given by the division bench to the advocate as well. Now, Advocate General will be appearing before the court to take the matter forward. So at this point, of course, the copy of the FIR in the Badlapur sexual assault case has been sought by the division bench of the Bombay High Court. That will be perused by the court. We'll have to wait and see what kind of directives or orders may perhaps be issued by the court. It will mostly be notices and responses that will be sought, notices perhaps to be given to the state government or perhaps the school administration even. So will that happen? What kind of directives could be issued in the hours to come? That remains to be seen. But the matter did take a political turn, and a lot of questions raised as far as the safety and security in that particular school is concerned. We know for a fact that the FIR itself was delayed, as a result of which there was protest, outrage. Of course, the arrest of that cleaner did happen. However, the school administration did not take responsibility, no accountability whatsoever, and many of the CCTV cameras were non-functional there. There were no female attendants. So therefore, all this was raised by parents and citizens of Badlapur, which is what led to the protest, after which, of course, the state government did take cognizance, did issue a whole host of guidelines and also take action in the form of an SIT being formed, assured of fast-tracking of the case itself, and also gave directives as far as the school safety and security measures are concerned. Well, all this only after outrage by protesters, by residents and citizens of Badlapur. It has taken a political turn, as I mentioned, with MVA also calling for a statewide bandh on August 24. Congress also protested yesterday, seeking answers from the state government over the declining law and order. But now, of course, with the Bombay High Court taking cognizance, we'll have to wait and see what kind of directives the division bench will issue, perhaps to the state government, to the police and the school administration.
Right, Radhika, of course, the Bombay High Court there saying, will the state not take any action unless or until people protest when it comes to the safety and security and incidents such as these against women. So that is what has, in fact, In fact, that is what has led to the Bombay High Court taking suo motu cognizance of the matter and has now asked for a copy of the FIR. Switching tracks now to more news, and that is top actor. This is Tamil actor Vijay, who has launched his political party's flag this morning. While unveiling his party flag and symbol, the actor took a pledge along with the party workers and leaders at the party office. A rally has also been planned in the last week of September. The actor now plans to shift his focus fully to politics after finishing his last film, Talapati 69, which will be completed by February of next year. Do remember, it was in February of this year when he had launched his political party, and now he is in fact going to be also addressing that rally that's going to take place next month. But today he unveiled the flag and also launched the theme song.
என் நெஞ்சில் குடியிருக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்கள் அனைவரும் அவங்க முன்னாடியும் சரி, இன்னைக்கு அந்த கொடியை அறிமுகப்படுத்துறதுல எனக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப பெருமையா நினைக்கிறேன். இதுவரைக்கும் நாம நமக்காக உழைச்சோம். இனி வரப்போற இயர்ஸ்ல நம்மள ஒரு கட்சி ரீதியா நம்மள தயார்படுத்திக்கிட்டு தமிழ்நாட்டுக்காகவும் தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களின் உயர்வுக்காகவும் நம்ம எல்லாருமா சேர்ந்து உழைப்போம்.
And let's just cut across to the Supreme Court that is resuming the hearing as far as the alleged rape and murder of the 31-year-old trainee doctor is concerned. These are live visuals on your screen. Let's just listen in to what is being said in the Supreme Court this morning.
Day before yesterday.
What's the name of the award?
My lords, it's Amir Arsiwala.
Yes.
Amir Arsiwala.
That's my apologies.
Please, my lords. I'm grateful.
My lords, your lordship said some of the chief secretaries of states which are defaulted on payments of pension and allowances tomorrow.
Yes.
Your lordships will also ask me to give a list of those chief secretary, those states which have actually complied. I've just passed it on. I've
So
just
we
passed
now
it on.
just 3 copies. Just 1 second.
For the defaulting states, there is also a request to appear online. My lords, number of applications have been filed, so I just thought.
No. The chief secretary, the states which have not complied, they have to be present online. They have to be present here. We have said they have to be physically present. Those who have complied, how many have complied between that order and today now?
The others, non-complying, I've mentioned in my list.
Yes. Others have
the others have complied. The others have complied.
Who?
I appear for West Bengal, most of the
They have not complied.
Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Delhi, Assam, Nagaland, Meghalaya, Himachal, J&K, Ladakh, Jharkhand, Kerala, Bihar, Goa, Haryana, Odisha.
Those people have not complied.
They have not complied. They have not complied.
Substantial compliance.
They have to comply. No substantial compliance. By tomorrow, make sure that they comply, others ask them to be here. No. They have to be personally present. Otherwise, we'll issue a non-bailable warrant. There's no going back on that order. They have to have given enough time. They have to comply, pay by this evening. They have to, there's no substantial here. They are 100% compliance. That's why we've given enough time. We have been giving time from 27th of July 22, 19th May 23 for January 2024. Therefore, we have directed personal presence. And ultimately, and what is not being paid, the arrears of salary and allowances to our district judiciary.
Funds have been released, it has reached all the district fee for the people. Have not come. Yes, fellows, I'm 99.9%. That's my instructions. Whatever.
We'll call out each state tomorrow, we'll see.
It's showing for 27.
Yes.
I also wanted to clarify whether it's coming up tomorrow. It's not there in the list.
No. It will come up on the 27th, right? 27th. 27th. 27th, we'll take it up and then we will call out each state separately and see what the compliance is. Let them be present before us. We'll see.
Lords, may I mention,
My Lord, may I mention, Lord, on behalf of the AIMS doctor residents, Lord, Nagpur, Lord. Lord, on account of their being participating in the agitation and the protest, Lord, now they are being victimized, Lord, on one ground or the other, being marked absent.
If they are not,
Lord, but they were doing the emergency duties, Lord. But because they were participating in the
are they at work? If they are not at work, they'll be marked absent. How can we ask them to do something?
Not allowing in the exams, Lord. Lord, in one way or the other, Lord. If a lenient will be taken, Lord, if a lenient will be taken.
If they are on duty, they will not be marked absent. If they are not on duty, the law will have to follow its course. How can we tell the administration to to write something which is not correct?
Not with respect to the exams and all that, Lord, the lenient will be taken, Lord, because of this reason, Lord, they were on protesting or on strike.
That's all right. So ask them to first return to work.
Yes.
Once they return to work, then if nobody is going to take any adverse action against the doctors,
that
all
will
come back to work.
Word from your Lordship will work, Lord, for them.
Let them first come back to work, and then if there's any difficulty, just talk to us in the court here. We'll make sure that there is no adverse action against the doctors.
Very well.
We quite see that they were all upset about the fact that there was a very serious incident which took place, but let them first report to work, and then once having reported,
they have reported back, Lord. They have reported back. They have reported back. AIMS Nagpur reported back, Lord. The resident doctor, they have joined this issue, Lord.
Not just mention on behalf of PGI Chandigarh. Your Lordship, there is Lordship in PGI Chandigarh. They are going in for a rally for 2 hours in the morning, but they are doing all their duties. But for 9 days, their CL has been deducted now from the leave. So that is a victimization. You also have to write the research papers and.
I don't think somebody like Dr. Vivek Lal, he's the director at PGI Chandigarh, that he will do anything which amounts to victimization.
Lordship, I'm only saying
All ultimately, the directors of these institutions,
yes, he made a
they
statement.
also have their heart with the doctors, but
Yes,
they are in a
Lordship.
situation where poor people who come to those institutions cannot be left behind in the lurch.
Yes, sir.
That they take appointments 2 years before the actual date, and then suddenly you're told that you will not be attended to. Let them all resume work, and I'm sure the directors are all very seasoned directors who have spent their life in these institutions. They're not going to do anything against the doctor.
I think right now the notice that they have been given is that since or for 9 days you've been on the rally, so we are deducting your 9 days of casual leave.
We'll pass some general order.
Yes.
Pass some general order on that.
Lordship, may I make
Lord, may
one?
I say something? Please rest assured that once the doctors, we hope, resume duty, then we will prevail upon the authorities not to take any
adverse
action.
Yes.
But they must first come back to duty for the simple reason, otherwise the people who need the services the most are deprived of their services. That's the only concern. How does the public health infrastructure run if the doctors don't resume work?
Lord, only my Lord,
All right, now first let's have the status report. We first want to see
Lord,
the
these are the 3 copies. Lord, I believe the anguish of the doctor is correct, but having come from your lordships, an assurance that your lordships are looking into it, my Lord, I think that should satisfy.
With the assurance of no adverse action, my lords.
Lords, we are absolutely not grateful to your lordships that lordships have intervened. Lords, we have not been heard, my lords, at all. Our grievances, my lord, are at the forefront because we are, my lord, facing the brunt of this, my lord, whatever is.
Well, the reason why we constituted such a broad-based committee is that we have specifically said that the committee shall engage with all stakeholders, including that will include the resident doctors. So please assure them. Please assure them that the committee. One second, Mr. Ansari. Please assure the resident doctors. They all are young doctors that they will be heard by the.
We heard, my lord, and some representation.
But tell us one thing. We can hear you, Mr. Kamath. We hear you for half an hour. We are not the committee. Ultimately, you have to be heard by the committee.
Yes, what we were requesting, my lord, some, my lord's association, whatever your lordship choose, my lord, some representative from the Resident Doctors Association, if they can be a part of the committee.
Yes.
But their
One
voice,
second, Mr.
I'm
Ansari.
sorry, I'm not saying.
You see, please understand.
we leave it to your lordships, my lord.
Mr. Kamath,
Want
please
the voice-
understand. We have thought through this very carefully. If we start now asking for the representatives of various stakeholders to be a part of the committee, that becomes an impossible process because, the committee's work will then get dislocated. You know what happens. You have such an experience yourself. At the same time, we are conscious of the fact that the primary concerns of the doctors, the nurses, the paramedical staff,
There's a pen drive.
has to be taken into account by the members of the committee. You know, for two things, that on the committee, we have very senior women doctors on the committee. The doctors who are on the committee are people who have worked for a long time in their life as part of public health infrastructure. So therefore, what we have expected the committee to do is that the committee will hear these various stakeholders, namely the interns, the residents, the senior residents, representatives of the nurses, the other paramedical staff. So therefore, they are in a hospital, there are a huge number of stakeholders. The committee will ensure that it will hear representative.
Hold on, my lord. In fact, I have taken instructions. So I represent about 30,000 doctors.
Please, and Mr. Kamath, please tell them that the committee will definitely give them a hearing. We'll reiterate that in our order today. We will certainly, Mr. Kamath, your point is well taken. We'll make it clear.
My lordships are
permitted.
Absolutely, Mr. Kamath. We are grateful to you actually for personally, because our hearts go out to all those people who have to go to public hospitals. So we will make an observation that the committee would hear all stakeholders, including the Resident Doctors Association. Of course, not 30,000 doctors, but a representative. Right. And an appointment can be given to them when the committee assembles, so that the committee can, because your stake is very high and your inputs are very valuable. So please assure the resident doctors that we were now passing an order that the committee will give them a representative voice in putting forth their grievances, their working conditions, so on and so forth.
Suggestions. Today and
Without suggestion.
Can then call off their milord's protest.
We will also say that.
I
appear for the RG car.
Can I?
Mr. Ansari and then Mr.
Yes.
Lord, I appear for the Delhi Medical Association.
Yes.
Lord, we filed a writ petition in 2022, Lord, raising the same grievance.
Right.
This court says, as and when any incident happened, Lord, we are grateful to your Lordship. Lordship could show moto, otherwise we were contemplating to file. There is a judicial order there, any order, Lord, any incident happened, then you come to us, Lord. Lord, now, Lord, we are the association of 110 years old. As Mr. Kamath has said, my Lord, there is being a part of the committee.
Can we just suggest one thing?
Yes, my lord.
Because in such a large matter,
Yes.
we have to bring some order to the
My lord.
order to the order also, which we pass.
Please, Lord.
If all of you who are intervening for various bodies
Yes.
can give on a slip of paper
Yes.
name of the body
Yes.
and whom you represent,
Very well.
we will put that in our order.
I understand.
So that your clients have that assurance that look, the Supreme Court is also factored in our
I
grievances.
understand, my lord. That will be very useful.
So then we will say that out of these, the committee may take an appropriate decision on engaging with the representative.
All that we were saying, my lord, the committee constitute of a very respectable persons, my lord. Lordship has chosen them. But some representation from the associations, my lord, those who face day-to-day, my lord, problems. Making representation to the committee and being a part of the committee, my lord, would be a little, my lord, we have been hesitating this law. I'm sure, but Lordship thinks it appropriate. Lordship might take it, my lord.
I'll get a response from.
That would be very helpful.
I had made two more aspects, my lord. Two more small aspects. Lordship has flagged, my lord, about 11 issues which the committee will take into account. Two more aspects, if your lordships can kindly consider that. One is, my lord, the distress call, my lord, we mentioned it day before yesterday. Lordship said it will be part of the order, my lord. I have seen, my lord, it is distress call system, my lord, which is available, my lord, on drop on a watch, on a mobile, my lord. That can also be, my lord, a part of it. Secondly, my lord, institutional FIR, my lord. What has been happening here, my lord, the parents has to go, the relatives has to go. There should be an institutional FIR within 2 hours of a cognizable offense, my lord. If that also comes with your lordship, part of the order, my lord. And finally, my lord, the fast tracking of, my lord, We have done cases 10 years back, my lord. The trial is still proceeding. My lord, in 2016, my lord, a person was murdered, a doctor was murdered inside the hospital, my lord, at a point blank range, my lord. Nothing happened. There was a widespread agitation. The chief minister said 50. What I'm saying, there are similar matters pending in this court. If a lordship expedite that.
To obviate, handing over slips. But we go about in a very systematic way.
Yes,
Mr. Devdatta Kamath is appearing for whom?
Instead of your lordships writing down, let us give it.
It will be easier for us.
It would be easier. It doesn't look good also.
All right.
My lord, very kind, my lord, but
All right, what we are doing is, we are just circulating a sheet of paper. If you can all just, as we are going along with the matter, write it, so we'll examine that and we'll put your names down.
I had made a request
My
yesterday.
lord,
Some SOP, the committee is looking into it. There is no SOP on the hours of the doctor.
Of course, we said that.
it is a specific
It's a mandate.
remit of the committee.
One second. One of the points which, that one para where I say, this is a non-exhaustive list. It specifically says that they are made to work for 36 hours. And one more thing, we have said, we have referred to working conditions in general, which includes the work. So please assure the doctors, we are as concerned about them, that they have to work for 36 hours.
Yes.
All of us have also had family members, relatives. We have gone to public hospitals.
Yes.
I have slept on the floor of a public hospital when somebody in the family was not well. So we have gone through that. And you observe all of them working for 36 hours.
Lord, we would also
Lord,
we would not like, my lord, a doctor who has not slept for 30 hours to treat us, my lord, because
May I just explain what happens in the hospitals? Because I have doctors in the family and also people studying in the medical colleges. What happens is that the senior, who are the third-year students of PG courses, they are the one who assign duty. You do 12 hours to 24 hours, and then thereafter you are given a rest for 2 to 3 hours. Again, you are called back on duty. The junior doctors are the one who prepare the discharge summary. And the discharge summary is prepared by them. So the workload is then again 2-3 hours. So it is almost 48 hours. It is not even 36 hours. So my humble submission is that you are neither in a physical state or a mental state at that stage to even resist if somebody is teasing you. I'm not even on the bigger sexual assault. I'm not on that because there are many incidents.
Currently, if you look at our order,
yes.
Sorry, Ms. Kumudata Das, what, if you see our order,
Yes, Your Lordship.
if you see our order, we have in fact highlighted this very aspect, that there is a certain hierarchical nature of the workplace in a public hospital or any hospital. So when we have referred to that, and we have said because of the hierarchical nature, doctors, including junior doctors, are susceptible to harassment, not just sexual harassment, but different kinds of harassment.
Yes, Your Lordship. Yeah.
So we have specifically referred to this, but now that you have mentioned it, in a course of our order, in a brief order today, we will add to that as well. No difficulty. Your point is perfectly well taken. So please.
My lord,
that
a
is-
small point to supplement that.
say,
Is that because
my
I
lord,
also
may I
come
just
from a
take a
family of
minute?
doctors, is that the counter to that, of course, is the fact that there are lots of peer-reviewed studies to say that continuity is important. Now, obviously, doctors can't be treated like this in light of that. So the committee should look into it and propose something
You
that
see, there is
has
another, I'll
adequate
tell you one thing.
safeguards.
I'll tell you one thing. We have got so many emails. I've been flooded with emails which I've been reading to the extent humanly possible. There's another viewpoint also that, look, if you have doctors only on duty for 8 hours, then the purpose is that the doctor must be able to see the evolution of the patient. So that patient is there overnight, then your duty hours may extend beyond 8 hours so that you see that what is the development in the case of the patient between the time you entered and the time you exited. But we are not going to make any comment on that. The committee will.
Your lordship,
but for
your
all
lordship,
one other
Certainly,
one thing is
48 hours of duty or 36 hours of duty is a little too aggressive.
is not really human. My lord, may I say I'm representing the KG Car Medical Junior Resident Doctors. They are still RG Car. And my lord, they are
By
still.
the way, Brother Justice Rishikesh Roy pointed out to me in another CB yesterday that you kept on saying car is car. So I said, well, I apologize.
We are forgetting one crucial thing.
So, my lord,
Can I speak?
Can I
We are
just?
forgetting one crucial thing. all doctors, my lord, which your lordships have constituted in the committee, they have passed through this very phase. They are aware of the problems.
So, my lord, I'm just saying that they are still terrorized. They are still in fear. They are saying our senior residents are back at work. We'll give it to the Registrar General in a sealed cover, the names of the people. There are about 70 junior residents and they are interns. And they are still feeling terrorized. They are threatened. They are actually being targeted in the hospital.
But terrorized by whom? Because this is a serious thing. And they
Yes.
in the Kajik or medical hospital.
CISF
is already there. What is their grievance?
Instead of, my lord, giving them here, let them be given to me. I'll ensure, my lord, CISF to do the needful. My lord.
Yes, but we have to have their names in sealed cover because those who've spoken up are feeling targeted already. And they have a timeline of videos they have taken.
Targeted by whom? Don't give us names, but targeted broadly
By officials, my lords, by goons. I am for the 20,000 doctors in the, Kolkata, my lords.
And lordship sees the
Many of them work in RG car.
possibly a hint of.
By members of the administration, by people who are in the hospital.
All right,
and
we'll take note of that.
Yes,
there is one submission, Your Lordship. There's a last submission, Your Lordship, I want to make. Can we have a compensation distress fund for the victims and the deceased of the family created by the state so that when at the time of the crisis of this kind of a situation, they can be also get a compensation system like what we have done in the Nirbhaya case, Your Lordship.
All right, let's just see the status report for a moment. We'll just see the status.
With your lordship,
Just give us one moment.
With your lordship permission, may I just.
1 second. We'll have to
Lordship
put in.
permits us, then should we post on the filing, e-filing, the suggestions of the pointers that we have, because it is anonymity which the resident doctors and interns from different places they are requesting, because the direct impact is on them. And their mental state is terrible. There is also a survey report of National Medical Council which says that 28%.
Point taken. There should be a portal where suggestions can be given to the committee, even anonymously, without disclosure of identity.
Yes.
Point well taken.
Lords, after the status report, could we have 1 minute on the SIT, my lords? We are representing 5 associations of doctors. And the difficulty is that there is an institutional compromise with regard to the financial regularities and the rate. Here's why. There were the same gentleman who was the head of Dr. Shondip Ghosh, who was head of this RG Core Medical College, also, for example, commissioned, asked for CCTV cameras for 14 lakhs to be rented. Now, had he bought those CCTV cameras, they would have been there. It would have been a deterrent, and there would have been better accountability. An SIT 2 days ago was, and I have the notification here, my lords. An SIT was set up by the West Bengal government. To look into these irregularities by the same person, and that only constitutes officials that are under the control of the West Bengal government.
Would your lordship consider having the status report?
Earlier form
is so powerful that
is the earlier form.
That my lords, he's been replied.
All this.
He's been
Lordship,
replied. Please.
In the nurses case,
Please,
he was
please.
the IG.
Your lordships, my lord, consider the report first, my lord.
All right.
That might, my lord,
My lords,
give,
with regard to the SIT, just to close that loop.
Let's see the report and then we will come back to you on the SIT.
Yes, my lord.
We've also filed our report.
SP, Your Honor, I'm Dr. Rajiv Yoshi calling from
Just
Pune.
1 second. Everybody can just hold their patience for 2 minutes. Let's quickly run through the two status reports.
the state's report was not called for, but they have, my lord, asked Your Lordship's may, my lord, it's entirely your Lordship.
Called for in the order. Why did my learned friend say that?
Order.
I thought we had asked for the.
Yes, of course.
The order.
Page 10, my lord, raise please, my lord, is.
In
Page
fact,
10 of yours?
in fact,
Mine.
Maharaj, I might, if your lordship will give me a minute, Maharaj, I don't want to interfere.
We'll just quickly run through this, then come back to you in a moment so that we
Very
go step by
very
step.
well.
10 para 7. Lord, before that, we have narrated the facts, etc., which broadly your Lordships are aware. So I'm not, and I'm obviously not reading, my lord. Your Lordships may read from para 7. So date and time may kindly be, my lord, taken note of. My lord, eventually we have, this is very, very preliminary finding, but we have recorded some, flagged some issues.
We just.
I'm just. Ask if they have a spare copy. Please read.
Everyone. It's only for the court.
So it is the Chief Justice of India that has led the bench, which has resumed the hearing as far as the rape and murder of the 31-year trainee doctor is concerned. The Chief Justice of India has gone on to say that they are assuring the doctors that they are concerned. The Supreme Court says that the protesting doctors must resume work and that there will be no victimization. So the doctors of the RG Kar hospital have gone on to say that the doctors are still terrorized and want more action. Now, it is the Chief Justice of India who's gone on to say that poor people can't be left in the lurch and the doctors need to resume and get back to work. A general order will be passed so that there will be no victimization, but doctors must get back to work. The committee will involve stakeholders and the committee will hear all the doctors and their representatives. So the CBI has submitted its status report in the Supreme Court in its probe in that matter of the rape and murder of the woman doctor at that Kolkata hospital in a sealed cover to the Supreme Court. And as per the court's direction, the CBI had filed that status report about the progress of the investigation so far in the case, and the Kolkata police had to file an investigation report in the court regarding the mob attack on the hospital, the incident that has sparked a nationwide strike by the doctors, and which is why the Supreme Court today is saying that the doctors need to get back to work, and it is that the poor man cannot be left in the lurch. Of course, talking about the task force, this is what was said on Tuesday when, also the Chief Justice of India had gone on to say that the nation cannot wait for another rape case for changes to occur on the ground, and had constituted a national task force consisting of doctors to ensure the safety of doctors. The top court had further instructed the CISF security to be provided as far as the RG Kar Medical College is concerned on Tuesday. But the task force that's been ordered to submit an interim report and has been given a deadline of about 3 weeks and a final report within 2 months. So 14 people have formed that task force. And of course, today in the Supreme Court, what was being asked was that resident doctors should also be part of that task force. But it is the Chief Justice who's gone on to say that won't be possible because it's the very senior doctors who are part of that task force, which has been formed in order to submit its its report, and that report should be that will be an interim report, and they have given 3 weeks time to that task force to submit its report, but that final report will only be submitted in a matter of 2 months. Do remember last time, that was on Tuesday, when the Supreme Court took up this matter, said what was the principal doing, why was the FIR not filed, why was the body handed so late to the parents, raising questions when it comes to the government of West Bengal, also raising questions as far as the police is concerned there, going on to say a serious offence has taken place by the crime scene, which is a hospital. How is it that vandals were allowed to enter the hospital, is what the Chief Justice of India had gone on to say, and also talking about the safety and security about women in the country, talking about that this is not a state matter, this is a matter of the country, of the nation, regarding the safety, and if we can't provide safety to the women, that would result in inequality, and which is what was said in court. And of course, also, the Chief Justice of India saying that we cannot wait, the nation cannot wait for another case of rape for things to change on the ground. So a lot of changes were recommended and suggested by the Supreme Court, regarding the safety when it comes to hospitals, when it comes to the healthcare workers, providing drop packs when it comes to people working between 10 o'clock at night to 6 in the morning, in regard to the lights that are available inside the confines of the hospital, that there should be no dingy and dark area, and that there should be proper lighting when it comes to the hospital. In order to talk about also the CCTV footage which should be provided, there should be cameras at the entry and exit points when it comes to hospitals. There are some of the changes that the Chief Justice of India had mentioned on Tuesday, and today is when the hearing is continuing, and today it is when the Chief Justice of India is urging for the workforce when it comes to the healthcare staffers and healthcare workers, the doctors in the country, to resume work. Do remember that the strike has been indefinite. They are demanding safety when it comes to healthcare workers. There are a lot of lapses when it comes to this particular case, and a lot of lapses that have been highlighted because there are no dedicated rest areas that are available to the healthcare staffers. There are no toilets when it comes to separate toilets for men and women. So those are, the lapses that have been highlighted, and a lot of changes when it comes to people not being allowed beyond a certain point in the hospital. That is something that is being recommended. Security to manage the crowd, to have restrooms for doctors and gender neutral spaces for resting of doctors, such areas to have biometrics and facial recognition. We spoke about transportation that should be made available to people as far as the medical professionals are concerned. The staffers at all hospitals across the country should be, be given drop pack facilities when it comes to 10 o'clock at night, and also facilities to pick them up when it comes to any between 10 o'clock at night to 6 o'clock in the morning, conducting workshops for handling grief and crisis, as well as also helpline numbers to be there for emergency as far as medical professionals are concerned, to also raising questions as to how is it that the family members of the patients are allowed in various parts of the hospital. So a lot of things that are coming to light, a lot of situations and issues that are being, and the challenges that are faced by the medical fraternity in the country that have been highlighted by the Supreme Court. But today it is the Supreme Court that saying that it is, the medical fraternity cannot leave the common man in the lurch and has to come back to work. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Sunil joining us. Sunil, take us through the proceedings in court today.
Well, as you can see, Chief Justice of India is now conferring and consulting his two fellow judges on the report that has been submitted by the Central Bureau of Investigation, which is a status report. It's in a steel cover. And as you have already heard, the Chief Justice urging doctors and appealing to them to get back to work. We will ensure that there will be no adverse action and they will pass a general order to that effect. This is something that the Chief Justice of India, when he had taken suo motu cognizance of this matter, had decided that he would like this to be addressed on the first day itself, but doctors haven't resumed work. Now, once again, appealing to the doctors to resume work and saying that, senior directors of various medical institutions will not take and victimize doctors who have been on the streets protesting against these crimes, because you cannot leave the poor, as he said, in the lurch. There are people who have been waiting, and as we've been talking on NDTV, who are waiting for various, medical procedures as well as operations. They will be put back, and for them, for the poorest of the poor who need medical facilities, this is a matter of life and death. Really appealing to the doctors to resume work at the earliest.
Right, and regarding that task force, something that was discussed on Tuesday during that hearing, and that task force has formed now with 14 members, including doctors. What is really being asked today in court was that resident doctors should also be included in that task force.
That's right. So what the Chief Justice has said is that definitely we will ask this committee, which is the National Task Force, to hear the resident doctors. They cannot be part of the committee, but we will definitely get representatives. Not all of them can be heard, but representations will be given, as well as, of course, he has been pointing out that there was a Delhi Medical Association, which is 110 years old, appealing for them to be also heard in this matter, because this is not the first incident. There have been incidents where it has taken place earlier, where there have been attacks on doctors in the country, and saying that cases should be fast-tracked. Some talking about distress, phone line that should be activated, and various other systems. So it's in that backdrop that the various petitions have been put. Chief Justice agrees in agreement to this. Let's listen into what he has to say now.
Of the accused.
Which report, Madam Sir?
The injury report, the medical examination report of the accused.
Of the accused. Our difficulty.
Actually, I think Astha had given it last time, but
Yes, we have the case diary. It's part of the case diary.
We are not supplied. Our difficulty.
Part of the case diary, they have it. It's part of the case diary.
Only a minute, Mr. Sibal, if you don't mind.
Just flag it for us and then.
Sure.
Only one thing. I did not know, my lord, that there is some report, my lord, because our difficulty was we entered on the 5th day. And thereafter, my lord, before that, my lord, whatever was collected by the local police, my lord, we were given. And our investigation starts, my lord, that is itself a challenge by itself, my lord, because the scene of offense is altered. Everything is, my lord,
everything is videographed. Nothing is altered. Everything is videographed.
Lord, without knowing anything, Mr.
Post-mortem is videographed.
Yes, rest is not videographed.
Crime is not videographed because the crime is.
The seizure memo is there, mother. Seizure memo is there.
9 o'clock, the crime is detected.
Seizure memo is there, mother.
Not the most shocking fact. I am not making this, Mr. Sibal is
that is also
combative mood. Lord, the most shocking fact. The FIR is registered after cremation at 11:45 night.
The investigation.
First, the parents are informed that she is not well by the deputy superintendent. When they reach, they say that she has committed a suicide. Thereafter, they say that it appears to be a death. Fortunately, the young doctors, the colleagues of this deceased girl, victim, they insisted that we want videography, we want this. This is suggestive that even they were suspecting some cover-up. So they were also trying their best.
Well, let's just see the medical examination.
Yes, Your Lordship.
The post-mortem was done in the same hospital.
I don't.
So that may be.
Post-mortem was also done in the same.
I don't want. This is entirely accusatory. I don't want to contradict my learned friend, but the record will show what happened.
Lord, one more fact, my lord, it may.
And we have a note on timeline exactly what time, what happened.
Karuna?
3 copies.
There are people in this.
The Supreme Court there with the Chief Justice of India heading that bench, assuring the doctors that they are concerned. The Supreme Court saying that the protesting doctors must resume work and there will be no victimization. But the doctors of RG Card, they're saying that more action is needed. Well, to get more on this, we have my colleague Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, of course, from what we heard from the RG Card doctors, they're saying that the doctors are still terrorized and they want more action. And which is why, they're refusing to go back to work. But it is the Chief Justice who's urged doctors to get back to work.
Can you just give us the page of
Let's
the PMR?
listen in to what's being said.
So we don't have to.
I can give PMR, Malad, I have postmortem. I have Malad handy.
You have the PMR?
Yes, sir. That is provided to us by the local police, Malad. It was given to us. Just flag it.
We saw it yesterday.
This report, my lord.
Well, that's
Postmortem.
202 of our status report, Malas.
Well, this has the flagging also, whatever your lordship would like to say.
But that can't change in any case. The postmortem is postmortem.
Yes. Page
13 of the case diary.
Yes. And my lord, our status report also has it, page 202.
Yes.
Well, this is the Supreme Court in which the hearing has resumed in the rape and murder of the trainee doctor in Kolkata, with the Chief Justice of India urging the doctors to resume work, saying that they are concerned about the doctors. At the same time, they are asking them to end their protests and to resume work. To get more on this, we have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, what is really being said is that the doctors are still traumatized, they're still terrorized, and which is why they need more action to be taken, and which is what they're really waiting for more demands to be met before they can resume work.
Right, exactly. Divya, the Chief Justice of India has said that they will pass a general order so that there is no victimization of doctors in such a way. The Council for the Doctors across board, the doctors' bodies, associations have also raised this concern of doctors being terrorized and them not finding it safe anymore. The CGI, however, has also mentioned that the poor people cannot be left in a lurch, and doctors therefore must resume to work. They've ensured that the resident doctors must resume to the work, and the council also urges to include resident doctors in the National Task Force. What's the latest in the court hearing is that the Solicitor General said that, the FIR was registered after the cremation and that the crime scene has been altered. What the Solicitor General has also said is that they do not know of any such report, and they entered the investigation on the 5th day and everything was altered. However, Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal says that everything is videographed and not altered. The Solicitor General thereafter adds that the most shocking fact being that the FIR was registered at 11:45 p.m. after the cremation. Let us see if we can get talking to some of the doctors here. Hi ma'am, you're watching the hearing here with us. What do you think of the hearing as until now?
Personally, because there are separate team for that, so you have to contact.
All right. So the students here, as you can see at RG Medical College and Hospital, are still watching the hearing live right here, the Supreme Court hearing. And a lot of students and a lot of resident doctors have gathered here together to watch the court hearing.
Tanishka, this is as the CBI and the Kolkata police have submitted their report in a sealed cover to the Supreme Court. As per the court's direction, the CBI had filed a status report about the progress of the investigation, while the Kolkata police had to file that investigating report as far as the mob attack on the hospital is concerned. Do remember the Chief Justice of India had asked as to how were the vandals allowed to enter the hospital, which was the scene of the crime. We will keep tracking the story as to what's really happening in court, which has resumed the hearing in that rape and murder case. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection.
In the Kolkata rape and murder case, Supreme Court resumes hearings. Supreme Court urges doctors to resume work. CJI says poor people can't be left in the lurch. CJI adds that a committee will hear doctors' plight. Bombay High Court hears the Thane molestation case, pulls up the police for inaction. HC says there should have been action taken against the school by now. JPC meet on Waqf Amendment Bill underway. Waqf Board Chairman of all states in the part of the meeting. Minority Department officials give detailed presentation on the 44 amendments. Congress brass in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of elections in the Union Territory. Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge meet Congress workers in Srinagar. Later in the day, Congress and National Conference to meet on seat sharing. And Talapati Vijay's big political move, actor unveils flag and launches party song. Right, our top focus, of course, on the Supreme Court hearing, which is currently underway in the Kolkata rape and murder case. The hearing is still underway, of course, but what we can hear, there are a few top points which have come out from the Supreme Court hearing so far. Firstly, of course, the Supreme Court once again has reiterated its appeal to doctors to resume work, to resume their duties. Remember that despite the Supreme Court setting up a national task force, the top court had in fact ordered that in the last hearing, in the first hearing in this case, but doctors had continued their protest. The CJI today saying poor people can't be left in the lurch. And in the second important update, which has of course happened just a short while back in court, is that the Supreme Court has in fact started reading the CBI's investigation status report. Right, let's first take a listen at what the Chief Justice of India had to say, urging doctors to resume work.
For the autopsy report,
No. On
Coming in from the CJI in just a bit, but let me go across to my colleague Tanushka first. Tanushka, so if you can just encapsulate some of the important points which have come out from the Supreme Court hearing so far.
Now, as for the FIR,
the Supreme Court hearing is currently ongoing, where
UT case was in the morning,
of India,
1:47 p.m.
said that poor people of the country
No, that's why I have the timeline, It's better your lordship. I'll give it to my lord.
to come back to their duties. They've also given assurances that they will pass a general order so as to ensure that there is no victimization of the doctors. Senior advocate Geeta Luthra mentioned, she appears for the Achutapuram Medical College and Hospital, and she mentioned that doctors here are being threatened by members of administration and people in the hospital itself. Therefore, it is imperative for these doctors to give in some sort of an assurance with respect to their safety. As you can see around me currently at the Achutapuram Medical College and Hospital, students and resident doctors have gathered here. They're sitting here watching the Supreme Court hearing live. And a lot of discussion, debate is of course still ongoing inside the court hearing, wherein even the state...
Tanushka, please hold your thought there. Let me also bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who's of course at the Supreme Court covering all the updates which are coming in from there. Sunil, what's the latest coming in from the top court?
Well, I think there are three important issues which we must reflect. Is the fact that resident doctors have been urged by the Chief Justice of India, no less, to resume duty. He has said that we will ensure that there is no victimization. We'll pass a general order in this regard, and having full faith on the directors of medical institutions to ensure that those who have been protesting for the last 9 days will not be victimized. So that's one part of it, which is an important part. The second part, the other part is that about resident doctors who have been wanting to be part of the entire process in terms of consultation with National Task Force. That has also been looked into, the Chief Justice of India agreeing to that and saying that the committee will hear their representatives, not all of them, also to look at that possibility of a distress call about the fact that there can be, fast tracking of cases. All those aspects will be looked at its entirety, because this is just not the only case. As one counsel was pointing out, there is a case of a doctor being killed in 2016 in point blank, but yet, as we speak, it hasn't yet seen the light of day in terms of a trial. So these are definitely some concerning issues of speedy justice, which the Chief Justice of India will have to address, just as they've been talking about fast-tracking of other courts. So it's in that context we'll have to see how things proceed. The last, of course, is the Solicitor General himself making a submission on behalf of the CBI, saying that the scene has been altered completely. And it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how things proceed, because one, of course, that the FIR was registered after the cremation. Second, that the scene has been altered and that they've only come into the scene after 5 days. And there has been a to and fro about, a complete timeline which the state government has supplied to the Chief Justice of India, its own status report. And these things are being looked at this stage at this.
Right, Sunil Prabhu there giving us the latest from the top court. We'll keep coming back to you for more, Sunil, as the developments take place there. Now, let's also listen in to what the Chief Justice of India had to say during the hearing today.
They also have their heart with the doctors, but they are in a situation where poor people who come to those institutions cannot be left behind in the lurch.
Yes, sir.
That they take appointments 2 years before the actual date, and then suddenly you're told that you will not be attended to. Let them all resume work. Ask them to first return to work. Once they return to work, then if nobody is going to take any adverse action against the doctors, let them all come back to work.
Word from your lordship will work not for them.
Let them first come back to work, and then if there's any difficulty, just talk to us in the court here. We'll make sure that there is no adverse action against the doctors.
Right, we'll keep coming back on the updates, the developments coming in from the Supreme Court hearing, but shifting focus on to another important story that we've been following, and that is the Maharashtra molestation case, the horrific case which took place inside a school in Thane, next to Mumbai in Maharashtra. 2 nursery school children were molested there. Now, the Bombay High Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the matter, and the hearing in that case is also currently underway. But the High Court has minced no words and has pulled up both the Maharashtra government as well as the police there, the Thane police there, and what action has been taken by the police so far. In fact, the court clearly said that the police has not taken the investigation seriously. It's such a serious matter that 2 girls, young girls, small children, in fact, are getting molested inside a school, but the police has not taken that matter seriously. Secondly, the High Court also asked that by now there should have been action taken under the POCSO Act against the school. Why has that not been done just yet? So we are in fact flashing on our screens there some of the top developments which are coming out from the Bombay High Court during that hearing. But let me go across to my colleague Radhika right now for the latest. Radhika, take us through some of the top comments or observations coming in from the Bombay High Court.
That's right. The Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance of this entire Badlapur incident and the outrage over it. Yesterday was when the Bombay High Court took cognizance of it. Today, the hearing of in this particular matter commenced, in which the division bench of the Bombay High Court did come down very, very hard on the Badlapur police as well as the state government over the shoddy probe that it has conducted so far as the investigations into the sexual assault case is concerned. A lot of pertinent questions being put forth by the Bombay High Court. First, it started by asking for the FIR in this particular case, and then the court perused through the FIR and sought questions as to why the case has not been registered against the school and the school administration where this particular incident happened. This is a POCSO case, so the school must be held accountable is something that the court said. And then later it went on to ask whether the statements of the victim girls have been recorded, and it in fact also came to the conclusion that the second victim's statement has not been recorded as far as the FIR is concerned. And later the court was told it is the second victim's father's FIR that was recorded only yesterday after the court took cognizance of it, which upset the court. In fact, the statement of the first victim not recorded under 164, video recording not taken place. Mandatory video recording is something that must be done under such circumstances, something that the court mentioned. And also the very, very importantly, the statement of the second victim not being taken is something something that the court, took displeasure in, and also going on to ask about what kind of legal help, what kind of counseling has been provided to the family members and of course the children, to which there were no satisfactory response from the side of the Advocate General. That this investigations are not satisfactory. Of course, now the investigations has been taken over by the SIT. What has Badlapur police done so far? Looks like Badlapur police took a while to register the FIR, after which it did not register a case against the school or the school administration. It did not take the statements of the victims properly. The second victim statements not there, 164 CRPC statements not taken, video recording not done, counseling not being given to the children as mandated under POCSO. This entire delay is being questioned by the Bombay High Court at this point. So now the court asking the AG to come back with responses, come back with a case diary on Tuesday at 2:30 p.m, ensure that the second victim statement is taken, ensure 164 CRPC statements are taken of both the victims as well as of the family members. So these are some of the directives given by the Bombay High Court, coming down very, very heavily on the Badlapur police as well as on the state administration and the school as well. And also mentioning that legal help and counseling should be given to the,
and the hearing
school
on that
children.
matter, of
Next
course, will
hearing on
continue
Tuesday
next
at
week.
2:30.
Radhika, there, thank you so much. We'll, of course, keep our viewers updated on this very important story that we are following on the horrific molestation case which has been reported from a school in Thane. But for the moment now, let's return to the updates coming in, the live proceedings at the Supreme Court, which is hearing the Kolkata rape and murder case.
Read para 10 in your mind, Page 12. Tell us, is this record correct? Is this correct?
Yes, sir. It's
Correct.
based on the documents given to us by the Kolkata.
Why are they showing us some different time? Which is the document they are referring to?
Sir,
Case diary, I have it with me.
Case diary.
sir, this is based on the GD entries and the documents given to us by the
Correct.
Kolkata police.
But look at the time which you have stated.
It's there, sir, in the GD entries, sir.
Can you show us? Can you show us?
Yes, sir.
I'll just mark in passing.
They are mentioning the GD of what happened in the entire day, Malaj. If your lordship look at page 2, Malaj, page 2, it says the application made to the magistrate with the GD and where the UD entry is already mentioned.
You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the criminal procedure code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure
Yeah.
which has been followed by your police,
Yes.
police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across
Yes.
in 30 years of my...
I know. Right. I appreciate it. But Manoj, the facts must be before your lordship's mind. That's the important thing. The real
The
fact.
first thing we want to confirm is, is it true that the UD case was registered at 23:30 hours and that the post-mortem and everything preceded the registration of the UD?
No, Manoj.
We'll have to answer.
Yes, please, Manoj.
Second question to you, Mr. Sibal.
The second question.
Who is this assistant superintendent non-medical? Who is this person? Is this assistant superintendent a male or a female?
I believe it's a female, but I just make sure. Female.
Her conduct is also very, very doubtful. Why did she act in this manner?
I can't possibly. Malaj, that's number 2.
It's all right. It's all right.
Oh, kindly pardon me, this is the one copy that we have. I have marked on the side, flapping is on the right hand side, my lord. First page.
Well, I've got the entire sequence here. GD entry 542 is at 10:10 a.m.
Malad, I have the, if your lordship don't mind, Malad, I mean,
No, I've got your documents. I'm looking at it from your documents.
Yes.
GD entry, it says 542, 10:10 a.m.
Yes.
It says received information over the telephone
Yes.
from Ajikor MCH Police Outpost that a lady of PG trainee of so-and-so MCH was found lying in unconscious state at seminar room of chest medicine department of third floor of emergency building in half-naked condition. Accordingly informed so-and-so officer in charge and under his order,
Yes.
leaving PS with lady police and force for causing inquiry. This is at 10:10 a.m.
Correct, correct.
Just allow me to intervene.
Now, one second.
The doctors are saying unconscious, though she was already dead.
One second.
You don't need to be a doctor to understand.
This is 542.
Yes.
Now, next is 576. Now,
Yes,
576 is extremely important. After PM examination over, the dead body of the deceased, the board verbally opined that the death of the deceased was due to the effect of manual strangulation associated with smothering, ante-mortem, and homicidal in nature.
Correct.
Also verbally opined that medical evidence of forceful penetration stroke insertion in her genitalia, possibility of sexual assault. They say possibility. Accordingly, PO has been cordoned under proper guard. Also, several witnesses were examined and the statement was recorded, consulted CCTV footages in and around the vicinity of the PO.
Yes.
One thing, therefore, which is very clear is that the cordoning off and the preservation of the crime scene takes place after the post-mortem report is conducted. This is what the GD entry itself says. So first, the PM takes place between 6 and 7 in the evening, after which they start cordoning off the crime scene. Now just go forward. Experts of SFL, WB, have visited the spot under their direction and able guidance. Incriminating articles and documents were seized under videography in proper seizure list after observing all legal formalities. Wide seizure list dated 9th August. Dog squad also arrived on the spot. On the basis of the prayer of investigating agency, learned judicial magistrate conducted inquest over the dead body of the deceased under videography after observing all legal formalities. Accordingly, PM examination was conducted by the Board of Autopsy Surgeons consisting of 3 members under videography over the dead body of the deceased and declared her dead body on 9th August at about 12:44 hours. Meanwhile, so-and-so homicide, officers of homicide section, women grievance cell, scientific wing so-and-so photography, it was learned that the door of the seminar room was in open condition. Then 576. On perusal, 1 blue-colored jeans, etc., found in incriminating articles were found on the mattress, beneath the mattress on the dais. Accordingly, some people were examined. We will not read out her name, which appears immediately thereafter. Accordingly, on-duty RMO of so-and-so examined.
Right, the Supreme Court there, of course, reading the CBI status report. And this is, of course, the investigation status report also includes aspects of what the Bengal police had investigated so far and some important parts that the CJI is reading out. Let's listen in once again to the live proceedings.
Parts and other parts of body. Also found that she wore whatever. After return to PS, under order of OC, an UD case has been registered. Vijay Tala UD case number 9th August.
So this is now it is confirmed
very clear
that it was 23:30 hours.
Page number 2. Just see page number 2.
No, but this is the case diary.
No,
it shows that the UD case is registered
that's
after he returns to the police station.
I don't want to contradict, kindly see page 2.
Okay.
of the case diary.
These are their documents?
Yes, 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 as given to us.
We'll part with you for 2 minutes.
And after return to the police station, the seized articles were kept in Malkhana, white MK number 52 of.
Before that, your lordship may see the last page of this.
Would my lord,
Last but one.
may I pleading with your lordship, look at
Second last, my lord. After return to PS under order of
Okay, that we have seen.
UD case has been registered. My lord, that is at 2030.
Make us understand this. The circle portion. What is this?
Malad, when he comes back, he records the entire incident and then Malad repeats that. But
Oh, Mr. Sibal, oh, I'm sorry. We can't accept this explanation.
page 2 in the diary itself, Malad, kindly have a look at page 2 if you don't mind, Malad, please.
So what is this? He has recorded minutes? The entire day's proceedings?
He has to, Malad.
Why has he mentioned this 23, 32 hours, 33, 30 hours?
He's come back at that time, Malad. At the police station at that time, Malad. He therefore recorded it. Malad, there's a lot of...
Okay. Now show us one document.
Yes, I'm showing. Malad.
Prior to 23, 30 hours,
Correct.
wherein we find this UD case number so and so.
Page 2.
Give it back to us, please.
I'm sorry, Malad. Page 2, Malad.
Of this compilation?
Diary, yes.
Page 2.
Yes. That's the second last page, Malad. And there it is mentioned. Second last
page of the case diary.
of the case diary. Page
It's
number
UD, not GD.
Case diary.
Case diary, page 2.
Case diary.
Will you have it in hard copy?
Yes, we give it to your lordship.
Let us see.
Let us give it to mine. Doesn't matter. Yeah. For the magistrate would happen in the afternoon, which happens
That is
in
after,
the afternoon.
much after.
And you will see the diary number, Malad, 861 of 24. 861 of 24.
Even the order of the magistrate.
Even the order of the magistrate thereafter, Malad, says that.
Plus page 4.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of time.
No, page 4.
Yes, prima facie. Prima
four,
facie it appears. Prima facie it appears.
Page 4, not
Let them look into it. Let them look.
Ask for the report from the ACGM.
Just give it back to us. I'll share it with my lord.
My request is ask for the report.
Yes, my lord, and the copy may be given to us. My lord, I do not know whether this copy we have or not.
The case diary.
That's okay, but give one more copy. What objection can you have?
Report of the ACGM can come, Malad. Before the ACGM, the application was made. No.
Lord, this page may be given to us. They may have given. Let another copy be
May
given.
I request your lordship, look at page 4 and ask for the report of the ACGM report.
No, I do not know what is shown. I must say.
Malad, kindly see page. Malad, I'm sorry, Malad, I give. No, Malad, it
No,
can't
the
be-
copy of print of this page may be given. Malad.
Just a minute.
That's a request.
Just give it back to me, please. Only you have a look at it.
We just look at it. Yeah. I understand. Yes, I know. Now, Malad, your lordship suspicion is right. Now we read page 8.
From where? In this?
Yes, here. That's the inquest report. Give it back. This is the judicial magistrate, Malad. to carry out the inquest and see whether UD case 861. Postmortem also mentions it. So whether these can't be inserted. And this is signed by the magistrate.
Here's this number.
Right, so at this point in time, the justice is there looking at the case files which are part of the CBI status report. One particular contention point which has arisen, of course, on whether or not there was a diary entry on the unnatural death case done ahead of the before 10:30. That is what Kapil Sibal had maintained, but the Supreme Court there initially saying that there should be a probe about that. But let's listen in what further discussion.
Magistrate's order, Malas, kindly see the magistrate's order. That's Malas also part of the CD. Oh, I just give it to your lordship. Just give it to my lord. No, but I think
The magistrate's order is not part of the case diary.
1 second, it's not, but I'm just saying.
Yes.
It's not so. Kindly have a look, Malas. The magistrate's order itself. My lord, Justice Padiwala, please, Malas, I'm sorry. This is the magistrate's order. And it mentions the case number.
Documents are not with the CBI.
It's not given to us. It's not a part of case diary. That's the simple answer.
Well, they are, and they are not producing them. They are. And I'm sorry to say, Malas.
Just
because an impression is being created, Malas, that contrary to the record.
Ma'am,
He has
come to page 8 of your report. Roman 14. I'm sorry, Roman 17. Last 3 lines. Is this still pending?
Roman 17, top.
Yes. Last 3 lines. Is this still pending? Or the High Court has passed the necessary order and you have completed it?
Sir, it's still pending, sir.
Still pending.
It's to be conducted, yes, sir.
This is according to the UD case. This is the time.
Oh.
The form.
He has the court passed.
What time?
Permission of the court, my lord, because that needs permission.
Yeah.
We are awaiting the permission of the court, my lord, because that needs permission.
Then you should pursue it at the earliest.
We are doing.
There's something else we wish to point out, Malas. We're just checking something which will demonstrate, Malas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. The Supreme Court, of course, now hearing the matter there, looking at the CBI status report and essentially asking several questions of the Bengal government, the manner in which the police had carried out its investigation, whether it is about the unnatural death case which was registered in this matter, whether it's about the fact that this case was in fact registered after the post-mortem. So some of these aspects which seem murky is being discussed in the Supreme Court hearing at this point. The Bengal government represented by lawyer Kapil Sibal, of course, maintaining that due procedure was followed and that the paperwork is in place. And that is what, in fact, is being looked into at this point in time. There are several aspects which the Supreme Court bench is pointing out in terms of how the Bengal police, in fact, did not follow procedure, and also saying that they find it very hard to believe the explanation which is being given by the Bengal police at this point. So, the Bengal government there, of course, being represented by Kapil Sibal, essentially saying that the police did follow procedures as much as they could in this case. And the Supreme Court there, one of the justices essentially saying that they have never seen such a case in 30 years of their career there, and that the Bengal government is not being able to explain several aspects of the case, including why it took them so much time to register an FIR on this matter. Just to sum up for our viewers, what's been happening till now, the Supreme Court hearing began shortly after 11 o'clock, and among the other aspects of the case which is being discussed after the Supreme Court opened the CBI status report, and which is what the judges are looking into currently. Earlier in the hearing, the Supreme Court bench also talked about the doctors resuming their duties, reiterated their appeal to doctors, essentially saying that poor people, especially in government hospitals, cannot be left in the lurch, and that the doctors should resume their duties, and that a committee has in fact been set up in order to look into some of the issues that the doctors have raised through their protests.
5 case diary. Inquest has everything. All documents have that.
Inquest, post-mortem, seizure list.
Page 25 seizure list.
Case diary. PDF 157 of the case diary.
This is at 8:30. Yeah. This is at 8:30, your lordship notices. All is before 11. So how can anybody, Malaj, even contend? Yeah.
Inquest is at,
I'll substantiate that.
inquest is at 4:40.
And the inquest is at 4:40, Malaj.
Also mentions.
And the original CD has also been given to them, Malaj. It's a bit unfair to... And the original CD was handed over to the CBI in the High Court, Malaj, as soon as the transfer order came, Malaj. Yes, yes, yes. 1 o'clock after the post-mortem.
Had victim show what additional findings they have.
Right. So the Supreme Court judges there essentially saying that there are several questions that they still have. At this point in time, what they are looking at, if you're joining us right now, essentially the Supreme Court is trying to understand at exactly what time was the case diary filed, what time was the diary entry made as far as the unnatural death case is concerned. Right. So Bengal government, of course, being represented by Kapil Sibal, is saying that all the paperwork is in place as far as the unnatural death case is concerned. There's been an inquest which had also been set up, and that the documents are mentioning all these details and the exact time as to when these procedures took place. So essentially, while the Supreme Court is saying that there seems to be a situation where the Bengal government has not followed procedure in this matter, the Bengal government is countering that. Right. These are live proceeding pictures which are coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, of course, remember, had taken suo motu cognizance of this Kolkata rape and murder case. And currently what we can in fact see is that the Bengal government, represented by Kapil Sibal, is defending the fact that Kolkata police have in fact followed due procedure in this case. The CBI status report, of course, has also been taken up in this matter today. Right. So what we can in fact see is that the Supreme Court, looking into several aspects, remember that there's been a lot of questions which have been put up in terms of whether or not the Bengal government and the Bengal police are above board when it comes to handling of this case. There have been questions raised about whether or not the Kolkata police delayed filing their FIR on this matter. By their own admission, the Bengal government has of course said in court that initially it was an unnatural death case which had been filed, which was followed up with an FIR related to rape and murder. But what we can in fact see is at this point in time, the Bengal government is trying to make it stand clear. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu for more on this. Sunil, so lots of questions being raised by the top court in terms of the procedure followed by the Kolkata police and whether or not there was any sort of discrepancy or delay.
That's right. This is about the fact of when was the FIR registered, how was the entire procedure done, was it done after the cremation, as the Solicitor General is pointing out. Mr. Sibal, of course, saying that the seizure list and the entire UD case, unnatural death, inquest, etc., the post-mortem report, all these documents have been done well before the time of 11 p.m. How can anyone contend that the inquest is at 4:40? So these are the points that he's been pointing out, taking on the Chief Justice of India, as well as Mr. Justice Padiwala, who was saying that, and Justice Padiwala making a very, very important point that in his last 30 years as a judicial officer, he has not seen a case like this ever before. And even saying that, some pages might be inserted, to which Mr. Sibal countered and said this can't be inserted. This has been signed by the magistrate. This is a magistrate report. He's also shown it to the magistrate. And it's at that context that the case continues to be heard as we speak. Three important points to reiterate to our viewers. One, that the Chief Justice of India and his bench has requested doctors to resume work. There will be no victimization. They will give a general order, and they have full faith in the medical directors of government institutions to ensure that things will not go beyond, and there will be no victimization. Having said that, the second important point that they have looked at the resident doctors to be part of the, to be heard by the National Task Force, and those committee members will hear them and hear their points. And the third, of course, as we've been talking about, that there are certain, further issues that could be added to the 11-point program that has been given to, distress call, fast-tracking of criminal cases against doctors, because this is not the only case. There have been cases earlier, as was pointed out by one counsel, way back in 2016, where a doctor has been killed within the hospital, and yet the case hasn't seen the light of day. So all these matters
up before the Chief Justice of India
Yes.
as they continue to hear
Right.
this matter.
Right. Sunil, thank you. Let's thank you for that update. Let's go back to the live proceedings in top court.
Can your lordships have a look?
They have this information in the CD. They have this
Mr.
information.
Sibal, please allow me now.
Mr. Sibal,
Please allow me.
allow me what? You should have shown the CD, given the CD.
Lord, I don't
The
wish to
original
fight,
should have
my
been
lord. I
given
am-
in court.
In fact, this also matches with the FIR.
Lord,
FIR
there is a
says
confusion, my lord. Please allow me.
Received date 9th August 24, time 10 hours.
My lord, if your
DD
lordship
number
gives me 2 minutes, my lord.
Exactly.
My lord, I may be right, I may be wrong. Give me 2 minutes, my lord. Your lordships have, my lord, this 10-10, my lord.
Yes, yes.
This is GDE, called General Diary Entry.
Right, at the police station.
At the first, yes, at the police station. Please, my lord, thereafter come to this, my lord. My lord, your lordship, I do not know the number of the compilation, but it is page 47 on the top.
Yes, 47 we got.
Correct?
It is the same.
Your lordship, please, Mr. Sibal.
Yes, continue.
There is
Mr.
always a courtesy to each
Yes,
other. Lord, this is 576, 2330. Correct, my lord? Now read this, my lord. In reference to Tala PS General Diary Entry number 542 of date, return to PS with so-and-so, please ignore it and come to the next page. After return to PS under order of office something, an UD case has been registered with a Tala PS number so-and-so 861. So this UD case is registered, my lord. Earlier was GD entry. This is UD case at 2330 and at 2345 FIR is registered.
See page 40, it just shows, Malad.
That's, my lord, how the chronology we have, my lord, presented.
Muddy the waters. It's all muddy the waters. That's what you're doing.
Just see 42. Just see 42.
42, my lord.
GD number 542, dated 10:10 a.m. Received information over the telephone from Achutapuram Medical College Hospital Police Outpost that a lady of PG trainee of so-and-so
Was found lying in unconscious state at so-and-so medicine department of third floor of emergency building in so-and-so, according to informed sector 92 OC and under his order, leading PS with lady police. So this is, my lord, general diary entry. What is?
That is what DD is. That's
Lord,
what
somebody has lost the
That's
life.
according to the
Don't
rules.
at least laugh.
One second. According to
least
rules
laugh.
Maharaj, that we follow,
A girl has
these
lost
regulations
her
we've
life
done in accordance.
in a most inhuman and undignified manners.
These are the rules, and we have followed to the T the rules
Yes,
of the
I will show that what rules are.
unnatural death end.
My lord, the
Solicitor General. First, a general diary entry is made. Thereafter, the police proceeds to the spot with the case diaries.
Correct.
Case general diary is kept in at the police station.
Which
Case
is
diary is carried to the spot.
Yes.
Now, the relevant part would be this part, which is a inquest report. This shows that the information regarding unnatural death was received and registered as case number 861 on 9/8/2024 at 10:10 hours.
That's correct.
Yes.
And this extract is the general diary which the police complete
we will
after
examine
the
this
day is
aspect
over.
and come back to you.
It carries various steps that have been carried out during the course of the day.
That's right.
So that is what
I can assure my learned friend, this is not an attempt to muddy the water, to remove the mud from the water, because we are dealing with a delicate situation. Somebody's dignity is lost.
Come on, we all know that. It's a tragic incident, it's barbaric, and we are on the same side.
Your side
But
was
let's
laughing.
not muddy the waters on
really
investigation.
unfortunate.
The only one point which we also see is that the UD, I'll read out the relevant part. This is at page 74. Accordingly, PO has been cordoned under proper guard. Also, several witnesses were examined and their statements were recorded. Consulted CCTV footages in and around the vicinity of the PO. After post-mortem and inquest, the dead body of the deceased has been handed over to her mother, so-and-so. After return to the police station, under order of officer in charge, so-and-so, and UD case has been registered by Tala PS UD case number 861, dated 9 August 2024. All concerned, including superiors, were informed. After return to the police station, the seized articles were kept in PS Malkhana, by Malkhana number 52, in the presence of ASI and Constable so-and-so. Now, and officer in charge was informed. So it appears that the initial report of an unnatural death was received and which was recorded in the GD at
So not unnatural death, unconscious body. The doctors are informing the police that there is an unconscious body.
Lying in unconscious state. That is
not a you don't have to be a doctor to know that it's not unconscious body, it's a dead body.
At 10 a.m.
Yes.
GD 542.
This is from the outpost, Malaj.
Right. The unnatural death is recorded by entry 561, 861, after they return to the police station at night.
That is how we have seen.
And 11:30 in the night, the FIR is registered. In the meantime, the body has been handed over to the mother for the purpose of...
And that too, the father insists for registration of the FIR.
Yes, absolutely.
The hospital does not register the FIR. Father has insisted and registered the FIR.
The father told us, you wait till I tell you, then only register. I will give a written complaint. That's what happened. At least tell us what's been happening in the investigation and trying to say that this happened at 11:45.
The family is here, my lord. The
State has
Yes, appearing, my lord. One clarification which we need.
Certainly, my lord.
If the report of the police indicates that after return to the police station, GD 861 was recorded. In the meantime, the dead body had been handed over to the mother for cremation.
Yeah.
If this does not square up with the fact that the inquest refers to GD 861. Inquest takes place. I have the inquest of the judicial magistrate.
Right.
Judicial magistrate says I conducted the inquest at 4:20 p.m. on the 9th of August.
Correct.
That inquest report refers to GD 861.
Yes.
Now, if the police say that the GD 861 was recorded on return to the police station just before, obviously before the FIR is recorded that night, how is it that an inquest at 4:20 refers to 861?
Lord, I do not know how it will turn.
Just recording.
It says UD 1861.
Just not an expression, Malaj. It's just recording.
It says UD 861.
Ask the ACGM, Malaj. Ask the ACGM. He was there. Ask the ACGM, Malaj. Everything is on record. The memo says 861. Postmortem says 861. And Malaj, the real thing is the investigation. Why are we moving away? What has happened in the investigation?
My lord, my friends may share the timelines with us.
Do you have the postmortem report? Yes. Just pass it on.
I'm sorry, Malaj.
Postmortem,
yeah.
Lord, the state says father
did
not permit registration of FIR. The father's counsel is
page 13, Malaj, page 13 of the case diary.
So the state will wait for the father.
Page 13 of the case diary.
In this PM note, is there a reference of 861 somewhere?
At the top, my lords.
Where?
First line, my lords, reference
Yes.
to the
Yes. Okay.
Right on top.
Right on top.
Yes.
It's there. UD case number.
Appears then that at the time when the PMR was when the postmortem was conducted, UD 861 had already been there.
That's right. There's no doubt about it, Malaj.
The inquest
people are using some language, some expressions, Malaj. Bengali speaking people are using some expressions in English.
No, there is no Bengali.
The record will show.
No, why does the IO then say that after I returned to the police station in the night, I recorded?
Because he has to record. Because he has to record what has happened all this while. That's the point.
He is recording minutes of the meeting, my lord.
But the investigation.
The point is, we are more concerned about the investigation, what has happened in the last 1 week. At least tell the court that.
In the
He's right. They were more concerned about the investigation, which is emerging now.
Lordship, the PMR talks about 151 mg of semen. It is never in mg.
No, it is not
in ml.
It is the way.
It is in.
So please, come on. This is the problem that
we are in the very incipient stage, but don't confuse this. Don't use social media to make arguments in the court.
I'm grateful, Maharaj, for that. I'm grateful.
We have specifically now the PMR before us, and we know what that 151 refers to.
Yes.
Let's not use what we read on social media and then make legal arguments on that basis.
Maharaj, 1 second. Now, Maharaj, your lordships asked me that you will give me a chance, Maharaj, after this is over. I have a very serious issue at hand, Maharaj, and I want to hand over an affidavit to you. Just please give it. And I'll hand over that affidavit also to the solicitor, but only to him. Well, let's just give it. Just go through this affidavit, Maharaj.
They're only giving.
Only to him.
Yes, I'll give it.
Well, just read through this. See what's going to happen. Para 5 onwards, page 2, Maharaj. These are collateral events, Maharaj. They are bound to happen.
This is again on social media, Malad, something on.
No, not social media. We've got the original.
Malad, state filing an affidavit based on social media.
Just let the court please read it. Then para 8 is also important.
Check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
Reading it. Now, Maharaj, this is.
There are.
Hold on. Allow me.
Let's not go into it.
1 second. Maharaj, this is exceptionally serious because they've planned it for 27th. Now, Maharaj, if any protest is to be done, they must tell us which route. They must tell us what.
Tell us. You tell yourself.
Maharaj,
I mean,
normal
police will have to come to know about it.
Must be followed. And Maharaj, what they do is they carry flags. Maharaj, they take off the flag, it becomes a stick. And there's an SOP, there is a standard operating procedure, which has to be followed, Maharaj. Because what will happen, Maharaj, as your lordship sees, Maharaj, the whole purpose is now it's collateral events that are happening. It's unrelated to what, Maharaj, the real issue is. And we've got photographs, Maharaj.
I support Mr.
We've got
Sibal, no
photographs
vandalism
of what
should be
really happened.
permitted by the
All this running away from the police, we have actually got photographs. This is all completely wrong. The status report is given. So I will want your lordships to go through that status report and pass an order that this can't be done, Maharaj, and there must be a standard operating procedure which has to be followed.
We'd like to see, we'll come back after lunch, we just want to see your status.
Yes, Maharaj.
Lord, may I just say,
come back and see yours, because we've examined CBI's status.
Yes, now your lordship makes that.
Lord, may I just say to my friends, CISF is still not there. No, it's not there. I've got photographs of today morning. I have photographs.
I received an intimation in writing that they have gone, they have visited along with the Kolkata police and to decide where to post whom. Lord, one thing is to be decided. Kolkata police says that the security should be in the hospital, but we feel that it should be more in the hostel because
Mr. Subal, we might be just late by 10 minutes or so.
No problem.
Look at 15, so all of you
Deeply
also
obliged. Deeply obliged.
Grateful, my lord.
So, solicitor, we'll come back at you.
Right.
Original case diary, Malad, sir.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vazwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the proceedings in the Supreme Court regarding the Kolkata rape and murder case, and also the Bombay High Court taking cognizance of the case in Badlapur. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. In the Bengal horror case, the Supreme Court has resumed its hearing and says that they haven't seen a case like this in the last 30 years. The committee will be hearing the doctors but is urging the doctors to go back to work, saying that poor people cannot be left in the lurch. It is the Supreme Court that has gone on to ask for the status report post-lunch by the government of Bengal. This is the Bombay High Court hearing as far as the Thane molestation case is concerned. They have pulled up the police for inaction. Action should have been taken against the school by now because it is the school that did not report the case. Also, as far as the FIR, the delay in filing the FIR and also not recording the statement of the family of the second victim, that is also being questioned by the court. And GPC meet on the Waqf Amendment Bill is underway. The Waqf Board chairman of all states in the meet with the Minority Department, giving details as far as the presentation on 44 amendments. And the Congress brass in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of elections is Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge there meeting with Congress workers in Srinagar. The Congress National Conference meet is expected to be discussing that seat sharing ratio. So it is going to be a meeting with Omar Abdullah as well as Farooq Abdullah. Actor Vijay has now unveiled the party flag as well as launched the party anthem. This is after he had in fact launched his political party back in February. A rally is expected in September. Let's get to your top story, and that is that the Supreme Court has resumed its hearing in the Kolkata rape and murder case of the 31-year-old trainee doctor. It's day 2 of the hearing, with the Supreme Court there urging doctors to resume work. They've gone on to say that poor people cannot be left in the lurch, and while it is the RG card doctors who have gone on to say that the doctors are still being terrorized, which is why more action is required. The Supreme Court has gone on to say that they haven't seen such a case in the last 30 years. And the Supreme Court is also demanding that report, that status report by the Bengal government, and that is expected post-lunch. Do remember, it's the CBI and the Kolkata police that have submitted its report in regard to the case. And we have my colleague Sunil joining us to get us more on this. Sunil, in regard to the case, the Supreme Court has gone on to say that they haven't seen a case like this in 30 years.
That's right. That's what Justice Pardiwal said, that it's really something that he hasn't seen as a judicial officer in the last 30 years, a case like this. Of course, there's been a lot of in the contesting about what Justice Pardiwala said, with Mr. Sibal interjecting and saying and showing the case diary, the state case report, and even though Justice Pardiwala said that there has been an insertion, Mr. Sibal has contended, saying that this is from a judicial magistrate. A judicial magistrate council report can't have an insertion. So that being said, as you rightly pointed out for our viewers, there are 3 or 4 important aspects that need to be reflected and to be conveyed. One, that residents who are protesting must get back to work. As you rightly pointed out, and as Chief Justice of India himself said, poor people cannot be left in the lurch, and assuring them that they will pass a general order to ensure that they get back to work and there will be no victimization, and that medical directors will not be penalizing doctors who have been protesting in the last few days. Having said that, he's also addressed the concerns of resident doctors to say that they will be heard by the National Task Force in terms of their grievances and their issues, and they will be also sounded out, not all of them, but at least their representatives, so as to be able to convey that entire task force recommendation as part of that. The third, of course, distress buttons, fast tracking of cases which have happened earlier. As you know, there have been other incidents of doctors being murdered and attacked in hospitals. Some of them, as one counsel pointed out, way back as 2016, and yet they haven't seen the light of justice as we speak. So in 2024. So it's in that context that three important points have been pointed out, but I think the most important is about the fact about the FIR that the CBI, the Solicitor General representing them, Tushar Mehta, saying that the FIR was registered. The cremation, which was contested by the Kolkata police, about the entire scheme of how things have been played out. They have given their own timeline and their own ways. He's also requested the Chief Justice of India, Mr. Sibal, on behalf of the West Bengal, to issue standard operating procedures for, the protests that are planned on the 27th. There will be collateral damage, as he says. It's no more about this incident. People are coming with sticks, and we have videos to show that this is now no more about a particular event. And then, of course, we have seen that Chief Justice of India cautioning a council not to say 150 mg semen, saying that we have seen the post-mortem report, it is something else. Don't use those arguments with us in the court. We have the data with us, we have the information, we have the post-mortem report, and they're saying that we must not try to use social media to argue cases in the Supreme Court.
Right, of course, while urging doctors to resume work, they've also gone on to say that they will prevail upon authorities to not to take any sort of adverse action. A general order, like you mentioned, will be passed, so there will be no victimization. We also have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, when we talk about what was really said in court today, the court has, of course, questioned the delay when it comes to the registering the case. The Supreme Court, they're also pointing out that the crime scene was cordoned off only after the post-mortem was conducted, and asking why did the post-mortem proceed as an unnatural death. Tanushka. Tanushka joining us to get us more on this in regard to what was really said in court. Tanushka, many questions were raised, including why did it take so much time to register the case, while the Supreme Court, it is the Chief Justice of India urging all the doctors to resume work, saying that no action will be taken against them. Of course, the AIIMS doctors there, going on to say that they're being marked absent while they're, while they're part of this protest. It is a question of what really happens to them in regard to, them not making it to work. It is the RG doctors who've gone on to say that more action needs to be taken, and because they continue to be terrorized.
Right, Divya, currently right now just after the court hearing, they've gone in for a lunch break, but at the RG Medical College and Hospital, the CISF forces have entered the college premises. As you can see, there's a heavy deployment of these forces right here at the RG Medical College and Hospital as they are entering the hospital premises. This is right after the Supreme Court's hearing, and in the Supreme Court hearing, we of course, as we heard, and also my colleague Sunil entirely explained how the questions that have been raised onto the post-mortem, and also the fact that Justice Pardiwala, he says that prima facie it looks like pages have been inserted into the diary. So there was a long argument that went around about the unnatural death case registration. I am currently joined with 3 alumni of RG Medical College and Hospital. These are really senior doctors who pursued and who studied their medicine right here in this college in the 1970s. Let us get to hear their opinions as well. Thank you for joining us, Doctor. The Supreme Court hearing that just happened, okay, what is your expectation from the courts, being, an alumni yourself?
A proper judgment of the incident occurred here.
Right.
Justice.
Right. All right. And let us go over to another doctor. If you could please tell us your name, doctor. Your name.
Pardon? My name, Dr. Nimai Bhattacharya.
Professor. Yes.
I have worked this government of West Bengal for 33 years.
And when were you an alumni at RG Medical Hospital?
Also, I'm an alumni of RG Medical.
Back at your time when you were a student here versus now, you've come back here for a cause. What is your expectation from the Supreme Court hearing that just is happening?
No, on the hearing of Supreme Court, I am actually nobody to say anything because Supreme Court is there. They are going to hear the case and they are going to pass their judgment. But I, as a medical man of this profession, I have never seen, I have never heard, I have not seen the case. Such a heinous and brutal crime and murder in my life. Okay, I have never seen in Bengal.
Doctor, what is your name?
My name is Dr. Jagannath Bhattacharya.
Dr. Jagannath, when were you an alumni? When did you study at RG Medical
Yes,
College?
we came to this hospital. We are the student we did our pre-medical in 1969.
All right.
Then we entered the medicals in this medical 70.
Ever since?
And passed in 1977.
So you passed out in 1977. Ever since then and now you're back at the college here for a cause, for a very sad, tragic reason as well. The Supreme Court is hearing the case. What do you make of this case at your alumni college?
We don't want to say anything about the Supreme Court, but we have come because of in our time, in 1978 and 79, we were the house staffs and interns here. Interns first and then house staffs here. We didn't think of those things, you know. The atmosphere was so good, the administrator was so good, the government was so good, but this is I think, the culminative effect of corruption.
So what do you think?
Extreme corruption in West Bengal. Not only here, throughout West Bengal, there is corruption, and so many things are happening. And in this college, I think, in our college, these things happen. This is a culminating and dreadful effect of a corrupted group who have performed these things. We want justice. Not only just one person is arrested. We just want the other person, the whole group, the whole corrupted group to be arrested and to be sentenced to death. I think that will be the proper punishment. And we want to actually, this West Bengal in a dark state. You know, so far the administration is concerned, the corrupted government is running, and this is the end result of the corruption. So it has come to the extreme point.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you for that thought. So we just heard from the doctor here that, he said that West Bengal is in a dark state right now. What your colleague and friend just mentioned here, what he said that a lot has changed from his time. What do you think has changed and why has it changed ever since then?
See, one thing, the total environment in the hospital practice and medical teaching, the scenario has totally changed, particularly in Bengal. See, I am particularly referring why there are isolated cases. I know in some medical colleges in other states, but this is the one of the most gruesome and is the cruelest happening, which has happened in our alma mater, RG, and that is why we are so much vocal. We want justice. I fully agree with my friend that there is a nexus, and there is a nexus in different parts of the administration, along with the I must say those who are now they are the students. I cannot say exactly.
We understand. Right. Thank you, doctor. So what we're understanding from these very senior doctors here who passed out from RG Medical College and Hospital in the 1970s, they've come out here to show their solidarity, and they say that back in their days they could not have imagined something like this happening, and who they hold responsible is the corruption, and the corruption behind the administration at the hospital currently, as well as the corruption in the West Bengal government. This is what the senior doctors here and the alumni of the RG Medical College and Hospital claim right now. Back to you.
Right, Tanushka, of course, it is a sentiment that was echoed in the Supreme Court as well, saying that they haven't seen such a case in the last 30 years is what, has been said in the Supreme Court. And of course, while it is the Chief Justice of India urging for the doctors to resume work, let's just listen in to what really was said.
They also have their heart with the doctors, but they are in a situation where poor people who come to those institutions cannot be left behind in the lurch.
Yes, sir.
That they take appointments 2 years before the actual date, and then suddenly you're told that you will not be attended to. Let them all resume work. Ask them to first return to work. Once they return to work, then if nobody is going to take any adverse action against the doctors.
That
will come back to work.
Word from your lordship will work, not for them.
Let them first come back to work, and then if there's any difficulty, just talk to us in the court here. We'll make sure that there is no adverse action against the doctors.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the post-mortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the Criminal Procedure Code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across in 30 years of my...
I know.
Well, let's also get you the latest as to what really happened in Bombay's High Court today. And the Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance of the sexual assault case that has taken place in the toilet of a school in Badlapur in the Thane district of Maharashtra. And what was really said today was that if the school cannot provide a safe place, then what is the point of talking about the right to education? That is what was said in the High Court of, in the Bombay High Court. Radhika, many questions were raised regarding the second victim's family statement that wasn't, taken, regarding, the failure, rather the delay in filing the FIR, almost about an 11-hour delay that was seen as far as registering the case is concerned. Take us to what really happened in court today. That's right. The Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance in the Badlapur case, raised certain pertinent questions as far as the proceedings in the investigations are concerned. In fact, questioned the delay in filing the FIR, why the statement of the second victim was not taken, why 164 CRPC statement were not taken of either of the victims, and multiple other questions raised as far as the procedure under POCSO Act is concerned, and also whether video recording was done, was there an FIR registered against the school in itself, and also, raising questions on the shoddy investigations carried out by the Badlapur police so far, and also raising the whole point that it was as a result of the outrage that the police swung into action and an SIT was formed. Therefore, questioning, does it have to, will people have to protest and express their outrage for such cases to be taken seriously? I'm joined by one of the interveners in this case. In fact, he tried to intervene in the case today. He was in the court. You have also mentioned certain prayers as far as your application is concerned. But firstly, take us through the proceedings in the court today. The Bombay High Court's division bench did come down really hard on the Badlapur police as well as the state government.
Yes, the division bench specifically mentioned there were many instances which has to be looked upon by the SIT. The SIT specifically was asked to reveal that the statements which are being recorded, there was statements which are till date not being recorded of the parents, statements of 164 not recorded of the parents or the victim. SIT has to now investigate in a very swift manner, has to also sanitize in regards with the POCSO compliances. the court specifically asked that which all compliances have been done in regards with the POCSO. What steps have you taken when the school administration and authority did not inform the act to the police, and there should be appropriate steps taken. If the child is not secure and safe at the school, where will it be? And this question was actually put to the state government. Based on this, the state government made a statement that they will ensure each and every steps will be followed, each and every adherence in regards with the compliances of POCSO, and also the safety of the school and the parents and the children who are studying there will be taken.
So this is on the larger issue of safety and security of students in their own schools, which was what was compromised this time. Two small kids being allegedly sexually assaulted in their own school inside a toilet. And you have been trying to file an application. Take us through the prayers in that application. What have you requested? What are your prayers?
My prayers, in fact, I'm in the process of filing the intervention application. My prayers are majorly on the cause of the rise in POCSO cases, the cause which even NCRB states it, even Parliament, Assembly, there are several questions which are being asked is in regards with child pornography and its correlation with POCSO. It has been seen specifically that child pornography is directly linked with the rise in POCSO cases, and there are steps which has to be taken. Has state government taken these steps? Is anyone looking on the cause of action or cause where this POCSO has been started from?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Prashant. So Prashant here, who is trying to intervene in the case with his application with certain prayers as far as POCSO case is concerned. The larger issue of safety and security of children is what he will be mentioning in that particular intervention application. But today, of course, the court pulling up the police, pulling up Badlapur police and the state government over the investigations, over the delay, over the half-baked probe that it had been carrying out over the last few days, and also asking the police to ensure that the case diary is being given to them, the case note is given to them in the next hearing, that they are being counselled, all the legal sort of help is given to the victims, and ensure that both the victim statement as well as family member statements under 164 CRPC is also taken before the next hearing. The next hearing in this matter will be on Tuesday 2:30 p.m. before the same division bench. But the state government definitely have a lot of answers to give as far as the entire investigations in this case is concerned.
Right, lackadaisical attitude and the manner in which the case was handled, that the police did not take the case seriously, and also questioning as to why is it that no case has been registered against the school. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. Now, switching tracks to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the JPC meet which is underway. This is on the Waqf Amendment Bill. This meeting that is being chaired. The first meeting of the Joint Committee of the Parliament examining the Waqf Bill is underway, in which the Ministry of Minority Affairs is briefing the 31-member panel about the proposed legislation. The Joint Committee was formed during the just concluded Parliament session after the contentious bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha amid opposition protests against the move. And this is senior BJP MP who has been named as the chairman of the multi-party panel. In its first meeting, the panel is being briefed by the officials on the proposed amendment to the Waqf Act. And Aishwarya, get us details. I mean, we do know that the meeting is underway, but this is the first meeting of the JPC in regard to the amendment of the Waqf Bill.
Well, certainly, that's the first meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Board Amendment Bill 2024, and this is being chaired by the Bharatiya Janata Party MP Jagdamba Pal, who had been named as the chairperson of this particular Joint Parliamentary Committee. A 31-member panel is giving the recommendations as to what changes that needs to be done, because remember, on August 8, it was Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju who introduced the bill and stated that this will, this will change the entire picture and give an overhaul change in the Waqf board. There had been several amendments, in fact 44 amendments that were proposed by the government, in which there had been one proposal that stated that district collector would be the appellate authority who can look after the property related issues when it was challenged. Any Waqf board property later can be challenged in the Supreme Court and High Court as well, which earlier was completely under the purview of the Waqf board. There would be several of the Waqf board, council in which non-Muslims can be also representative. But importantly, today in the JPC, what we have been told by our sources is that first the Ministry of Minority Affairs officials will be giving a detailed presentation on the 44 amendments that the government had proposed to the 31-member panel. Later, there would be discussions on these amendments. Of course, now the sources also indicating to us that the opposition political parties are not very much happy with the kind of proposals that they have stated, and they have clearly stated that this will directly influence the functioning and the administrating of the mosque as well. The government on their side had stated that there would be no direct intervention on the administration of any mosque, but it will also streamline the process of the properties that is being donated, and a better usage of those properties which is being donated by a common person in the to the Waqf board can be detailed over here, and that will simplify further and bring transparency into Waqf board. So that's what the clear agenda was. The meeting is still underway inside the parliament, and we'll get to know from the members who will coming out very soon after this meeting ends.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And of course, we will keep coming back to you to know more about that meeting, which is underway. And switching tracks now to Andhra Pradesh, and at least 18 people have died. The death toll has increased to 18 and 40 others have been injured after that explosion that took place yesterday at Anakapalle. The explosion took place in that special economic zone, and the explosion occurred at a pharma firm's plant. And the reason behind that is a gas leak, is what is being said by the authorities. We have my colleague Uma joining us on the phone line. Uma, the death toll has now risen to 18. Take us through what are the reason that they've given as far as the authorities are concerned regarding this blast that took place yesterday in the afternoon in Andhra Pradesh.
So Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu is in fact in Anakapalle at Achutapuram, and that is where the inquiry will also be now underway once the entire area is cleared, because as you know, other than the big fire that happened after what is suspected to be a reactor blast, subsequently there was also the first floor of the building, of the 4-story building, that had actually collapsed, and in the debris there was suspected to be people also trapped there, and therefore the first focus was really on rescuing whoever it's possible to rescue. And of course, because such a huge number of people who had suffered fire injuries, burn injuries, and therefore the shifting of those injured to the respective hospitals, because not all hospitals can handle fire injuries, and it's usually the second day after the accident happens that infections come in and the death happens due to severe fire injuries. So therefore the focus was on that. But what I can tell you is that this is perhaps the biggest such industrial accident in the last 10 years. It has happened in the SEZ here. In fact, what we are being told is that something like this, there have been, Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan spoke to the media, and he said that the frequency with which these accidents have been happening is very worrisome. He says every 2 to 3 weeks we are having an accident that's happening, either major or minor, and he cited another accident that had happened just 3 weeks ago in which one life was also lost. So he said safety audit is something that he has been stressing, while people have been warning him that if you talk about safety audit, many industries will be worried that they may be coming close to closure. But he said it is a priority, while the government is very keen on bringing in industry and talk about ease of doing business. That has to be accompanied by safety compliances as well, and that is something that the government is very keen on bringing in. I must point out actually that in May of 2020, there was the LG Polymers, accident at LG Polymers here in the SEZ itself. And in that particular accident as well, there were about 12 people who had died in the accident, after which again, there were regulatory, panels that were brought in. Safety was once again spoken about as a huge priority. And in fact, safety guidelines were also brought in, which were supposed to be, monitoring agencies to find out what kind of safety guidelines are being done. So what the government is now planning to do is very quickly start a safety audit for these industries. They are trying to warn the industries that we are not going to be, breathing down your neck and make their life difficult for your existence here. But no, we do prioritize life. The people, as many as 25,000 people, in fact, are employed in the SEZs in North Andhra Pradesh. As you know, two major SEZs, Pharma SEZs are there here. One is in the Paidi Bhimavaram area of Srikakulam and the other in Achutapuram in Anakapalle district of Andhra Pradesh. So both these are big economic drivers for Andhra Pradesh, but safety cannot be an area that can take the back seat, is what the government is now pushing to say. The specific reasons of this accident, responsibility being fixed, is something that will happen. Pawan Kalyan also hinted that there was some confusion about the ownership of this, some dispute over the ownership that could have also led to the neglect of something as basic as safety. Back to you.
Right, the Chief Minister there has ordered a high-level inquiry into the incident while taking stock of the situation there. He is visiting the victims of that blast that took place yesterday in the afternoon. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we will get you the very details of the Prime Minister's visit in Poland. You remember that he's going to be taking off to Ukraine tonight. He's going to be embarking upon a train journey, which is going to take 10 hours for him to reach Kiev, the first Prime Minister to do so in over 30 years as far as Ukraine is concerned. We'll get you all the details. For now, we're slipping into a break.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends. Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Poland. These are live shots coming on your screen of the Prime Minister there, meeting with the Prime Minister there, Donald Tusk. And this is the first meeting as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. This is a visit to Poland after 45 years of an Indian Prime Minister. There, the Prime Minister has also spoken about how India and Poland are more than 6,000 kilometers apart from each other, separated by continents, seas and oceans. But they have a single thread which is in common, and that is the sport of kabaddi. The game that originated in the country is now an upcoming sport and has caused the imagination, caught the imagination of Polish youngsters as well. So there you can see visuals on your screen of live visuals coming from Poland of the Prime Minister. Do remember that he is going to be taking on that journey to Ukraine, and that's going to happen later tonight. Before that, let's just go across to my colleague Vishnu, who's joining us from Poland. Vishnu, take us through the agenda of the day before the Prime Minister leaves for Kiev.
Well, I am in Kiev at the moment, not in Poland, but it's an important two-part visit of the Prime Minister. He is in Poland, as you say. It's a critical part of this visit, and I'll talk about Ukraine subsequently. But in terms of what is happening today, there's a restricted meeting with the Prime Minister of Poland, Mr. Tusk. Later on, there'll be a bilateral meeting with President Duda of Poland as well. There'll be a wreath laying at a tomb of the unknown soldier. Remember, Indian and Polish soldiers that fought together in the Second World War. There'll be press statements and interaction with business leaders. So a lot which will actually be done over the next several hours. But the second part of his visit will be later on this evening, when he starts what's going to be a long journey to Kiev, where I'm reporting from at the moment. I was in fact on the very last flight which attempted to land in Kiev 2 years back. It was an Air India relief flight to try and bring back students. That flight couldn't actually land. And since then, there has been no attempt at a civil flight landing in Kiev because airspace has been completely shut down, and that remains shut down even today. So it's going to be a long, most likely train journey that the Prime Minister will take. Several international leaders have come to Kiev in that way. But will there be an out-of-the-box solution that India has to offer? That's what we want to know. We do know that it's going to be a very high-powered Indian delegation which features several prominent faces who will be over here. Given the impetus being given to this visit, the fact that India has responded to that invitation of President Zelensky, there is a real hope that India might have some suggestions on how the war between Russia and Ukraine can actually end. It is also an example of India's foreign policy, that you've got a government, a Prime Minister who was in Moscow a few weeks back, where he had a very clear message for President Putin that, look, respect the territorial sanctity of states, understand what the UN Charter has to say, respect that, and at the same time coming over here and saying that it is important to get on the table and start talking. It's going to be a short visit of the Prime Minister, perhaps less than 10 hours. There will be a press statement which should be expected as well. Certainly an Indian one, perhaps a Ukrainian one, possibly a joint one as well. But all that is going to happen tomorrow, a day of hectic developments expected here in Kiev.
Right, Vishnu, of course, like you mentioned, that visit would be perhaps be all of 7 hours, and it's going to take him longer to get there. He's going to be traveling by train, and it's going to be a journey which is going to take him perhaps 10 hours. But let's also talk about what was said yesterday when he said this is not the era of war. He'd also gone on to say how India is with everyone and thinks about everyone's benefit.
That's right. And, this is not the era of war is a statement which Prime Minister Modi made to President Putin on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization a couple of years back. It's been a line that India has now repeatedly been saying that, look, stop the fighting, end the fighting, get onto the table, get into a negotiated settlement. This is a war which has resulted in the loss of tens of thousands of lives on either side. The entire world, not just the people of Russia and Ukraine, need this to end. This has resulted in huge uncertainty at so many levels. It's meant deaths, it's meant displacement, it's meant economic ruin for both Russia and Ukraine. This has to come to an end, which is why India, the voice of the global south, a leader among the G20 nations, and certainly a country in our own independent right as a very large economy and democracy, trying to stress both to Russia and to Ukraine that please do end all of this and let's think about a way to start. But will there be an out-of-the-box solution which is suggested? I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Right, Vishnu, also what is, of course, India believing in diplomacy and dialogue is something that, India finally took that stand when it comes to Ukraine. And given the fact that India has a great relationship when it comes to Russia, and take us through what is it that we can expect in those 7 hours, what's on the agenda?
Well, there's going to be a one-on-one meeting between President Zelensky and Prime Minister Modi. There'll be delegation-level talks as well. There'll be a small meeting with the Indian community who are going to be outside the hotel, which the Prime Minister is going to be in for just the couple of hours that he's visiting. He might just sort of be in and out of the hotel before he has his engagements. We do expect possibly a small interaction with President Zelensky in terms of a press conference. That's not yet been finalized at this juncture. And by the end of the day, we should get a pretty clear idea of what this visit is all about and how Ukraine sees this relationship. In as much as we talk about the war, it is important also to focus on the fact that India has had historically a very strong defense relationship, not just with Russia, but with Ukraine as well. The gas turbine engines of Indian frigates and destroyers are Ukrainian. The Antonov 32 medium transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force is a Ukrainian product, Antonov, a Ukrainian company. And therefore, India needs to ensure that supply chains for these engines, for these aircraft, need to be sustained. So that might also come up at some level in these talks.
Right, of course, Vishnu, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And of course, the Prime Minister is in Poland. He will be in Kiev, like Vishnu was mentioning. And just before leaving for Kiev, of course, the Prime Minister has gone on to say that as a friend and a partner, we hope for an early return of peace and stability in the region. So, Vishnu, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, live visuals on your screen of the Prime Minister in Poland meeting with the Prime Minister there, Mr. Tusk. And of course, also, the two leaders are expected to address the media, and that's expected later today. So we will keep tracking that story. For now, we're switching tracks to Jammu and Kashmir, and there Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are there. They got to Jammu yesterday on Wednesday. Today they are in Srinagar. They're expected to meet with Omar and Farooq Abdullah. What's really on the cards about seat sharing and alliance dynamics is something that is going to be discussed in the meeting. Do remember, elections are coming up in Jammu and Kashmir, a three-phase assembly poll, which is going to start on the 18th of September, followed by the 25th of September, and then finally on the 1st of October, before the results are counted on the 4th of October. So these are elections since 2002, and Jammu and Kashmir has thrown up a huge hung verdict with no party winning an absolute majority. So Rahul Gandhi, they're saying that if anyone has worked in Jammu and Kashmir with courage, it has been the Congress party, and that he can understand the plight of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. So a lot on the agenda there, a very crucial visit there. Of course, Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, they're expected to be having that meeting with Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah. And to get more on this, my colleague there, Nazir, joining us. Nazir, from that visit in Jammu to the visit in Srinagar yesterday, we had, pictures of Rahul Gandhi there enjoying that dinner, relishing that ice cream at one of those famous restaurants. And today, a very crucial meeting regarding seat sharing and also, the alliance dynamics that are going to be discussed in that very crucial meeting that's coming up with the Abdullahs.
Well, for last about 1 hour, a meeting is underway at Farooq Abdullah's residence. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are meeting both Abdullahs, Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah. It's happening amid the reports of stalemate in talks between National Conference and the Congress about seat sharing formula, and there have been certain, hiccups and roadblocks. There have been, both the parties have been demanding more seats, and both are not willing to blink. We have to see who will blink first. Rahul Gandhi, during his address to the party workers an hour ago, said alliance will happen. But at the same time, he said he had conveyed to the JKPCC president that the respect of Congress leaders and workers has to be maintained, kind of assuaging the feelings of leaders. Last night, there was a third round of negotiations between the Congress and the National Conference. It ended on a bitter note. There was a walkout of one of the leaders, and he was really agitated and protesting. Look, they are giving more seats to the National Conference. Well, as National Conference is not ready to actually concede or more seats in Kashmir Valley. There are reports that Congress has been asking for around 17 seats in Kashmir Valley and almost, more than 30 seats in Jammu. So that is something that formula is not accepted to the National Conference. They are saying it is a party which has a base across Jammu and Kashmir, so they will not concede more seats. So there were 3 rounds of talks. Senior leaders of the party were there. In fact, then the observer, one of the central leader, was also brought in yesterday's meeting with the National Conference Congress's central leader. So in a hotel in Srinagar. So there was a lot of, heated argument during that meeting. So that has caused certain bitterness, and that was also a sign if there would be a meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Abdullahs. But finally, before Rahul Gandhi leaves for Jammu, he is here for last 1 hour holding meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah, and seeing what sources are telling us that wherever there is also a third option, which is there could be a friendly contest on some seats where both parties say, look, they have more prospects of winning. So it's all that what would happen in this meeting. Rahul Gandhi has already conveyed to his party workers and leaders that there will be alliance and their respect will be maintained. We have to see, because this clearly shows that if the talks had failed, then this meeting would not have been possible. And also it sent a wrong message for the India alliance. They may be talking about India alliance at the country level, but here in Jammu and Kashmir, where Congress needs an alliance and needs it badly, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are here at Farooq Abdullah's residence for last 1 hour holding closed doors meeting to finalize the seat in this alliance arrangement for these elections.
Right, just ahead of the upcoming elections. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us. The National Conference and the Congress there likely to form a pre-poll alliance in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the Assembly polls. We will keep tracking that story and getting you all the very latest. For now, we're switching tracks, and this is in regard to the road rage that's taken place in Bengaluru. A biker has been killed after a car that chased the bike. This is footage of that incident that took place in Bengaluru. The CCTV camera that captured that road rage horror. Minor collision that escalated into a road rage, and the biker has died after the car driver chased and hit him, the car ramming into his bike, and it is the youth that has died due to his injury. He's come to his injuries, and now finally some arrests have been made in the case. The Bengaluru police have gone ahead and arrested 2 suspects. So a biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru. And we have Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, what details do you have for us?
It was a tragic incident that took place at Bengaluru's Vidyaranyapura police station limits, leading to the murder of a biker named Mahesh. It seems that the two-wheeler did accidentally touch the car, and some heated words were exchanged on the way, and the car driver then began to chase the biker, and the latter even tried to escape. In fact, there were 3 people on the bike, is what we are given to understand, but Mahesh managed to drop 2 of them on his bike while passing through, but then the chase continued, and after both were dropped off, Mahesh rammed onto a compound wall while passing through one of the narrow roads, and Arvind's car too, Arvind, the man in the car, too rammed into his bike from the rear, and as a result, Mahesh succumbed to head injury on the spot. Now, a case has been registered, murder case has been filed under 302 and 103 of the BNS, and since the accused had the knowledge and deliberately chased them, and that is why he has been charged, a murder case has been filed, and the 2 in the car have been arrested.
Right, thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us. Of that road rage that has resulted in the death of this very young man who was chased on his bike by a car. Eventually, he has come to his injuries. Moving on now, a bill in Assam to regulate the Hindu-Muslim land deal. The Assam government there tabling the amendment bill to Land Revenue Regulation Act, the law to regulate land deals between Hindus and Muslims. So the government to scrutinize the land sale according to that bill, and the opposition there opposing the amendment and walking out because of that. So this is in a very significant move that the Assam Chief Minister has announced that his government will introduce that bill for the compulsory government registration of Muslim marriages and divorces in the upcoming autumn assembly session. The bill known as the Assam Compulsory Registration of Marriage and Divorce Bill aims to address and prevent child marriages in the state. The Assam cabinet approved the Muslim marriage registration bill, which stipulates that marriage registrations will be handled by government authorities rather than qazis. Now, speaking to the media ahead of the monsoon session, it was the Chief Minister saying that the new legislation will prohibit the registration of marriages involving individuals under the age of 18. And to get more on this, we have Ratnadeep joining us. Ratnadeep, take us through the details.
Well, today is the first day of the autumn session of the Assam Legislative Assembly, and on the first day the state government has tabled an amendment to the Assam land revenue regulations, where now the government is trying to bring in new legislation through an amendment where the sale and purchase of land between people of two different faiths will go through a government scrutiny. That's what the new legislation that the government has tabled today actually aims to do. And this, when this bill was introduced in the floor of the House today, a section of the opposition MLAs, mostly from the all AIUDF as well as Congress, they actually opposed the idea. They claim that the government is trying to their allegation is that the government is trying to play up communal politics, while the government says that this is all about land reforms. So there was an argument in the floor of the House, after which some of the opposition MLAs actually walked out. The government says that they are going to go forward with this bill. However, all eyes will be also on this session when the Assam Assembly actually, in the Assam Assembly, the government tables the new law that would come in terms of the Muslim marriage registration, where the Assam government now says that Muslim marriage registration will be done by the government and not by the qazis, and there would be punitive action, legal actions in terms of if any marriages of minors are registered. This is also something that the opposition is opposing. The opposition is again labeling the government of and accusing the government of getting involved in communal politics. That's what the opposition is saying. But definitely now first this the amendment to the Land Regulation Act, which has been already tabled, and the new bill with regards to the Muslim marriage registration, which is likely to be now tabled on August 27th. These two bills are going to become the new political flashpoint between the ruling BJP and the opposition parties like the Congress and the AIUDF in Assam.
Right. Of course, this is in regard also in context of Assam speaking to the media ahead of the monsoon session. It was Mr. Sarma, the Chief Minister, stating that the new legislation will prohibit the registration of marriages involving individuals under the age of 18. So it is the bill known as the Assam Compulsory Registration of Marriage and Divorce Bill, aiming to address and prevent child marriages in the state. The Assam cabinet approved the Muslim marriage registration bill, which stipulates that marriage registration will be handled now by the government. Let's just listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
देखिए, हमारे जो मुस्लिम विवाह होते थे उनको काजी रजिस्टर करते थे। आज से ये सरकार में रजिस्टर होगा, और उस बिल में पहले प्रावधान था कि माइनर का भी मैरिज भी रजिस्टर हो सकता है। आज से माइनर का शादी रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगा। तो बेसिकली यही दो प्रोविजन है।
And staying with news of the northeast, 10 people have died and more than 34,000 people have been displaced amid a worsening disaster situation in Tripura. Now, officials have said that over 34,000 people belonging to more than 6,600 families have so far been taken into shelter in camps across 8 districts, while over 1,000 houses have been damaged due to the way it has been raining. There is an orange category warning which is in place. Do remember there was a red category warning in place as of yesterday. So over the last 2 days, it has been incessantly raining. It rained overnight as well, which is what is coming in the way as far as the rescue operations are concerned. Do remember that they have sought a deployment of additional NDRF personnel in order to assist in the rescue operations in Tripura. And I have my colleague Ratnadeep joining us. Ratnadeep, take us through the rain situation on the hand. Is it coming in the way as far as rescue operations are concerned?
That's right. The rains are hampering the rescue operation. In fact, even now, moments before we went on air with this broadcast, I did speak to a senior official and he said that it's still drizzling and water levels in the rivers are very high. They're much higher than danger level in the main rivers in Tripura, like the Howrah, like Gomti River, and in fact in many areas there is fresh inundation, and therefore rescue operations are being carried out. In fact, the Indian Air Force has airlifted contingents of NDRF to the state capital Agartala, and the NDRFs have been now sent to the affected areas. The state government had asked Centre for more help. Assam Rifles have been deputed to help the state forces in the rescue operations since yesterday. Remember, the road transport has also been disrupted within the state, and also the national highway that links Tripura to Assam has water logging in several places, so the road link is disrupted. The train link has been very badly hit by landslides. Several trains have been cancelled. In fact, the air link is the only link which is operating, but even in the airport there were massive inundation, and what we are getting to hear that the authorities had to actually break the boundary walls of the airport to make an outlet for the waters to drain out, so that the airport remains operational, because remember, Tripura is a landlocked state, and therefore if the rail link and road link has already disrupted, so the air link is the only means, and therefore the measures had to be taken to drain out water from the airport so that the airport remains operational. At this moment, the focus remains in terms of the rescue operations. 10 people have already died. 34,000 people have been rescued since yesterday. That number must have gone up. By this evening, we'll get more the new numbers from the authorities, but at this moment rescue operations are continuing there, even as the rains at this moment have weakened a bit, but overnight there have been very heavy rainfall, and there is still orange alert which has been issued by the Met Department. So therefore Tripura perhaps is bracing for a very tough time.
Right, a very tough time indeed, of course, Ratnadeep, because it's rained 1,200% above normal as far as the rainfall that's been recorded over the last 2 days. Let's